How's that? Did it work?
Let me check.
Come on. It says live. Waiting for.
Yeah, waiting.
Why does it say waiting? Nope, there we are. There we go. Took a while. Buster.
I mean, there isn't a fucking scale on this goddamn planet that can measure how fucking pissed I am right the fuck now.
You may think I'm mentally unstable. Hell, you'd agree with my therapist.
I have to calm down.
But I don't care anymore.
You triggered me. Big whoopsie thrill. Any fucking idiot can do that. I get to fucking talk or not. You fucker! Shut up! Shut the fuck up! You're a fucking troll.
Right here! Have you fucking finished asking your stupid bloody question?
Shut up!
What are you talking about? Ask the
Shut the fuck up!
Get out of here!
Shut up! Shut up! Shut the fuck up!
Learn the fucking scientific method or get the fuck out of here.
Shut up! Get out of here, Randy! What the fuck is wrong with you, Randy?
And yes,
Shut the fuck up!
you may think I'm mentally unstable. Hell, you'd agree with my therapist. But I don't care
Get out
anymore.
of here, Rakia!
Then fuck off!
You're not doing shit. You're not
Fuck
doing
off!
shit, Randy. Yeah, that's how you get your little jollies off. You think that you're in charge because you make people get angry at you.
How many fucking times do I gotta sit here and go through this shit with you?
Every single one of you, shut the fuck up. Just shut up.
If this person came and told you the world was a ball, what would you say?
Fuck off! Shit! Shut the fuck up!
Fucking argument for an hour. I sat here bored to fucking tears.
Shut the fuck up!
You may think I'm mentally unstable. Hell, you'd agree with my therapist.
If you put an object farther away from the lens, farther in front of the camera, light from that object is going to hit the frontal lens stack at a different angle. That depends on the same object at a greater distance, have a smaller angular size. Back here!
Get out of here, Rakia.
I've been doing this for 4 fucking years. You didn't fucking get it by now. Get the fuck out of here.
Get out of here, Rakia. Shut up! Shut the fuck up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Fuck you with your itch shit. Randy, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Paradoxes and confusion. Your mind is in delusion.
Every single one of you, shut the fuck up! Just shut the fuck up! Oh, shut up! You're pieces of shit. Every one of you is a piece of shit. All of you, shut up. Every single one of you, shut the fuck up. Just shut up. All of you, you're pieces of shit. Every one of you is a piece of shit. You're human excrement. You're the shit that comes out of your fucking bones. David, you're the stupidest motherfucker on the earth. That's all you are, is your shit. All of you are
That
shit.
depends
You're
on the
shit.
tangent of the angle.
No, shut up. You shut up, Randy. Shut up. Every one of you, shut the fuck up. You're all shit. Randy, what the fuck is wrong with you, Randy? Fucker. That's all you are, is your shit. All of you are shit.
I'm not going to let you try and infect other people. Then fuck off! Fuck off! Go away with your mendacious, delusional worldview. I'm not going to let it happen.
Every single one of you, shut the fuck up. Just shut up. All of you, you're pieces of shit. Every one of you
That
is a piece of
depends on the
shit.
tangent of the angle.
Driving the wrong way down a one-way street.
Motherfucker! I'm so pissed off right
It's
now.
when knowledge and ignorance meet.
You have no fucking clue.
Paradoxes and confusion.
I will do that if you will shut the fuck up.
Now it's triggered.
Well, fuck you with your itch shit.
Then fuck off! Fuck off! Go away! You don't care about reality! You don't care about reality! Okay, you don't care about reality. That's okay, not everybody has to care. There's no law.
That depends on the tangent of the angle.
Shut up! You triggered me. Big whoopsie drill. Any fucking idiot can do that.
I get fucking emasculated.
Driving the wrong way down a one-way street.
I'm pretty fucking pissed off.
It's when knowledge and ignorance meet.
I fucking still like him, but he fucking pissed me off.
Paradoxes and confusion. Your mind is in delusion.
You triggered me. Big whoopsie drill. Any fucking idiot can do that. Any fucking idiot can do that.
Stack! Angle! Select them down the back of the lens stack! Depends on the angle! Or select in the front of the lens stack! Back here!
Righto.
Kick him. I want him banned.
Back here!
He's done.
What are you talking about? Ask a simple
Back
question.
here!
Get out of here, Rakia.
Shut the fuck up!
And we are live. Wednesday, Hump Day. It's sort of a free-for-all. But today, I'm going to talk about flat earth geometry. Because I think everybody knows that that's what we do, is geometry. And I think I went over it yesterday. With Mac Toon and his challenge. Well, I'm going to get over the hump of it all, and try and get down to what flat earth geometry is, because nobody seems to know. I think that's a problem, because most people don't really get actual geometry. They don't see the point in it. Well, Euclidean geometry is based around a circle, but I mean the circle is the straight line. The radius and the diameter are both straight lines built upon geometry. Just a straight line. You can make a circle with that straight line, and that gives you a position of equal length of one line. All of the points at an equal length. Or all of the diameters of a circle will all be equal. Like it gives you the basic understanding of what equals is. Within the mathematical formula too. It's very codependent. They're part of the same thing. Mathematics, geometry, the numbers are obviously related to the circle. I mean, how do you relate pi to anything? If you listen to that one just a bit earlier, how do you relate pi to anything other than a number? Because most people don't realize it's actually the circumference over the diameter. It's a ratio, but it's expressed as a number. That number directly links the straight line to the circle. So you can't really separate the numbers from the geometry, as far as I see it. It's they're logically linked through pi, and with pi being transcendental, I mean, that sort of goes to show you that that straight line is indeed a straight line. It must be, otherwise you wouldn't be able to have that ratio of pi. So that's because we've gone to the very, very basics of geometry to find that basic truth. It's a lot easier to understand when people say different sorts of geometry. It's pretty obvious that they're just making shit up. Because how do you alter that circle or the understanding of that circle? Because all of those lines of those equal lengths are what the foundations of geometry is all about. It's all about that equals and the logic and being able to divide halves and be exact with the numbers or the lines. Because there's a change that happens, that somebody somewhere has been able to flip the practicality of the lines and the shapes and be able to replace that with numbers. When you do that, you make that change, then you can start doing what I would call actual wizardry. You are literally tricking people into, I don't know whether you call it deceit or whatever, but you're acting as though you can and do things that you literally can't. Go back in the history of all of the mathematics and the logic. They had a problem with zero, because zero isn't a number. It can't be achieved, because in the geometric sense, zero would be the point. And the point is that of which has no parts. You can't define it because it's a nothing. So how can you give it a number? You need something to start with. In reality, right? You can never get to the point of nothingness because it doesn't make any sense. You need something to form that on in reality. So they had a problem with zero. As do I. I can see why the number zero would be a problem, because it's just conceptual, purely conceptual. There's no way to realize it. And I think that's the link that I've learned, is the reality link, the logical link to reality from this, obviously reality that we're in, but the confusion and the conversation that we're in just goes to places that definitely are not real most of the time. And it gets flipped and flopped from between reality and this conceptual mathematical medium. And they can live in both places at the same time.
They have to.
Yeah, I can't do that. I'm just trying to think about reality and how to actually do it in reality. And then you get taken to a different place. You get taken into, well, I think most of the time it happens with the word sphere, doesn't it? Because there is the Euclidean sphere, the 3D sphere, the one that you have to wait till solid geometry, and then that sphere appears within Euclidean geometry. Well, at the moment you show people that sphere, then they take it and they put it conceptually back in the two-dimensional bit. And then when you're talking about the beginning of Euclid and it's talking about a plane being length times breadth, I think most people that we talk to conceptually put that ball that they've taken from 3D into that 2D framework. And then you find yourself having a conversation with people about the 2D conceptual surface of a sphere when you know that it's 3D. You're talking about 3D, they conceptualize it and put it into the mathematical realm again. Some of them have done it lots, and they conceptualize the ball in reality 3D as having a 2D surface that they can sort of do their maths upon in 3D reality, but conceptualize it as 2D. And it's getting a bit difficult because we're talking about reality. Globe salesmen and people like Brenda with a confused state of mind and find it hard to keep in the conversation within reality. Case in point, today, flat earth geometry. I've been on the hunt. I've been got me deer stalker, and I've been out looking for someone to be able to define flat earth geometry for us, because I know that McToon, the globe proponent, he put a video out, the adult Lego building globe proponent. He went out to well, I've been out trying to find him. You have to go through a lot of trolls first, but I've been asking McToon whether he can define flat earth geometry. I think is it putting in flat earth geometry? I've been asking McToon for his definition, or it might be on his. I shouldn't have too many pictures. I should be sort all of these things out. I can't remember where I put stuff. It might be under McToon. I've got quite a few of McToon. McToon. Here we go. Here we go. Come on. There you go. Right, I kill the. We are live. There we go. Right, so McToon puts here. He puts flat earthers often claim that a sextant can only work on a flat plane. Well, to be honest, he says flat earthers often claim that. I think I've only ever heard one person say that. So I think McToon's got a bit of the hots for Nathan. So this challenge, I think, is particularly aimed at Nathan, since he's the guy that I've heard say that. He's the only person I've said that. And then he says this implies that all usage of sextants to perform celestial navigation have never worked using globe geometry. So that's question one. Globe geometry. And that celestial navigation only work on a flat earth with flat earth geometry. It's another one. That's two geometries he's just named. But that's only in his preface. This is how he's prefacing his test. Challenge, let's say. His challenge. Using only flat earth geometry, use the elevation angles. That's as far as I need to go. So that's what I've been doing today. Is I've been on the hunt for a definition of flat earth geometry from McToon. And you have to fend off lots of trolls first, because obviously you're trying to find McToon, and I don't know, he must be a busy man doing his globe stuff. Might be doing building Lego stuff. He might have Lego models to build. These globe proponents, adult globe proponents, do some amazing work for the globe. But I've been out trying to find this, and there's been quite a few comments that I've been getting. Let me see if I can find some more. That's into the flat earth geometry. So as we're going through the trolls, we're realizing that there doesn't seem to be a lot of people that actually get the idea of what geometry actually is, and you know how important it is really to mathematics. Flat earth geometry 0. Well, let's have this one first. Now these aren't McToon, these are other people. I think we went over to McToon's Discord server. I advise everybody to go over there if you want to have a word with McToon. Ask him. You'll have to deal with all of his regular trolls. They'll call you flat earther. They'll say all of the rules, and you'll have to fend off insults, and you'll be called liars and all of that. So this one says, Aegis, I don't know who Aegis is, says flat earth geometry is basically some made up fantasy that cannot possibly exist, but which, if it existed, would fully explain all observations that lead us to conclude that the Earth is an oblate spheroid. So this is one of McToon's guys says that flat Earth geometry is basically some made up fantasy that cannot possibly exist, and yet McToon's has said you can using only flat earth geometry. It's not real. Even everybody that knows McToon knows this isn't real. It's not a real geometry. Flat earth geometry or globe earth geometry, they're not real things. And yet McToon has put it at the beginning of his challenge. It's all you're allowed to use. Some very strange conversations we've had today, I'm telling you. Yeah, here's another one. It's all good. McToon finally conceded today that there's no such thing as flat earth geometry. He's right. Celestial navigation only works when you measure and calculate with a sphere Earth. That flat Earth geometry, that doesn't exist. Doesn't exist. It's not a geometry. Nobody can state any definitions, any axioms, any propositions, any postulates. There's nothing. There's nothing for it. It's not real. Doesn't exist. I'll find some more. We've been through a few. Like I say, we've been over there to McToon's today to try and lead a bit of I don't know, a flat Earth defence, because it doesn't seem like anybody else is bothering. Try and get McToon to sort of I don't know, state his case. I mean, he's asking people to flat Earth geometry. This one. This is this has got a bit of Bebby in it. Bebby came over to McToon's. Shout out, Betty. It's been a while. This one here says, they say, Astra says, wait, what doesn't exist? And I say, and Betty says, Nerd Alert says flat Earth, and Betty says, yes, that doesn't exist. And Astrika says flat Earth geometry, ? Yeah, you're right, it doesn't exist. Because the flat Earth doesn't exist. And then he says, because we live on a, bleeping... I mean, it's not a very good way to sell the globe, that, by calling us flirming as well. I mean, I don't know what that's about. We just went over there to ask him what flat Earth geometry was. And then I say, flat Earth geometry doesn't exist, because it obviously doesn't. There's no definitions, postulates, axioms, nothing. And then they said, you said it. Look, everybody agreed. Look at all 8 thumbs up and 6 100%. I'll get another one. I had quite a good day today, but it's been a while since I've had a chat to so many people that they're so angry. It's really bad.
Very angry. Yeah.
There we go. And now this is this one is McToon himself. He eventually turns up. It says, I think this is anamorphic. I always have him blocked. He's always coming and commenting. McToon says, I have clearly stated that you must not use any geometry that presumes the Earth to be spherical. Now, I haven't got a clue what that is either. I'm not aware of using any geometry that does that. That's stupid. And then McToon says, being your claim, go right ahead and present the definitions, axioms and postulates. He was asking me, thinking that I'd said that flat Earth geometry was my claim, and he put it in his challenge because I'd said it. He wanted me to define it for him. Really weird. I don't know why they do this. And then I've put, there's no such thing, and you know it. You've been caught with a fantasy in your challenge. La. Good luck. And he's put, it's your claim, Bev, not mine. And then Vladim, I don't know who that is, says, yes, Flurf and Flurf science are scams. We all know that. I don't know what they talk in code. I think it's gang talk or something. McToon, of course, we all know, in capitals, we all know there is not such thing. Thanks for the admission. There's no such thing as flat Earth geometry. McToon can't define what flat Earth geometry is, admits there's no such thing, and claims victory. He knows nobody's put a challenge in for his challenge. He knows nobody will, because flat Earth geometry isn't fucking real. It's getting a bit old. Went over there, he wants me to do his challenge. He won't even tell me what flat earth geometry is. How does he expect anybody to do anything? He did do some Lego, though. I mean, come on. Well, looks like we've brought some people over. Good to see you in, new watchers. Be nice with him, chat, please. He's one of McToon's geometry experts, I think. Please be nice. And I mean that. Because he might be able to help us find out what the fuck flat earth geometry is. Now, I think he might be one of the ones that was telling us about planar geometry. Well, we're just talking about Euclidean geometry. In reality, book 11. I don't know whether you got that far. I think if you're just talking about planar geometry, you're just talking about the first 10 books, discounting the numbers and the primes and all of that sort of stuff. So, yeah. Book 11, primarily, which is where we live. Realising Euclid, we've got tests. The bit where straight lines, the bit of Euclidean geometry where you get to the proof of reality, the bit that disproves all of that non-Euclidean bullshit. Dahomey Don, we've got, like I said, everybody, he's got loads of little workers everywhere, McToon, you know. We've got people, Dahomey Don dropping messages in the Discord. You've got Vladim in the chat. No, not one of them have actually got the definitions. I don't know whether you understand, you guys, what geometry is. You should perhaps watch one of our Euclidean geometry days. Just where we start off with the definitions. Because that's all we need, really. The definitions of McToon's geometry. Because we've got a straight line as being the shortest distance between 2 points. And an angle being the inclination of two straight lines to one another. It's pretty simple, guys. We know McToon's can't do it. Everybody knows McToon's made up a geometry. Anybody wants to come and talk to us about making up geometries? We are the experts at doing that shit. There's nobody else made up any geometry. We've got proper, you want to talk about paraconsistent shit? We've got it all. Logical. Breakdown. It's imaginometry. It's the only geometry you'll ever need if you don't use Euclidean. If you want to stray away from Euclidean geometry, then imaginometry is your geometry. Yeah, we've got PhD Tony. He was telling us, because I've got that tweet that talks about PhD Tony talking about flat earth geometry. I'll get that. My Twitter account. What the bloody hell is that? Copy link. I don't know what NFTs are. I've not got a clue. Right. This is my...
You know, you're insisting that your flat Earth geometry geometry will work in every circumstance.
What are you talking about?
So you're
This is Euclidean geometry, dude. It's not flat Earth geometry.
Flat Earth geometry. I called you a flat earther.
Right. So what happened in that particular conversation I was having with PhD Tony? Yeah, I know. That we were talking about geometry, and as you can hear in that, PhD Tony talking about flat Earth geometry, and you might have heard me say, no, it's not flat Earth geometry, it's Euclidean geometry. I'll put it back again just so you can hear, because this is PhD Tony. And McToons, you might hear him citing it. This is from a video, from a tweet that's on my Twitter. It says, PhD Tony calls me a hashtag flat earther and talks about hashtag geometry. Learn more about hashtag flat earth geometry and how dangerous it is to the globe model at MEUK. I'm going to have to change that. I mean, I may need a new. But that is me saying this geometry that we talk about here, Euclidean geometry, and the conversation we had about that made a PhD say this sort of stuff. Just because we're talking about basic, simple Euclidean geometry. Listen.
You know, you're insisting that your flat Earth geometry will work in every circumstance.
What are you talking about?
So you're
this is Euclidean geometry, dude. It's not flat Earth geometry.
Flat Earth geometry. I called you a flat earther. This is basic.
Right? PhD Tony. Flat Earth geometry. Not me. I don't know. I shouldn't be the one to have to define flat Earth geometry. I know it's a load of bullshit. Made up by a load of people that have been in an argument too long. And not understanding actual geometry. Betty says he can say Euclidean geometry. Well, good for you, Betty. That's Euclidean geometry with the parallel postulate in place. As in, what happens in reality, right? Can't change pi. And there's nowhere else to put some extra angles for your triangle. You can't have both halves of a circle bigger. Fitting with more angles in it. It's basic geometric concepts. Euclidean geometry is Euclidean geometry because it describes reality perfectly. It is a descriptor of reality. Geometry means earth, measurement. You are going out in reality and measuring that. All right angles are equal. Two right angles within a shape confined is a triangle. It will never have any more or any less than two right angles because you've got two right angles up top and you've got two right angles down the bottom in the center of a circle. All triangles can be circumscribed. That's Euclidean. All parallels exist, obviously. Horizontals have to be parallel, or they are in reality. Everybody knows that. You can't have a square without parallels. The fundamentals of this geometry is unbelievable. And I find it sort of worrying. I find it worrying that people don't understand how simple geometry is and how easy it is for you to understand. That a square.
Sorry, Bev. I'm just saying it's scary how easy it is and how they don't understand it. It's amazing.
Yeah.
And the fact that they think that they can just take out axioms, you know, change postulates. It's amazing.
The homie Don. I mean, like, is this a special guy? Is he a new guy?
I don't think he's new, no.
You know, his geometer, one skilled in geometry, late 15th century, from Latin geometries and from Greek geometries, land measurer. Oh, Saragaki's got one there. Is Dom liking that? Is that good for you, Dom? Are you having it? Okay, here's another one.
Geometry does not mean earth measurement?
Yeah.
Are you feeling well,
I've got one.
The homie?
14th century from French. Measurement of earth or land. Geometry from confinement in the form earth, land, metra, a measuring of. Old English, earthcraft. Geometry. I mean, what have you got something that says that it isn't? These are the things, right, that in reality are so easy to define because there are standard definitions. This is mathematics. This is the basics of mathematics. Straight line, angle, perpendicular, triangle, square, semicircle. I mean, these are so fundamental that people understand what they are. Yet, when you ask people to define things, there is a logical breakdown where people forget the law of identity, or they know that if they are ever in a position where they have to define anything, they stand a chance of being proved wrong about something, so they like to leave it open. They want to post a diletheist, you know, we'll leave it there, but if at any time I want to place that axiom in at the beginning of anything to falsify stuff, then they can.
Ah, it's like I reserve the right
to
place this dualism wherever I see fit in the future.
Yeah, post-diletheism.
That's great, man. Yeah.
We're on to all of the tricks.
Pocket diletheism.
Yeah.
Put it in your back pocket, and when you need it, you just bring it out.
Yeah. Or you could even put one in your sleeve, couldn't you? You know, like a trick one. You know,
those are the quick ones. Yeah, the
yeah.
quick answer ones. You fling them out like a magician. Was this your fantasy? Pick a fantasy, like pick a card.
So this flat earth geometry that's been made up for an argument. Now, I've not heard anybody talking about this challenge. I mean, it is only McToon, but I personally have been, I don't know to say victim, but I mean, if the trolls, the super trolls, his little travelling pack of Vladim, you know, the supporters, the McToon supporters, the fan club, these are the trainee salesmen, trainee Globe salesmen, but they have a really strange delivery method for selling these globes. They just seem to demean people. They assume people are this straw man thing that they've built up, and they've obviously built it up because they've developed geometries to give people, and he's confident enough that he can put a $10,000 challenge down. I mean, you'd have to make it, obviously, you'd have to make it unobtainable. So why not be bold enough to just put a fantasy geometry right in it at the beginning?
Well, that's what he did, didn't he? He made it unattainable.
Yeah. But imagine the way he can go to all of the people that he's got. I mean, I don't know whether McToons' fan club or whatever are going, oh, that was genius, nobody's ever going to do that, McToon. Or whether they're going, oh, it's a bit cheap. Why are you doing that? Like, why are you making it so no one will ever do it? Do we not have a globe? Like, what's going on? Why put a fantasy geometry stipulation on it to make it absolutely unobtainable to anyone? He wants people to make up a geometry, right? So what anybody doing anything of his challenge to get the 10,000? I mean, people might want it. I mean, people might be desperate for it. They might think that, you know, they might have a chance at, you know, doing something. So in order to do whatever he thinks you've got to do, you've got to make up a geometry and then hand it over to him so he can ridicule it live and make money out of the ridicule of the people that come. And the people that have done it, they've had to have made up a flat earth geometry and agreed to the fact that they're using up a fantasy geometry that he's made up, and also that they're a flat earther. So McToon's got a ready-made, you've gone to him with you're a flat earther and you've made up a geometry that he's imagined. Of course he's going to make you ridicule of anybody that does that. It seems ridiculous, but I mean, I don't know whether his fans will enjoy that sort of a thing or not. I would think
Are they intelligent enough to understand that it's rigged, that this cannot be achieved using flat earth geometry because there's no such thing as flat earth geometry?
I don't know. I mean, who's he fooling? It's definitely not fooling us because we know what geometry is. And we know that that's a load of bullshit. But I've heard a lot of people talking about all of these different geometries and stuff for ages. It seems as though it's been developed into a real thing. I mean, this spoken word thing that we're talking about, you know, this wizardry and wordcraft, have they, within this argument over the years, backwards and forwards, have they developed this argument where there's flat earth geometry and there's globe earth geometry? They've just separated an imagining of what the other side do, and there's both just two strawmen groups imagining one's doing one thing, and I don't know, but I do know there's no such fucking thing as flat earth geometry, and conversely there's no such thing as globe earth geometry. They don't exist. So if anybody wants to come and defend McToon and his flat earth geometry. I know you won't, because, I mean, there's nothing there to defend. He made it up. He's admitted it. Everybody around him admits it. It's not real. So you've got to be pretty brave to put that in a challenge and whap $10,000 on it.
Or smart publicity, dude. You know, whipping up publicity.
Well, he does have that, whatever it is that he has, you know, where he labels people with the straw man thing that he does. And then, you know, just makes fun of them. I don't know whether he makes videos out of it. He might make content. He might make money out of it. Put a few videos out. Maybe put some adverts on there. Get some super chats.
Yeah, because clearly people, this is not a legit. This is not a legit contest. Like, clearly, in my opinion.
Can I mean here? McToon, I've been asking him all day. He can come and have a chat with us. Just lay down what he wants to call it. Just what geometry?
I typed in his chat
just
about
Euclidean. Use Euclidean what?
Yeah.
3D geometry, I think. Ask him what geometry did he use to measure his elevation angles. Can we use that geometry as flat earth geometry? Well, I guess it, Dom. Homie Don. Is that... Did he use flat earth geometry to measure his angles? Because that'd be interesting, wouldn't it? Vladim, that was PhD Tony. I'll put it on again. PhD Tony, Vladim, just for you. Listen to this. Listen to who says this, Vladim, and what I say to him.
You know, you're insisting that your flat Earth geometry geometry will work in every circumstance.
What are you talking about?
So
this is Euclidean geometry, dude. It's not flat Earth geometry.
Flat Earth geometry. I called you a flat earther. This is basic.
See, I thought he called me a flat earther because I was using Euclidean geometry, and he called that flat Earth geometry. I thought it was really strange when he did that. But now, don't know. Might be one of those little wizard tricks that happens. Might be one of those things that because PhD Tony said it to me, that all of these people think that it was me that said it. It wasn't. I said, no. It's not flat Earth geometry, dude. It's Euclidean geometry. You might get mistaken with me saying it's not flat Earth geometry. And get it mistaken, and McToon thinks it's me that said that, but it wasn't. It was PhD Tony. So far, on the list of people talking about flat Earth geometry, you've got PhD Tony and McToon. Isn't that weird? Isn't that weird? That we've got the two biggest globe proponents are the ones that are imagining flat Earth geometry. There's no such thing, but I mean, they might be that obsessed with flat earthers that they're imagining geometries based around this strawman group that they're talking about. Use Don saying use Euclidean geometry. All horizontals are parallel, Don. It's really weird. Why is this? When we're asking for McToon to define the flat Earth geometry that he's made up. I mean, I have told him if anybody wants to come talk about making geometries up, I can walk you through it if you want. Would that be good? Does everybody want to walk through how to make up a geometry? Because we did do that. It's been a while, isn't it, since we went over it. Or should we wait until see how well the Globers can do making a geometry up for flat earthers? Euclideans, just reality, it's 3D. The king of infinite space, they called him. There's a book. You should read it. It's a really good book about Euclid and the simplicity of it. It's give me an understanding of how simple things can be and how to not confuse things, how to not get confused by things, and to simplify it. And whole horizontals are parallel. That's another fact of reality. Can't get away from that. All the graphs that you ever see, horizontals and verticals, are perpendicular. All of them parallel to each other. All perpendiculars to a plane. Euclidean geometry is very simple, but it works in reality too. Do we have anybody in? Nobody? I think we've even lost McToons and the Vladim, is it? Is he gone?
Yeah, he's been gone.
Yeah. Okay. Oh well, let's have a go at doing. Do anyone want to see how to make up a geometry?
Well, he might be looking up some of the made-up geometry like Lobachevsky. That could be.
Yeah.
It's not the first time somebody's made up some geometry.
Okay, let's You guys want my screen? Oh. Take a while, this Discord's going really slow. Don't worry, YouTube. It does this. It takes a while. So what we're going to do is I'm going to go now and show you guys how to make up a geometry. Because this is something we did, I don't know, probably about a couple of years ago. I think we did this. My geometry. Thanks, Plague. Plague did that. This says, welcome. The geometry of reality is Euclidean geometry. This geometry doesn't support models that aren't reality. If you ever find yourself troubled by a model that doesn't fit reality, you will find yourself using Imaginometry. Now, this is just an easier way for you to explain, for me to explain non-Euclidean geometries. Bases on the fact that once you inject a contradiction into logical systems, anything can happen. And that's why we find ourselves in this state that we're in when we're talking to people. Because they have the ability to do this. This is Imaginometry. And I might be unleashing a beast here because this isn't real, right? This is a joke. But this helps you understand sort of how Euclidean geometry is formed. Euclidean geometry might make a bit more sense once you've been over Imaginometry. These are a few quotes that we had to go along with it. If I had a world of my own, everything would be nonsense. Nothing would be what it is, because everything would be what it isn't. And contrariwise, what is, it wouldn't be, and what it wouldn't be, it would. You see? That's Lewis Carroll, obviously. Alice in Wonderland. Because that's the place we get taken to quite often. I am enough of an artist to draw freely upon my imagination. Imagination is more important than knowledge, for knowledge is limited, whereas imagination encircles the world. Albert Einstein.
And that is why I call him what I call him and make fun of him.
Yeah. Whereas imagination encircles the world. That's where you have to go to in order to do that.
This is the man now that everything, just about everything, is based. The current fantasy model is based on this clown. And yes, I called Einstein a clown, yes.
And we've got a few more quotes. I don't even know who wrote these. One of the hardest things in the world is to convey a meaning accurately from one mind to another. That's true. When I used to read fairy tales, I fancied that kind of thing never happened. And now, here I am, in the middle of one. Imagination is the only weapon in the war against reality. I think this was DP. If, in explanation, the imagination is evoked, you must, from that point forward, imagine that you are entering the realm of Imaginometry. And remember, you are now in control of this. So these are the definitions. Euclidean geometry starts off with definitions. That's what we start off with here too. Definition 1. All definitions are meaningless. Rufus. These are quotes that we've been given. This Imaginometry is based upon our talkings with people and their imaginings of things. So we know all definitions are meaningless. Number 2. Any and all defined definitions can be redefined.
That sounds like a Brendaism.
Definition 3. Any defined definitions that have been redefined become the definitive definition until being redefined. See definition 1. I thought we'd just go over it a bit. Number 4, definition number 4. If a definition doesn't fit, conjure a new one. Remember, you're in control. Narniation is expected. Always refer to definition 1. Definition 1, all definitions are meaningless. Thanks, Ruhif. Number 5. A point is that which you can imagine as being a series of interconnected points, making up everything from nothing or making something into nothing. That's rather technical and only for the advanced use. Number 6. The duration alone of either verbal or written definitions reinforces your definition or redefinition. Definitions finished. Nobody needs to know any more than that. Basically, all definitions are meaningless. Just remember that.
Stello.
These are the postulates for imaginometry. Number 1. Anything can be imagined. Number 2. Anything that can be imagined to have been imagined in the future. I like that one. I was wondering that.
That's a good one.
Yeah, we have fun with this. Once the conceptualized, number 3, once the conceptualized imaginings are envisioned to be truly imagined, then the imaginometrist can become the imaginometor. It's all in how much you imagine it. Once you really imagine things, you can imagine.
So that's how Einstein gained his power, I imagine. He used that one a lot.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That comes from the fact that people always become an automatic expert, right? All they have to do is think about it, and then they're in charge.
It's like you get a black belt after a certain amount of imagination, right?
Yeah.
And then you can teach. Okay, got it.
Yeah. Number 4. A solitary individual can envisage their imaginings as being the imaginings of the whole. Therefore, an individual's imaginings can be imagined as the consensus. That's good.
That's deep, that one. That's deep.
So
you have the power of the whole.
Yeah, you have the power of consensus.
That's a rumpus.
Yeah, because you can imagine you have everybody with you.
Yeah, you speak for everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can see where this stuff's coming from, right?
Oh, yeah, I can tell the individual
this is the power
saying
of
it.
Imaginometry. There's no number 5. That may be. It's the 5th postulate's missing. Oops. Number 6. Anything that can be imagined to be real. There you go. That's
a must.
That's deep as well. Right.
Wait a minute. Before you carry on with number 7, I have to ask: Did we just eliminate the 5th postulate?
It might appear back.
Very fitting.
Was it in a previous edit or edition or anything? I'm just asking for a friend.
It might turn up in the axioms a bit.
I say we bring it in and we change it a bit.
to wait till you read it.
Okay. All right. Thanks for the clarification.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Number 7. That which isn't something else can exist as something within the imaginings. That's a technical one as well, right? Again, that which isn't something else can exist as something within the imaginings. Just in case. So that's a big contradiction. That which can be imagined to be bigger than imaginable. or smaller.
Now that one's good.
Yeah, that's a good one. Just imagine something to be bigger than you can imagine.
That's like saying the parts are greater than the whole.
That's the Penrose, right? That. No, bigger. Make it bigger.
Bigger.
Right. So that's the end of the postulates. Axioms. Axiom 1. This is the only thing you really need to understand. Is globe. Or it doesn't really matter. You can change that. This is imaginometry. Just for an example, not wanting to pick anybody out, but you could say it's flat. This works for any models. It works for anything. You can, you know.
This is like Benny Hill type good, you know?
Yeah. Axiom 1 is globe, and then afterwards it has to be, right? It just has to be because Axiom 1 states it. You're done with it.
Like I can hear that music in the background. You know that Benny Hill thing?
Number 2. All imaginings must assume a shape. You can't have anybody imagining something that doesn't have a shape to it. That would be... Well, I don't know. Try imagining something without shape. Anything in reality can be imagined differently. Number 3. Anything in reality can be imagined differently. 3.3. 3.3.
This is for the Freemasons.
Axiom 3.3. Yeah.
3.3.
When your imagined shape is under an augmented threat of another's imagined competing shape, then the imaginometrist must imagine that the thought violator must be willfully ignorant of the imaginometrist's perception and automatically reject the opposing thought shape.
Absolutely.
Have to do away with it. If your axiom is globe and their axiom is flat, then you're the imaginometer. You can just automatically reject that other person's whatever because your axiom states shape.
You have the power. If someone says a square has only 4 sides, you can say no. A square can have 5 sides.
Yep. Yeah, it's easy. Number 4. This is always handy. All evidence is assumed evidence of your model. Just have it all, everything. That proves whatever. That proves that. You can do that. This geometry literally works. And you probably might have heard it. This works for any non-Euclidean geometry. You definitely don't need to understand Euclidean geometry to know any of this. Number 5. Any evidence contrary to your model can be assumed as evidence for your model. That's a good one. I like that one.
That's a good one. Yeah.
You just automatically assimilate anything that way. It more proof for your model. That stuff that doesn't seem to prove it.
We are Borg. No matter what you have, we take it, we make it ours.
And I like this. Was my favourite one. I did it ages ago. If it doesn't logically fit the model, then the logic must be illogical. Hey, yeah. Defense mechanism, that's diletheism, right?
Yeah, that's right there, built in, yeah.
Yeah. This is the diletheist axiom book for being able to go with it. Number 7. Reality cannot be disproved and does not need imagining. The sole purpose of imaginometry is to envelop a unique, personalized, idiosyncratic conceptualization of an individualized, fabricated corporal reality. I'll leave that up to you. Number 8. If at any time an imaginometrist is asked to provide evidence, then the imaginometrist must obfuscate and ask the offender to provide the evidence they require. This is called a subversal. You might have heard that one quite often. I notice it quite a lot. They can't provide evidence, so they flip it round on you. It works quite good. You might not have seen it before. And this is where
they're doing a lot of that lately. That's their tactic.
Yeah.
They get stuck in something and then they say, "Can you explain? Okay, explain me this then." Why are you asking me to explain your model to you? Yeah.
Starting to go. My water distiller started switching on all of its own accord. Right. The 5th postulate. Here it is. If an imaginometry axiom meet a perceived axiomatic obstruction as to cause the imaginometrist distress, then the imaginometrist should disregard the offending thought and fabricate a new axiom. This is one of the steps in becoming the imaginometor.
Somebody was telling us that just 2 days ago.
Yeah. That's the 5th postulate of imaginometry.
That's
if
beautiful.
It's something you don't like, just get rid of it and put a new one in.
Yeah, that's what we've been hearing for the past, I don't know how long now.
We've got a few of these, we call these the imaginings, because as with all imaginometries, it's not real. You can't actually put them into reality. They're all in the mind. That's why people have problem drawing the things, and that's why Blue should never
make
have
some
drawn
axioms too. We should make some axioms. Like open is closed.
Oh, well, yeah, these are the conceptualizations of the. We've got the first and only conceptualization of a shape within imaginometry is the Dornagon. Thanks, Dawn. Dawn helped us out with this one. A 2-dimensional radiusless spherithought that will become the envisioning framework to build many a fabrication upon.
Did you say spherithought?
A radiusless spherithought. Yeah, the Dornagon.
That's good, man.
It is simply a mind shape made up of 2 or more straight lines sharing common segments. As in all of imaginometry, there's no knowing what your personal conceptualization of the Dornagon is. But here's a few of the imaginings of others have included. Number 1, the horizon. A horizontal Dornagon of undefined proportions. Number 2, a water level, a vertical Dornagon of dimensions defined by a model proportions. Rumpus does that. Number 3, a Dornagon is a good way to envisage how you conceptually make all parallel lines intersect. Just imagine it.
Disco ball. Yeah.
Any imagined orbit can be conceptualized as a Dornagon in your mind. Try it. It's a straight line that returns back on itself. Technically only a one line Dornagon, straight line. It's a bit harder to do, but I mean, surely you can do it. A 33 cornodon is an example of a perceived dornagon. How many can you envisage? And I've also put here, if a misunderstanding of 2 dimensions is not enough for you, then you can always add as many extra dimensions as required to a dornagon and conceptualize an imaginahedron. Please use caution. Be aware of the Penroseogram. If this occurs, don't tell anyone and keep calm. And then these are further imaginings. I wrote some of these down quite a bit ago. They actually got told to us. So, imagine a 2D surface with all points equidistant from a point. Submitted by Brad the Science Guy. Thanks, Brad. Been a while. Any shape defined and proven within Euclidean geometry can be imagined differently in imaginometry, as in Axiom 3, and imagined by multiple people, including Jem Panda, PhD Tony, Fight the Flat Earth, and the astronaut's son, M. Scott Veach. A triangle having more than 180 degrees, spherical axis, an impossibility in Euclidean geometry, are easily imagined differently in imaginometry. And then I've got imaginometry humour. What do you call a sphere with no radius? A 2D surface. Question. How do you make a circle have more than 360 degrees? Turn it into a triangle with 3 times 180 degrees and it will become great. Globe philosophy is anyone knowing anything from reality that contradicts the model is wrong. Anyone not believing the writings of the great shadow giant modelers of the past is wrong.
That should be an axiom.
And I've got here practical help. If you're ever confronted with someone exposing you to the horizontal paradox or other related paradoxes, then you can use the equipotential angle of adjustment. This can be used to mentally adjust and confuse anyone questioning acceptable paradoxes today. More details is still being found on its uses, and we will update. So that's just a quick rundown of some of the work that we've been doing within imaginometry to help people dealing with, obviously, when we show them Euclidean geometry, they start making up geometries. Willy-nilly, they just... There's a new geometry here, there's a new geometry there. McToon has come up with flat earth geometry. I think he made globe earth geometry, but it may be that somebody else has been helping him out with that. I don't know. Flat earth geometry and globe earth geometry is all we're asking for McToon or one of these cronies. I mean, it would be good if McToon were to make a video. We went over to his Discord server today. There doesn't seem to be anything about this challenge on his Discord server. It's almost like he's not taking it seriously. I'm beginning to wonder whether he's actually got the 10,000 or whether he's just pretending all of that. So if anybody, McToon or any of your guys wants to come and come and talk to us about making geometries up? Want to give us any of the definitions of it? Have we got anyone in? What have we got? Book of Wonders quote. Should I be quoting? Dahomey Don. So Euclidean geometry. See, I'm not a flat earther, so I'm not going to be doing McToons' challenges. I think McToons is sort of limited his audience as well for who's going to do his challenge. You're stuck to a flat earther that's going to have to make up whatever McToons imagines as a flat earth geometry in order to make up the challenge for him to give 10k over, hand it over. Dave Weiss's challenge at least was open to a few more people. McToons limited himself and sort of shown himself to be, I don't know, I'd say a little bit dishonest. I don't know who he's fooling though more. Is he fooling his people? Or is he fooling the flat earthers? I don't think he's fooling any flat earthers. None of the flat earthers are going to do his challenge. I don't think there's anybody equipped to know what's going on with the sextant. I don't think there's anybody equipped to know on the globe side. I think this is a double play, because McToon can't do celestial navigation because you can do fuck all with an angle. So I don't know what I think McToon is using this as a finger pointing method to point fingers away from himself. If he's the one pointing the finger, then it can't be him that has the finger pointed at him. He's not fooling any of us. I don't think he'll readily admit nobody will do his challenge. So I don't really know why he's done it. It's not really helping him get any publicity as far as I know, unless within the standing that he's in within his little community, the little hate group that he has, everybody with a hate boner for flat earthers, they're all obsessed with it. We went over there to his Discord server today and it was embarrassing. It's embarrassing. There's a load of adults there that just sort of assume everybody's a flat earther. You go in there to ask some questions about what his geometry is. I would say it's about time they sort of grow up a bit. We are not flat earthers here. But if you've got a challenge for us to do, in reality, we wouldn't mind having a go at it. But lay down your stipulations and let us know what we have to do. It's ridiculous doing that. There's loads of people that might want that money. Might think that they have a shout for it. And judging by the whatever we got today from McToon and his boys, I mean, McToon wanted me to define flat Earth geometry for him. If I could use Imaginometry, then I guess I could use it, couldn't I? Have a go at his challenge. I just use those angles and get wherever I was, and that'll be right within about 2 miles. Put me, where am I? You're here. Okay, then what do you want me to do? Find where you are. Right, I'm here. Done. Like, why would you ever want to navigate and to find out where you are? That's one of the most ridiculous ideas I've ever heard. Here we go. Here's the globe salesman. I don't get why you want to be doing that, George. I'm not a flat earther. I'm the one person that cannot have contradictions. You show me a contradiction, I'll say thank you very much. I'll have to fix that. Now, if I have a proof that it is not flat, then how can I be a flat earther, George? You muppet. You've been in this too long, man. Grow up. It's not flat, obviously. Start about talking about real shit. It's always the boomers, George. We were talking about that earlier. Did you watch on the telly a load of men messing about with rockets pretending they were walking on a big floating space rock? George is saying, lol, I'm a fake flat earther. I'm not a flat earther, so call it whatever you want, George. You only live in reality. It's good for Hump Day. Do you know what a flat earth geometry is, George? Do you want to have your input? Help McToon out. He doesn't seem to know. What do you think flat earth geometry is? What should he have put instead of flat earth geometry? What should McToon have wrote instead of you can only use flat earth geometry, George? Because it's obviously not real, is it? There's no such thing as flat earth geometry. Just like there's no such thing as globe earth geometry. That's right, isn't it, George? There's only one geometry in reality that we use. RBD, even RBD face used Euclidean geometry. We'll go over RBD face for you guys some point. George can't stop thinking about us. It's not FE. It's us. He wants to come and label us with that bullshit thing that he's doing. He thinks he can sell a globe to people by saying that other people are flat earthers. It's a really weird technique. And I'm not too sure how many he's ever sold.
I can see George as a traveling globe salesman.
Yeah. That's a good one. Oh, George, don't be so butthurt. It's so bad, George. If I can prove it's not flat, how can I be a flat earther? Come on, George. Even you should be able to see that contradiction. Most people should be able to see that. And since we're in a debate arena, then how stupid would that be? Being able to prove it's a flat earther, but saying you're a flat earther? That's ridiculous. That's an instant fail. We did say that the other day to somebody who came round here with a flat earth tag. So how do you deal with that contradiction of holding that tag with the knowing that it's not flat? Shout out Rob Keane. We know Rob can do it, but he'll readily admit, he'll tell you it's not flat. So it's okay being honest about it, but I wouldn't want to go with that into a debate or anything. George will be travelling to the UK as a travelling globe salesman.
Yeah,
George the Globesman.
Yeah, I would just say that, kind of like we said to the person that came around yesterday, is, at least for us, words mean things. So, flat means flat. I'm looking at my desk. No elevation changes. It's flat. Sorry, guys. Words mean things. But then again, I mean, you can go back to the axioms and the postulates, right, of imaginometry and say definitions don't have meaning. So there you have it.
Yeah, if you can have imaginometry, then like anything goes. It doesn't really matter. Which I think, I mean, imaginometry works for anyone that doesn't really want to bother looking at Euclidean geometry. That goes for flat earthers too. Anyone really. If you don't really want to bother looking into Euclidean geometry, or think that it might sort of, I don't know, might put up a few barriers, it may be too much for you. You may want to be in the non-Euclidean, right? You may find it more comfortable. You may want to eat the steak rather than slopping about with the gruel. But I wouldn't say it's like that. I'd say it's the other way around. There's a sense that when you take on Euclidean geometry and you take on that explosive and find out how the truth value works and how you can keep that truth value, exactly what it means, then the imaginometry, it turns into the joke that it is. It never makes it into reality. There's only one geometry that makes it into the 3D world, and that's Euclidean. All of the other ones are imaginometries within imagination only. You could perhaps make an imaginometry in the computer and try and conceptualize it, but it's only ever going to be 2D. It's not going to be ever realized. As in with pi and triangles. Reality is Euclidean, obviously, and it upsets people, I think. That's why McToon's trying to keep all of his trolls out of the way of it. He wants to claim victory. He wants to be able to say that I'm the one that's not doing his challenge, when all I'm trying to do is find out why he's decided to make up a geometry that isn't real to put out as a challenge for $10,000. I'd say that's slightly dishonest, and it needs pointing out. They're coming open with all of the trolls. I mean, that's why we've only got one. We've only got Trulin. Who is that? Is that just one of the accounts? You could at least bring 2 accounts in, dude. Mind you, we're not that. Oh, he is, George. You got some backup. See you later, George. Thanks a lot. Thanks for popping by. George wants to hear other people talking. Ah. See you later, George. Why do people in this arena are so obsessed with flat earthers? What is it? I mean, I know the triggering fact that makes people into globers, adult globers, because obviously at some point somebody's challenged them with a fact of reality. And that's what makes the globe earther. Then I think there's a knock-on effect that the globe earther gets so triggered by a person questioning them, showing them a contradiction, that the cog disc reaction is so extreme. They treat everybody as an enemy to their model, and they start making more flat earthers. And these particularly bad ones, you know them, Fight the Flat Earth, McToon, but the trolls that come with them, that feed everybody in to it. There's a big, massive funnel of all of these little trolls, and they feed down, and eventually, if you've met enough trolls, and if those trolls have noticed you, and they've put you onto one of the big guys, McToons, or Fight the Flat Earth, or Conspiracy Cats, maybe you've found your way to Gem Panda's Discord server, maybe you've made it to 24/7. Maybe, you know, like you could have come anywhere. You might have made it to this Discord server, and then you've automatically come into the chat and you've been confronted by one of these trolls, right? And their whole idea is to funnel you and get you onto McToons or Fight the Flat Earth, or who else have we got? I can't know. Any one of the debunkers, right? That they want to talk to people, but they demean flat earthers. So everybody, the naive ones, get funneled in onto these channels, and they don't they don't know what they're expected to be able to do. They might think that they're going to have a chat with somebody about something that they might have just discovered or whatever, but they meet people like Fight the Flat Earth and McToon, Conspiracy Cats, and they just sort of get obfuscated. Everything just gets confounded, and then all of the baggage that those particular people come with, they come with arguments. I mean, Fight the Flat Earth and McToon and all of that have got arguments already pre-planned on how to beat people within an argument. And it seems like one of their main arguments is just to label you as a flat earther. Then they can win. It's obviously a fact what they do. They've been trying to label me with flat earther for ages. I've been shown tweets from 2019 today that they've saved. 3 years they've held on to tweets where I was talking about defending flat earthers because the vitriol and lack of evidence that the Globers have ever had, that makes more flat earthers as far as I'm concerned. They wouldn't make as many flat earthers if they weren't as horrible to people. Because a lot of people see them and think, oh, I don't want to be one of those. What are they? They're globe earthers. And I definitely wouldn't want to be part of that gang. The Flat Earth gang and the Globe Earth gang have definitely, it's like the Bloods and the Crips. Red versus blue. And then there's all of the other colours and everything, but red versus blue is the big fight, and they're not bothered about anybody else. Everybody else is just either red or blue to them, because that's all they're bothered fighting about. It's a useless conversation that we need to get out of. And I want McToon to be upfront with what he thinks flat Earth geometry is. And it would be good if he would also admit that the challenge that he's done is directly been made for Nathan. That's it. He's not made it for the random person. I mean, who's got the sextant? Who's got navigation skills with a sextant? I mean, I haven't even got a boat. What use would a sextant and a whatever it is that they have to do? I mean, I've never even talked to anybody yet that knows anything about the sextant argument other than the fact it measures angles.
Nobody has these skills. I'm willing to wager nobody, and the people that we talk to, not one has that skill.
Yeah, and McToon said to us today, we've been claiming we can do all sorts of things. Well, we haven't. Not one of the people in this server has claimed anything about the sextant other than it measures angles. That's it. Why would we possibly want to do his challenge? We say you can do fuck all with an angle. As far as I'm concerned, the entire challenge is impossible. But then you put on the fact that McToons has stipulated you have to use a geometry that he's made up. You ask him, what is that geometry that you've made up? And he says, just have a go. Trial and error. You tell us what geometry it is you want to use. It's ridiculous. And he's meant to be one of the top Globe Earth proponents. That's right, Paige. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I would imagine after knowing where we are at the minute and how hard it is for anybody to talk to anybody, I would imagine that there's nobody talking from either side with anybody on the other side, except for trolls in YouTube chat comments. Nothing else. Nobody else is talking to anybody else. I will ask, and I'll probably be going over for a trip to a Discord server to go and see whether we can get a chat with anybody about this sort of stuff. We normally end up getting kicked from Discord servers from doing things like that, but it's worth a go. We might even pop over there later tonight. See if the crew fancies a trip out. Anybody else fancy coming over? Fancy going out for a Discord trip later? What do you reckon, guys? Anybody in the...
Where do you figure on going?
Discord. Discord hopping. Later
I've been doing that a little bit lately, so no sweat, yeah.
I'll see if anybody from the YouTube chat wants to come in later on when we finish. We'll go for an after party somewhere at a Discord server and see whether we can say hello, make some new friends, see whether we can find out what flat earth geometry is from people, see whether we can get people to imagine what flat earth geometry might be.
Maybe McToon might have us over, explain to us, well, I think that's really redundant now, right? There's no use, right? I mean, what could he possibly say?
I don't know. It'd be good to go for a chat with Blue, but I think Blue and Bob are, I know.
He wouldn't go anywhere near us.
They'd be wise to, right? Keep away.
I would say so, yeah.
McToon's not got any proofs, has he? I don't think so.
No, as a matter of fact, he says he cannot prove the globe on one of his, I think it was with Red Pill? Yeah, I think it was with Red Pill. Shout out Red Pill.
I've never chatted with Red Pill. I can remember watching his
I never
videos
chatted with him
really
either.
early on.
But he smoked McToon. He made him admit that he has no proof for his fantasy globe.
Yeah, I think I've only ever been over there with McToon when we were doing the surveying thing, and he had backup. If McToon wants to have a chat about something, I mean, I'd like to know how he does his challenge and all of that. I mean, if he wants to come and promote his challenge or whatever, he's welcome to come over here at any time. And there's got to be some sort of crossover with us doing the geometry, logic, reality tests. We do not have, though, any sextant guys, but Beddy's got a sextant club. A navigating, what did he call it? Cell Nav or what? Something. Celestial Navigation Club. Like a Boy Scouts, but for adults with sextants, where they go out and measure angles to lights in the sky. Mainly the sextant argument, I think. Is it an argument? I don't even know. It's not an argument, is it? Or have people turned it into an argument? It should be a demonstration, surely.
Yeah, show us how it's done.
Or an explanation. Because
it's like a lost art. Nobody navigates using a sextant anymore.
Well,
I mean, very few people know this skill.
It is the sextant, and a sextant measures angles, and all angles are obviously Euclidean.
Yeah.
So, I mean, what can be done? I mean, that's where when we say you can do fuck all with an angle, we know that once you've got the angle, nobody's ever been able to explain anything other than that.
I know a guy who
Oh,
paid for a Euclidean angle.
You paid a man to do it. Have you seen the latest video? He was controlling.
Shout out Wally.
Yeah. Did you see the latest video? Yeah, Wally paid somebody to measure well, he didn't measure an angle with it, did he? He just filmed some lights in the sky, and Wally imagined an angle from it somewhere. He probably read it on the screen somewhere. But latest one today, there was a video put in our chat this morning from Wolfie. And Wolfie's in America. He's gone over to America to do what, I don't know what. I said on holiday, but apparently not. And Wolfie had took his telescope to America, and Wally was controlling it in Australia. Great, it was moving in the daylight. Wolfie had set his telescope up in the daylight, so Wally in Australia could make it move. I thought that was amazing.
Mind control or remote?
Yeah, just
internet
technology. It's amazing. It's amazing. But you know, like Buster was saying, you can't really play music because the timing's not right. But I don't know. Wally and Wolfie, what a team. They've all got new telescopes. Like Bob. Be teaming up. Maybe that's what Wolfie's gone for. It might be God to help Bob set his telescope up. That's what Bob might have been doing. He might have been setting his telescope up so he could impress Wolfie when Wolfie comes over. Keep an eye out. Wally, the Wolf Pack number 2, has said that he's on operations over here. Over there in America. Was like I was in America then. I went on holiday for a bit. Yeah, so strategical globe operations going on over there with Wolfie in America. What have we got dip for? Dip. Well, that might be some good fun times. I wonder if Flat Nose Hero's ever been over to McToon's. Globe Earth geometry, flat Earth geometry, two things that are not real. I've got a cat in front of me that's wanting to be stroked. What's up with you? Dip meaning from 1965. We used to have dip dabs. I can remember those. Those are like little things with sherbet in them. I think they changed the stick of the sherbet on them. So, Hump Day, flat Earth geometry. Has anybody got anything to say about the lack of McToon, or anybody from the globe side, or the flat Earth side actually? Because what do the flat Earthers think of McToon giving you geometry? Is there any flat Earthers that think, wow, McToon's given us a geometry? Thank you very much. Is it a deal? Have the flat Earthers done a deal with the globe Earth side to keep an argument going round and round, and you've agreed that each of you can have your own geometries, and you can both do the same things but with different geometries? Don't know. Cat's looking at me as though I don't know. What are you doing? What? Oh yeah, David. Why did you put the definition of dip in the chat? That's very strange, but. I don't get the idea of why you've left us a dip in the chat. Oh, come on, get off me keyboard. Come on. Cats everywhere. It's bloody hot here as well in the UK. I don't know what's going on. I think turn the central heating off. So I've spent a day today, not that it's been work or anything, but mostly on Twitter and Discord, hopefully trying to find out what flat Earth geometry is, and I've found out nobody knows. Nobody's got a clue. Everybody's just made it up, and everybody seems compliant, at least within this argument anyway, to just go along with the fact that people are just making up geometry to have an argument with people about something that's not really an argument, not really worth arguing about it. And I don't personally think the actual flat Earth, as in literal flat Earth, the one that everybody calls everybody else, I don't think that exists. Well, in fact, I know it doesn't exist because it's definitely not flat. It's measurably not flat. I know how that measurement takes place, and I know that all horizontals are parallel. I definitely know that all horizontals are not circles, because a horizontal is a straight line, geometrically. And if straight lines exist, which they definitely do, because if straight lines didn't exist, you wouldn't be able to have a circle. Or you wouldn't be able to have a circle with the ratio of pi. That's a bit... that to me has been the biggest thing. I think that the Globers will have to deal with. So thank you, Brenda, for bringing that up, giving us the opportunity of that. Thank you for having Pi as your avatar. And thank you for showing us that the globe model's not really got anything. Thank you, globe modelers, believers, for helping us on our journey to free ourselves from a ridiculous argument. But thank you for the things to come and all of the bits you're going to get triggered about when we start talking about our tests. And thank you to all of the flat earthers that are going to get triggered by us as well, saying it's not flat. Sorry. Sorry for talking about reality as though it's reality and not getting into a debate scene. You wouldn't want us in there anyway. They've slowly been trying to push us out of that argument anyway. We never wanted to be in it, but obviously you have to go and talk to people about things. I think we now know why we were talking to people about things, but that's obviously going to change, as it has to. Conversations change and conversations move on, and yeah, we are going to go through a bit of a change. I think everybody in this arena is going through a bit of a change. If when the top globe proponents, people like McToon, have been getting away with this sort of shit for ages, then when they start putting up $10,000 challenges, which is Billy Big Balls, right? I mean, that's entering another level. He's showing people how much money he's got. He can just throw money around, put $10,000 in there. It's going well for the globe. I mean, McToon's is doing well, obviously. This globe, adult globe earther, making Lego, adult globe Lego models. I mean, it's paying. I seen the globe model, the Lego model that he made, 260 quid it said. I mean, you might be able to get it cheaper. With lights, it had lights and all sorts of stuff on it. 260 quid. Now he must be paying well. I don't know whether he does GoFundMe's or stuff, or whether they, it was like a fan request, OnlyFans request, where somebody says, I'll give you some money if you do a live presentation of you building Lego. And there was comments on his video and everything, so it wasn't for children. It was an adult challenge. Right? No, not an adult challenge. It was an adult live stream where he live streamed himself making a Lego model for his fans. He had participants in his live stream. I was asking Emma whether she'd pay me to make a Lego model of something. She said no. I said I wouldn't really make Lego models. It's stuff you do for kids, and I haven't got kids at the minute. Well, I have, but I think they've gone past the age of making Lego models with us. Did that at about 10. But I'm guessing some... I don't want to put any adults off. If you are an adult that likes building Lego models, then, I'm not bashing on you. Just thinking, it's strange that some of the adult things that the globe earthers get involved in. Because it's a bit childish, really. I mean, flat Earth's a bit of a conspiracy or something that people just get into. People get fallen into with a false dichotomy. You get to choose sides, and I mean, some people might just choose flat Earth side because they just simply don't want to be on that globe side because they're boring as fuck. They don't seem to know how to laugh. They're very strange sense of humour and all of that. It's very strange. So the adult globe earthers seem to me like they may be stuck in childhood. They, making Lego models and rockets, astronauts. It just make believe and fantasy and non-Euclidean. It does seem like a childhood sort of thing.
Bev, sometimes I need to learn how to smile. I haven't smiled in a while.
Download a personality from the internet and learn how to smile. This is very strange behaviour from a group of adults with, like I say, he had comments on it. Wasn't a video for children. Literally an adult video of a grown man making a Lego model. Like I say, I don't want to bash on the Lego model building community of YouTube at all. But I didn't expect the globe Earth, because they're really serious about the globe. It doesn't seem like a childish thing, really. I mean, 260 quid for a Lego model. I mean, that's not a childish sort of thing to be going for, but don't know. GoFundMe? Or did he buy it out of his own pocket? I mean, if he has got enough money to be putting $10,000 away for giving it to Brainy Beaver to keep hold of till some flat earthers decide to make up a geometry and complete his challenge. And at the same time as he's doing that, he's buying globe Earth Lego models and then doing live streams. I mean, it must pay well. Or he must have those ads turned way up. Or people paying the dues for him, right? He might be like a mob boss of the globe Earth side. McToon, laundering money through his challenges. What do you reckon? Do you reckon there's a chance he is laundering money through that? Challenges that can never be completed. I like the idea of that. It's looking like the proof project. We should start that up as well, Essie. Are we ready to start that back up again?
Yeah, for sure.
It seems to be like going hand in hand for this sort of thing, doesn't it? Because we do have proofs in geometry and in reality. And it seems like people don't know what the geometry is with the proof. This might be the right time for us to explain the test, the geometry, and what proof is. And then we'll be able to see whether McToon can do the same. And maybe the flat earthers as well, the same.
This might be the right time because the community seems to be obsessed with the Coriolis for the past week. That's all I've been hearing. So maybe this is a good time for a change, yeah. I think most people are ready for something different.
Yeah, DER's in the chat there, says he knows that no flat earther could ever show a sextant can work on a flat surface. So he doesn't need to worry about playing out. I mean, that's how confused everybody is at the minute.
He knows, huh? Yeah.
He knows that no flat earther could ever show a sextant can work on a flat surface. It just measures angles. So, I mean, why does DER think that nobody could prove that a sextant could work on a flat surface? Why is that That's ridiculous. How does he imagine that?
That's funny. If he wasn't worried, why is he in the chat?
Why can't he define the geometry that people are meant to be using if he knows nobody's going to be able to do it? That just seems really ridiculous. Yeah, you can measure an angle anywhere. But I would have thought it should have been easier to measure it from a... Well, you don't need a flat plane anywhere to measure an angle. This is what I mean. I don't understand where they've got this argument from, or what even the argument they think it is, because there's 10th Man and Nathan Oakley and QE and all of them. They've done their sextant thing. I don't know about the conversation that goes on between. Who's talked to who about what, and what exactly is the argument? Like I said earlier, it should be a presentation about how you actually do it. There shouldn't be an argument about it. Why is there an argument about it? It's the use of a tool. It's like, I've got a saw. Can we have an argument about how to use a saw, or what a saw's used for, or what you can do with a saw? Or do you just sort of show people what you can do with it? It doesn't make any sense at all, logically. Step 1 should be, explain what the argument's about and why you're doing it. McToon's argument is directly aimed at Nathan Oakley and 10th Man QE. I don't want to be involved with an argument that I've never been involved in just because somebody else has a beef with somebody else. I think McToon's has got a hard on for Nathan, and he wants to directly compete and get Nathan to take on an argument that he's made up himself. It doesn't exist. It's not a real argument. He's made up a geometry that Nathan won't know anything about. And Nathan doesn't want to take on the argument. McToon saved up $10,000 for this. This is a big plan. You don't just wake up one morning and decide to put $10,000 in an escrow for a challenge and make up the challenge for flat earth geometry to be used. There's a bit of thought gone into this. We get an oh my god, Bev. What's that for? What did I do? What did I do? Did I put the cat amongst the pigeons? I need to go and put the kettle on. How's everybody doing? You feeling like a bit of a chat? Or you want to bust the music while I put some... put the kettle on? He's put it in escrow. He's give it to Brainy Beaver, hasn't he? Brainy Beaver got escrow.
Music.
Go on then. See, Buster, what have we got? Any recommendation? Anybody? Buster song?
It's my turn.
Go on.
My turn.
Go on then.
Let me get that one chance. Hit me one time.
One chance. Okie dokie. Are you listening on Discord? On YouTube, right? I'm just going to go for a quick break. Yeah. One chance, Buster, while I'm gone. Enjoy.
Confidence in the things that I know. I have enough wisdom to see the logic will be shown. I got one chance to show you what I got. I got one chance to show I'm confident or not. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, and the fools are running away. It's not what you say, it's only what you can prove. You better watch your step, you better mind your P's and Q's. You got one chance, show me what you got. You got one chance, show you confident or not. Don't get caught in a matrix of all of these fakers. Society's spinning, and I'm just here living on the ground. Self-evident reason, logically thinking, and the fools are running away. You're flipping over backwards to show me where you think you are. Your model dictates that you never see too far. Shrinking in the distance, you can do fuck all with an angle, and the fools are running away.
Appreciate it, Beth.
I'm back.
Yeah.
How long was that been gone for?
It's only 20 seconds.
20 seconds, okay. We're
Yeah,
back.
20 seconds.
People stuck around for us. Thank you very much for sticking around. Yeah, so money in the bank from McToons. He's doing well. I think it's Dave Weiss that's done this and started it. Maybe, go on. Maybe McToons is thinking himself as the Globe Earth Dave Weiss. Maybe he got jealous of all of the proof talks that we were having. McToon decided to take it away from everyone. Maybe he saw how the proof was not to be had from the Globe Earth side. That's what we were finding. They don't know what a proof is. So proofs don't exist. Maybe trump up some sort of a plan where you can switch the attention away from the fact that there are no proofs on the globe side. There's no geometric proofs. There's no such thing on the globe side, and maybe switch it. Maybe switch the whole thing into everybody talking about flat Earth geometry and globe Earth geometry. How everybody thinks differently about what a model is and what geometry is and how geometry works, and maybe you might be able to keep an argument going again for another few years. I think it's just strange how see what McToon's been doing. I'll just check Twitter to see whether we've got anything in there. Probably not.
What's really strange is that McToon says there's no proof for the globe, yet he says the sextant only works on a globe. But for some reason, that won't prove his globe for him.
Yeah.
He seems confused. Confused guy.
Yeah, they keep trying to quote me as
the sextant proof.
Go on.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, this is the sort of stuff I'm getting. I'll put this in the chat. Now, I don't know. Social media, people are out there on social media all the time doing all sorts of things. And this is a direct reply to me from Grey Analyst. He's one of the mathematicians that we've had the 2D, 3D arguments with. I think he's over there. He might be listening in. Grey, one of the Gem Panda crew. He says, Flurfs have been proclaiming boldly that sextants kill the globe Earth. Well, I don't know who's done that. That's not me. He's telling me this, that Flurfs do this. I mean, I've not done that. Yeah, he says that. And it says, when MCT issues a challenge to use one determining position with no globe presuppositions, suddenly it's all fantasy, straw man, and harassment. You got wrong. You got one thing right. Of course, no one will compete. So that's the people on McToon's side that no one's ever going to compete with it. Why even do it in the first place? Why put 10,000? Why give 10,000 to Brainy Beaver to hold on to? I don't know what the point of it is. Not got a clue. This is the sort of stuff that you have to deal with on. I mean, I don't ask for any of these people to comments like this. We're trying to find out what flat earth geometry is, and then you get told that Flurfs have been proclaiming boldly that sextants do something. Well, I haven't been doing that. Why should I be the one that gets talked about like that? Yeah, no more purple hazies. I don't know who that is. But yeah, they on Twitter. I mean, I don't know whether he's on. He does a lot of Facebook. I don't know anybody on Facebook because I'm not on Facebook. But I presume McToon's doing this sort of thing everywhere. He's going round waving Nathan Oakley on the end of a stick with $10,000 saying, prove it for us. It's not fair. It's not fair on the people that should be doing it, because somebody sold this as an argument. An angle finding device. For proof of the shape of something. Does that need any more to say than that? Somebody's been sold an argument about an angle measuring device. Somebody else has decided to do a challenge to get somebody to use that angle measuring device and make up an entire geometry to win $10,000. Also, he can go around taunting people with things that other people say. How about that? Develop a straw man argument and then bash people with that straw man argument, saying that the straw man have said something else, so you have to do that. Oh, it's getting boring though, so anybody else got to want to change the topic? I guess I'm just a bit frustrated that all day we've been trying to do that and we've just met with people obfuscating rather than just answering a simple question. But no doubt we'll get the talking bit. Just frustrating when nobody wants to come and talk, and you know why nobody wants to come and talk about it. Because everybody knows it's a load of bullshit.
Well, at the end of the day, he admitted it was bullshit. He admitted that it was a full blooded. He admitted that flat earth geometry doesn't exist. I made it up because the whole thing is designed, in his own words, as a trap. He said that it's a trap for flat earthers. It's just completely dishonest.
Yeah. Yep. A blatant trap for flat earthers that no flat earthers are ever going to get involved in. Because I don't think any of the flat earthers that he's particularly talking to, well, he's aimed it at one person, really, I think. Although he keeps saying Nathan, he's not aiming it at Nathan, is he? Nathan's not going to actually do the challenge for McToon. Somebody said that they can do it, and they've been handing it around. Waving it at the Globers, saying, ha ha ha.
No globe earther is going to be able to compete the challenge using globe earth geometry either, because there's no such thing as globe earth geometry.
Mm-hmm.
Literally, nobody can use a sextant. If the rule is you can either use flat earth geometry or globe earth geometry, it's impossible to use a sextant by their own admission.
Well, using the sextant would put them into one particular geometry because there is only one angle measurement or one way of measuring an angle.
For some reason, he doesn't want to say what that geometry is.
Yeah. Oh, we've got Wally in the chat. Wake up time. Wally doesn't know what McToon's geometry is either. I thought they all talk to each other. But they must have done. I think McToon might be wanting to go down in the history books with some sort of a challenge that was never done by anybody. Night, night.
Last I got for a definition was that flat earth geometry is not globe earth geometry.
I had similar. Or it's not globe earth maths.
I was also told that a dog has teeth and fur and is not a cat. And
Yeah.
that should be enough for me to know what a dog is.
Yeah, that's enough for you to know what flat earth geometry should be.
Not a cat.
Yeah. It's not a dog with big teeth either. And it's not a cat. The list of things that things aren't is how you now define what things are. Oh, I don't know. Simple geometry has confused the globe Earth side, but it's confused them with the idea that they already have a greater knowledge of something without actually knowing what it is or being able to express it. And what else is getting old is the you're a flat earther as a dismissal. If Wally's in the chat talking about sine and cosine, then that's the angle relationship of a right angle triangle within a circle, the unit circle. That's Euclidean. He may not think it's Euclidean because it's a development of the circle, but that circle is Euclidean. They just put numbers to all of the angles and stuff and the relationships within data. How many people actually believe that adding sine and cosine and putting trigonometry into it changes the geometry? I hope nobody else does that out there, but I presume some of the globe Earth proponents do. Well, sorry, that's Euclidean geometry. Pi's Euclidean. Trigonometry is Euclidean. Sine and cosine, tangent, Euclidean. Phi, that's Euclidean. Fibonacci, that's definitely Euclidean. All of the things in reality, Euclidean.
Would that be because we live in Euclidean 3 space? Would that be why?
Yeah.
Funny about that.
Yeah. It's amazing how simple things are.
You're not going to do calculus without having a foundation in Euclidean geometry.
Yeah, you're not going to do music either. You know, all chords. Euclidean. Oh, prime numbers. That's Euclidean. Mathematics. It's just Euclidean. To that page. I'm not too sure about that page. I think logic should be down there at the beginning. They've developed logic as something computery that's developed from calculus and algebra. The logic was already there at the beginning, yeah. And I think algebra was just the midpoint. They just use letters instead of numbers in algebra.
If anybody tells you, sorry about that. If anybody tells you fuzzy logic, just run the other way.
What? Fuzzy logic?
Yeah. Yeah,
What, so like a distorted logic?
Yep. Exactly.
Yeah, that doesn't sound too good. Doesn't sound too logical.
It's like mouldy bread, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is Alan Beck? Is that a new one? He's a new guy. Because I'm not too sure about.
No,
he's not new.
Not too new. No, he's been around for a while. I've seen his name before.
I'm interested into why Fibonacci sequence is bollocks. Because it's definitely real. But I don't know. Is that normal style, or is that somebody on a breakdown? I don't know. I can't understand that. Why would somebody put that? Has anybody got anything they'd like to say about anything? I was going to go over elevation humps. But, I mean, I don't know. It gets a bit hard going over this sort of stuff, doesn't it? We need to have a focus of where we're going to go and what we're doing.
I could show you a change in elevation in my front yard. You know how that is. Yes. Nobody want to talk about that. Find a hump. They can't find a hump. Change in elevation.
Oh, look. McToon. This is what McToon is just put out on Twitter for somebody else. And he says here, McToon. Somebody said, well, I got 10k McToon waiting on you. So McToon says, you have a challenge. Be sure you write the clear, objectively measurable criteria. Document the escrow of the funds and describe the independent arbitration process. That's McToon telling somebody else how to do a challenge.
What does he mean by document the escrow of the funds? Didn't he?
He's done that. That's what he's saying. Like, because he said he's give it to Brainy Beaver, then that's a documented escrow of the funds for the 10,000.
You don't have to do that to do his challenge, do you? You don't have to.
No. This is he's giving advice to somebody else. Yeah, for their challenge.
But he can't even follow his own advice. Right.
Yeah, he says, be sure you write the clear, objectively measurable criteria. Well, he has.
And his was clear as mud.
He just set off with something that he's imagined.
Literally, flat earth geometry. Literally an imagined thing.
I don't get what McToons is doing. How can he tell other people to be write the clear, objectively measurable criteria without stating in his own challenge what flat earth geometry is? Wally says, all McToons is doing by saying flat earth geometry is saying that you cannot use anything that is based on a sphere or has a radius of the Earth assumed somewhere in it.
We don't. They do that. They assume all these things, not us.
And he says, and the mean traditional sextants and celestial navigation is impossible of a flat Earth. I don't get it. I really don't. I'm struggling to work out what exactly they want people to do. The money's the big thing. He just wants money. He wants people to know, I think, that he's got 10,000. He's doing well out of all of this. Is he a professional, a YouTuber? Is this what he's doing? Is this what he does? Or does he do gaming and stuff like that as well? Or is it just sort of Lego building? I mean, it's profitable, right? If you can make 10k and put 10k away, you're obviously doing well. And Eric says there, he wants to let everybody know it's about the money. The fact that nobody's going to do the challenge doesn't really matter. He can still say that he's done it for the Globe community. He's put $10,000 in escrow for the Globe community. Oh, Wally's telling everybody that the sky show you the shape. Look, where's Wally? Yes, the sky show you the shape. I'm struggling while we deal with. Yeah, go on.
Wally is saying that the water is curved. So is he one of these ballers that says a water level makes a curved?
Wally will say literally anything. He's a special case for the Globe. Oh,
I think they just say things and don't actually understand what they're saying.
We've had Wally in here for a bit, and he does. I mean, at least with Brenda, there is some sort of way that you can learn how the psychology of diletheism works, and you can literally see the stuff that goes on. But with Wally.
Yeah, it's totally different, isn't it? So a water level tool establishes curve to the sky. Amazing.
Yeah, look at this one. This is the one where he took SE's one. And I don't know whether you can see that when you blow this up. Can you see the little white bits that he's got? The white writing, it's very small in that.
On the thumbnail, no, it's.
He's got horizontal wrote on that curved line. Wally.
Oh, he does too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my goodness! Horizontal, horizontal, horizontal.
Yeah.
And what does that say? Chord line and what?
Yeah.
Geoid.
Yeah.
Holy shit! They think horizontal.
No. Like I say, this is just Wally. Wally's been given free reign. Obviously, he's the self-proclaimed number 2 of the Wolfpack. He's obviously been given carte blanche to just come in here and say any old stupid shit.
Anything, yeah.
Yeah. Bendy's ontal, like, you never go full Bendy's ontal, and definitely
Never.
don't put it in a fucking meme. But he's been allowed to do that. He
That's
uses
mind-blowing.
WS shit as well, you know. There's a chance he might be WS.
Well, I guess I should never have just assumed that everybody knows what horizontal and vertical lines are. That was a big mistake on my part.
What about this one? This is a good one.
90 degrees on a curve. Oh my goodness! These three apparel. Oh, holy shit!
Parallel line trigonometry.
Those two are not parallel. These three are parallel.
You know when they say you cannot do this shit with flat Earth geometry? It's because they think they do this. Parallel line trigonometry. They never close a triangle.
Yeah. Then, yeah, they have nothing. They have no geometry at all then. You know, the circle and the triangle and pi, everything that we talk about with them shows them why they can't do what they're doing, but they just want to keep doing it. Okay, so here he goes. Page, so I can show you there is a circular shadow in the night sky. That means the shape of the Earth is either a circle or a sphere. Can't be anything else. He hasn't even proven it's a friggin' shadow yet. But I'm going to assume that it is one. I'm going to assume what it does. Like, holy shit. That's what happens when you don't have the logic first. There you go.
He's special because he thinks this is good. I could go through a load of me things that we've got. Let's see what else we've got for Wally. I've got all of his original globe proofs. Oh, I tell you what we did have this morning. Was that whatever? He was doing the... Oh, I can't remember that this morning. We were doing the horizon as we were walking out, and he was saying that the horizon was the distance to the horizon. I'm gonna have to find that and get it working out sometime. But yeah, the under the horizon test that we did is obviously a problem that people don't quite get the understanding of, because it rises above your head in the distance. So it's a bit too much. That it needs to be explained, really. But yeah, I mean, some of the stuff that happens in this server is amazing. Wally is praising himself. The correct slide for the argument for me. Wally's got to number 10 posting within this Discord server. Now, you don't get to number 10 posting in here unless you post quite a lot. And Wally must post loads of stupid shit. find some more. He likes this. This is what his job is to do. I always thought that WS was a character that came to obfuscate all arguments. Wally's definitely one of those. Red test. Has anybody ever... Red tube test. Has anybody ever heard of that? That looks like a double drop and a hump, if SE's there for that one.
Yep.
I think
Sure,
that's
right.
Bob from way back in the day. I think, you know, when Jesse was doing the Lake Pontchartrain and he took the piss out of Bob for something to do with the bubble level. I think that red tube test had something to do with that. Just before Lake Pontchartrain and Jesse Kozlowski did the thing with Soundly, I'm pretty sure there was another test that Bob messed up with the bubble level. I don't know. I've never heard about it. It must have been a bit of a fail. Because it's never been talked about ever again, apart from the fact when Wally brought this out. All sorts of tests that have been gone round and been failed and done and forgotten about. There's a lot of that memory loss. Things going round and round. Never coming to a conclusion. Or maybe people just do actually come to their own conclusion and then leave. The only people that never leave are the Globers. The ones that just stick around. Conversations is what we're after. It's what I'm after. Anybody want to come in and have a chat? Yes, Paige. I think there's a lot of stuff in these communities is people that can't cope socially. I class myself as one of them. I struggle going out.
Yeah,
talking
same.
to people.
It's a common thing around here, isn't it? These
Yeah.
social, people who just act a little bit differently.
I like getting my teeth into a good challenge, though. And the challenge at the minute is to get the Globers to talk about something, about their model. Because they're very keen to label us as things that we're not and to lie about us and say that we're lying about all sorts of things. We're just asking, what the fuck's flat earth geometry? What the fuck's globe earth geometry? And why have you set up a challenge that's directly going to one person but then trying to get everybody else to do it for you as well? Makes sense. You should have aimed it specifically at one person rather than all of the strawman group that you've imagined anyone can be part of. Even George came in to tell us he thinks we're flat earthers. Well, that's getting old. How long's that going to work for? You can't say to somebody, when somebody says, what's flat earth geometry? And then you say, well, you're a flat earther. You go, I'm not a flat earther. Well, that's why you won't do the challenge, because you're scared. No, we want to know what flat earth geometry is. But you're a flat earther. You should know what flat earth geometry is. Round and round and round in circles with a guy that's put 10k in a challenge. Yeah, it seems to be the way that they get out of things is just by saying everybody's lying. Come for a conversation. If you want to know, if you want to have a conversation on your channels, let us know. I'll come over a conversation. But don't be expecting me to do a challenge that I'm not doing. I've always said I will happily go proof for proof. I will even go first. And we will start off at basic proofs. We'll start off at, well, I will start off with a straight line and prove how you can prove a straight line. And we'll build it up from there. Proof for proof. Surely some glober should be able to match us on what a straight line is in globe land and just do a proof for proof challenge. It's a bit sneaky that, right, Essie? Starting off with the proof challenge with the globers with a straight line.
Well, they won't like that.
Straight lines.
Instant trigger.
You can't prove a straight line. In reality, says Brenda. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Very easy to establish a straight line in reality. And to say that you can't, and to say that professionals can't do it because you're a dilithius that imagines they know better on Discord than professionals. You have to believe, if you're a glober, that if you're at one side of a swimming pool, the other side is lower. And that works no matter where you are. On the edge of the swimming pool, you can walk around it. The other side will always be lower on the globe model. It obviously doesn't happen. It's a logical impossibility of that actually occurring. But that logical possibility is half of the problem. That how can it be so simple? Why do you not need to do a test? How would you do a test to prove that something was dropping from every direction no matter where you are? how would you possibly measure something that moves with a egocentric coordinate system? People aren't that special.
Stuff they believe is incredible.
In the mind, you have to just hold up for them. They've already been to the moon. Under the giants. Just saying.
Yeah. The moon visit was real for them. Absolutely.
But the giants did it. They didn't do it. Facts.
What, the shadow giants?
Yeah. Those shadow giants.
Those ones.
Hey, Paige, how you doing?
Good, thanks. How are you?
Yeah. As usual, we do practical things around here. I'm out here working in my yard, so I can prove that my grass is messed up due to Amazon. I can prove that.
And I can prove if another truck passes over your lawn, it's going to get more messed up.
I can prove my lawn's a landmine.
You can't prove anything. Yeah, sure.
Oh, only in your imagination. She can prove anything in her imagination, she said.
Do you want to read out what Wally's just put there, Paige, to see how the crazed mind of the globe earther works?
Hang on. Wally, I agree. Why are you saying I agree? The horizontal, which is always also curved. So you agree that the water level tool establishes horizontal, but that horizontal level is also curved. Wally, darling, my goodness. Holy shit.
Yeah. He's, like I say,
A
Wally's
horizontal
special. Yeah. Horizontal is
Wally,
level, but
Wally.
it also curves.
I don't know what else we can say to people like that. I mean, if he really wants to believe that's the case, what are we going to do? What can we do?
Yeah, it's like he's been sent in here for like a daycare centre, right? No harm's going to come to Wally. You know, he's just sort of sit him in there. Wolfie's gone.
He'll be right.
You go and sit in there. You'll be right with these lot here. Nobody will call you any names or anything in here, Wally. You're all right. Some of us feel sorry for him. Like you just said then, oh, poor Wally. I mean, it's obvious he's struggling.
Yeah, because to me he's either just being a complete troll, knows exactly what he's saying, just being an asshole. But I don't get that feeling. I get the feeling that he actually thinks that. And to me, that's really sad. I'm like, oh my God, what kind of education were you given? What the hell? You know, this is why we have men winning first place in the women's swimming. And fit like that. Like if you, I'm speechless.
Wait a minute, Paige. We, in the education, we never gave the critical thought. Rinse and
exactly.
repeat.
You're just given the answer. You're not asked to think about it. So I saw they said something about if your teacher was just at one time the pupil who was given this information and didn't actually come up with it themselves, then, poor student, because the person they're being taught by is no better off. They didn't actually come up with it themselves. They're just parroting what they were taught. I think somebody did a response. I think it was in a response to Phil Bell. It was a comment that he'd put. It's like, yeah, well, you might be a professor, but if you were just taught absolute crap and you haven't thought about it critically, you haven't gone back and worked through it, you've just accepted it and moved forward and started teaching it to others. And holy
I gotta
shit.
correct you on that. It's not Phil Bell, it's Phyllis Bell.
Oh, Phyllis Bell, is it now? Lovely name.
I'm gonna have to go over this. Yeah, we have Wally in here. Where's Wally? He's the number 2 of the wolf pack, but I think he's Wolfie's special little brother or something like that. So Paige writes, they need to at least agree a water level tool establishes horizontal, which, I mean, that to me would be, where we start off at. We need a common ground, and that is
Exactly.
the tool, and it definitely does that. To which Wally, yeah, you didn't direct that to anybody, right? You just wrote that in the Discord chat.
Right, to everyone. Like, to them and to all of us. Like, can we all just at least agree that water level tools establish horizontal?
And Where's Wally comes along and says, I agree. So Wally agrees straight off. First thing, I agree. But you have a fit when I mention that the horizontal, which is level, so is horizontal is level, is also curved. Following Earth curve. So horizontal, which is level, is also curved.
Priceless.
Come in VC and prove it.
You have a fit when I mention that the horizontal, which is level, is also curved. I mean, I wouldn't have a fit at him for saying that, but you can't have horizontal, which is level, is also curved. It doesn't need anybody to have a fit at anybody, surely.
Maybe of giggles, but...
Yeah, but surely you wouldn't laugh at somebody like that, because that's a serious mental case.
Well, if he's not trolling, if he's not, totally aware of what he's doing, and he's purposely come in here to say these things to trigger us, then that's one thing. But if he really does actually think this, then that's scary. Like, we're talking some real basic shit here, guys. Like,
well, how many others? I mean, this is where we go with this argument, right? I think sometimes this happens quite often. Where's Wally? Says that. Now, when you go into a conversation with anybody, anywhere, if you were to say, well, the number 2 of the wolf pack, where's Wally? Right? They're going to think, who are you talking about? A cartoon character. Right? And then you say, he thinks that horizontals curve. Who's the one that's going to sound like a crazy nutter?
Yeah, exactly.
Why the fuck are you listening to Wally? Why
why
does it care to us? But literally, Wally's just wrote this in the chat for us now. Just that's amazing. But you were all here to witness it. It happened tonight. Happens regularly. There are Globers having what I call mental breakdowns. Can you imagine saying that horizontal is level, but it also curves?
What does he think the other ballers are doing when they're trying to find the difference between the horizontal and the curve of the earth? Like, what does he think they're doing?
I don't know.
Do they even realize that they don't even have the same argument? Like, for something that's proven that should be reality, you've got at least two different arguments, like opposite to each other. I mean, you guys need to get your shit together. You know, that's why you need to keep coming on the shows. You know, you all need to start coming back so we can set you all straight.
Well, Wally won't come in. He's shy. But like I say, I think he's been given carte blanche just to say whatever he wants. There's no other Globers going to come in here. So if they do this Alice in Wonderland stuff to us, supposedly, people are going to come in and we're going to end up talking about all of this stupid shit that people like Wally say. No other Glober's going to be able to come in here, right? Because Wally's in here. And I think,
how would you ever defend that, what he's just said there?
Well, they won't, right? So they'll know not to come in here because they'll have to defend it. And they can't defend it. So they won't come in here. Maybe that's what Wally's doing in here. He's just stopping people from coming in.
Well, he's gone very quiet now too. So maybe he's having second thoughts about what he wrote. You're going to get in trouble with all your baller friends, Wally.
Oh,
I can just hear him now. Why the fuck is he saying that? Oh my God, he's as bad as a flat earther.
Blue's come to defend Wally. But, you know, like, just try and swap. Who says a horizontal, a perpendicular to zenith curves? Who? What sort of bullshit are you making up now? Blue, it's Wally.
Wally says the water level that is horizontal is also curved.
Yeah, it's here. Look,
water level.
Can you read that, Blue? I'll read it out for you again, Blue. Page.
Not our fault. Your side's stupid.
Page says they need to at least agree a water level tool establishes horizontal. Page says that, Blue. Then, right underneath it, 2 minutes later, Wally says, I agree. So I'll say that again. Page says they need to at least agree a water level tool establishes horizontal. Wally says, yes, I agree. But you have a fit when I mention that horizontal, which is level, is also curved. Blue.
They come defend that shit, Blue.
That's Wally. I'll just get Blue's comment here. Anytime, Blue. Don't worry about saying we're making shit up. We know you say it all the time. There you go.
This is why they need to come in and talk, because we need to know where they stand, and we don't, because they just keep changing everything.
Wait a minute, Paige. He can text, but he can't talk. Cat got his tongue. Bev,
yeah, he wouldn't dare.
Bev, are you recording? I'm just saying. Get out of here. Old dudes on the chats. Sorry,
no, you're fine. I've just realised Blue's trying to say that Wally said perpendicular to a zenith, but he wasn't, Blue. No. He was saying the water level that is horizontal, that establishes a horizontal, is the thing that is curving. So you've misunderstood with that comment what he's saying. He wasn't saying something perpendicular to a zenith curves. That's not. He agreed with me that a water level tool establishes horizontal, and then that curves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, quite clearly blue, right? One after the other. Curved horizontals. It's needed within the globe model. Wally knows that, at least. I mean, he might not know much, but he does know that horizontals have to curve. Bendizontals.
Yes, Wally knows what his model needs seemingly more than they do.
Have you seen what Blue's put? Blue's put, you guys are just too stupid to get it. That's pathetic, what? Blue.
Like, to get what, Blue? He literally said it. He agreed with me. I agree. A water level that's horizontal, he goes on to say, is curved. Like, dude, you are so cringe. Either get in here and have a conversation like a real man, or just shut the fuck up.
It doesn't make sense. You reckon that's why Bob had the eye patch? I don't know. You best have a word with your man here, Blue. Get Wally on the line. Get him over to Blue HQ secret room, and give him a good talking to. You can't have people openly saying that you need horizontals bending. That's like a Mick West move. You're giving all of the secrets away. I say to him, like, I mean, I don't know why they do that. Like, here especially. It might work in other servers somewhere. I mean, I don't know. But when you've got a rogue glober saying that horizontals bend or curve, horizontals which are level is also curved. He's done that a few times, Blue. Oh, he's saying it's above your pay grade page. Well, thanks for helping out, Blue, and sort of letting us know that Wally. See, here's the thing. I said quite a while ago that Wally, he has to be a big person. He's obviously not one of the brightest, but he's got some standing within the Globe Earth community. People like Blue aren't going to say, that's wrong. No, Blue's going to stick up for Wally, saying that horizontals
curve.
Yeah.
That I don't understand. When I've clearly articulated, what happened, what I said, what he replied with, what the implications of that are. Like, it's truly pathetic.
Yep. And Blue's the grandfather, right? So this is either part of the big plan that eventually along the way they have to make people stupid enough to make them, in the context of the globe, that horizontals have to be circles. Because obviously, in reality, all horizontals are parallel. Can't get around that. But there has to be a conception for these guys that they're not. So maybe this is just the first step in the greater plan of conceptually bending horizontals.
Is that why they talk about concentric circles? Because they're trying to say those horizontals that are parallel in ours are the circles in theirs that they make. And then they go, oh, they're concentric, so they're parallel.
Well, parallel curves, parallel circles, parallel horizontals, and parallel levels. It all fits together when you just put that dilithiism in there. So maybe Wally is just as affected as Brenda. Maybe they've had them on the same program. Maybe they've been trained for this position. That's why Brenda came in. And that's why Wally's in here with a chat. These two people, Brenda and Wally, may be the only people they can send in here to talk to us. Maybe that's the only brain that can deal with logic on a daily basis is somebody who's absolutely messed up mentally.
Yeah, because a normal person would start, giggling or stumbling or something if they're trying to say that a horizontal line curves. But somebody like Brenda, or obviously Wally, who think anything that they imagine is real, for them, they're the only ones that can actually sit there and act like they're really believing what they're saying.
Yeah. And it's pretty obvious that Blue needs it to go through, right? Otherwise, he would be correcting Wally.
Right.
And that any other Globers that are listening, I know there's more. We've been told Blue has a team of 5 or 6 people watching what we say. They have to.
What is George? What's George doing or Rumpus doing with their tests? What are the purpose? What's the purpose of those tests then? If Wally's right,
horizontal curves. I don't know. Your conception of what you thought an auto level did is obviously wrong. Wally knows better. Every time you did a graph in mathematics, you may thought that they were straight lines and actually perpendicular, but oh no, Wally knows better. Blue's letting him do it as well.
Yeah, that's what amazes me.
Yeah.
Like, he should have at least gone, Wally, shut up.
Yeah,
But
well, what it seems like to me is, imagine you've got like a mob boss, the big guy. Right now, that big guy of a mob boss has got a brat of a child that throws tantrums and just does really stupid stuff. But it's the mob boss's kid. That's Wally.
Yeah.
Obviously, right, Blue? I think everybody's let us know here. The fact that nobody's willing to call Wally on the stupid shit he's doing. He's obviously one of the big guys.
Keeping the argument going round and round.
Yeah, Blue. You could come in here any day you wanted to. Doesn't worry about it. But would you then be able to try and strike us for some sort of your voice content or something? Like I've heard the Globe Earthers do. I think that's all of your content. I'll have everything that everybody ever said in that room because I've been in there. No, it's all right. Anytime, Blue, you come over anytime. But I'd suggest holding Wally to account. I mean, you can't have rogue globe earthers going round saying that horizontals are curving. That's ridiculous. That's giving it away that the globe has absolutely got nothing. If you're willing to just let any old shit go. Or would he tell you off?
He wanted that level to be curved, but he's added horizontal is level.
Yeah.
And that's where he's fucked up.
Well, he knows. He's like everybody, right? It's the unwritten word that horizontal is level.
Yep.
Wally can't mentally get away from that, so he has to bend everything.
This is why he has not piped up in the Discord since that comment, because he's now, had a real big shock of his cog dis, and he's sitting there probably thinking a lot about it.
I keep thinking with Blue there, he's just put, I could come in there. Would you like that one day? There's no liking to
that
it.
Would be lovely. Like, what the fuck do you think, Blue? Just get in here when you've got the time. We don't care. We're here every day. Just turn up and have a fucking conversation with us, for God's sake.
Look, Effie Dogma's in there. At least he's telling everybody, like, it's getting the Globers in line. At least Dogma's there.
We shall have wine and cheese, Blue, in your honor.
Oh, lovely. White wine. I was hoping it's just not baller wine.
And if you're really good, we'll throw in some grapes, too.
And some big leaves to fan yourself with.
They've turned into prima donnas.
F.E. Dogma. Please, Globers, never say horizontals are curved. We say level lines are curved.
Yeah, just leave out that horizontal bit like we said before. Just don't say the horizontal level is horizontal.
Yeah. I had my... that's very brave of you, Dogma. You must have a higher rank than Blue. Oh, Blue, you're doing live streaming? Yeah, us YouTubers are well into that. Yeah. Come on over whenever you're live streaming, Blue. Don't really matter, yeah? Collab time. That'll be good. I love working together with other YouTubers. Nobody normally really wants to do that. That might start everybody off, that, Blue.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about Blue and copyrights, unlike the other guy who shall remain nameless because he doesn't deserve his name to be mentioned.
We could do a geometry one, Blue. Oh, Dogma. What's that? Again, when have Globers ever said that horizontals are curved? Well, I'll go back, Dogma.
Wally just said it to me, doofus. Fuck's sake, are you people, have you got like goldfish fucking memories or something? 5 seconds round the bowl, oh, that's new. 5 seconds round the bowl, oh, that's new.
Well, I don't mind going over it because this is the sort of stupid shit we have to deal with all day. some sort of Alice in
Yeah, I don't
Wonderland
mind either.
stuff that we always go through. So for you, FE Dogma in the chat, another Globe Earth proponent. Where's Wally? Paige was saying about a water level. We need to have an agreement on a water level being a tool for establishing a horizontal. And Wally says, I agree, but you have a fit when I mention that the horizontal, which is level, is also curved, following the curvature, just like water does at rest. That the horizontal, which is level, is also curved. FE Dogma. Yes. Where's Wally? The number 2 of the wolf pack. FE Dogma. Now, I don't know whether you know the position Where's Wally's in, and whether you've just made a mistake by telling him that he's not allowed to say that. I don't know. Like I said, I think we were brave. Blue doesn't want to say Wally's not allowed to say that. Oh, Wally's coming now. So here we go. He might be telling you off, Dogma. Has he took it down or not?
I don't think he can decide what to type yet.
We should really do one on 120 degrees, Bev. Blue, it's got 120 degrees on my sextant. How can you not understand that, Blue? Go talk to Wally about that. The horizontals are not curved, Wally. I don't know whether if you're listening in. Horizontals are not curved, Wally. That's what FE Dogma says. Now, I would agree with him. Horizontals are definitely straight lines. I don't know. Has he come back yet? Yeah, I'm with you, Mike. You shouldn't really be telling Wally what to say. FE Dogma, because he's a number 2. Yeah, we've got tons of stuff about level on the
horizontals.
Website.
Horizontals are not curved, but a body of water is. Is that what he said there?
Yep.
FE Dogma, you serious, man? You must be joking, right?
Well, there's waves. Even ripples. I mean...
How about a canal system with locks? Is that curved as well, FE Dogma?
FE Dogma. Yeah, I think he has 2 models. He's like George, FE Dogma. He did a presentation, didn't he? He did a presentation here showing the difference between the 2. And I went with the level being horizontal.
Wow. Look what he just wrote, FE Dogma.
Have they all got laryngitis or something?
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, come on in, man. Let's talk about it.
Wally's still typing. I bet he's upset. I bet he's crying. Dogma. I bet he's raging. You're not allowed to tell him he's not allowed to say that horizontal. Even Blue didn't dare tell him that horizontals aren't curved. You'd be getting a phone call from the council.
Dialetheism at its finest.
Yeah.
Both straight and curved, and they see no problem with it. It's astonishing.
Oh, even Rumpus has come in and said that horizontals are planar. Wally. He stopped typing.
Wally's
now. He
in
doesn't know
deep
what to
trouble.
say.
Watch out now. You got Rumpus mad, Wally.
Oh,
I'm sure he.
This.
Whoa. The blue boss is right. Blue, your status is secure.
Well, I don't know. He's all are at angles various. What? Exactly. I'll read it out for you guys. Exactly. The blue boss is right by brackets. By definition, he always is. Blue boss.
Another blueling. Wow.
A horizontal is perpendicular to the zenith line at the point of contact to the surface of the sphere. Currently, I say then that as the zenith lines, which are radii extended indefinitely beyond the surface, are all at angles various. The horizontal planes for those zeniths must indeed be at angles various. Corollary to the corollary. What? Wow, this is getting confusing.
He must have misspelled those two words.
The horizontal planes for those zeniths must indeed be at angles various. Corollary to the corollary. Further, I say yet again that only horizontal planes that are parallel to each other must be perpendicular to the same zenith lines only.
For Christ's sake, spit it out. Jesus.
Do you want to have a go? Does anybody else want to have a go?
Does anybody else want to try and read this shit?
You can't read it.
Sorry, I'm illiterate. I can't read.
Must be at angles various. It's the angle of down. It must be Rumpus's angle of down. He's obviously been watching the videos.
But the angels could go all directions.
Yeah. Angels various.
The angels of down and all around.
A Freudian slip by Bev. No, it wasn't Bev. Look, it's here. Angels various. Wally wrote that in there for me to say. That's fantastic. Corollary to the corollary as well. I like that. That's some sort of stuff that Wally shouldn't be putting his mind through. He shouldn't be pushing it that far.
Hey, what's happening, Bev?
Yo,
this is Flat Note Zero. What's up, bros? I'm in the Discord now, man. I was in the chat on the YouTube. There's some silly billies in there. I had to correct them, because they're saying some dumb shit and telling us that we are behind when we're actually ahead. And I say we because I consider myself a part of the collective consciousness. So them dudes that are in the live chat, Alan Beck, and excuse me for saying this, but bro, you ain't shit. You're stupid. You're probably a troll, and you should probably get blocked or deleted because you're just intelligent enough to maybe throw somebody off from this truth. And I'm addressing you directly. And why don't you come up on the Discord and be a man about it?
He won't come in. Don't worry about it. Don't be trying to get people.
Well
like
said,
that.
No Zero.
Yeah, we're dealing with some very delicate truths, and Bev, people are going to start wigging out and getting crazy. I'm going to tell you something. I got COVID back in 2014. Sure did.
Nice.
It's just as silly as it. That's why I say it. Because we're all coming into this awakening. So keep going on, bro. I was throwing stuff in the YouTube about the word horizon because I use Edom Online, and I know a lot of people don't really deal with words and definitions because that's minutia, but that's what I deal with. I am the semantics mechanic, dead ass. That's what I do. I deal with semantics, and people don't deal with semantics. That's what makes it so difficult. But I'm going to quote Nathan Oakley. He says that that's an evergreen topic. So this is something that we can build on. So put limiters on me, but I'm gonna bring these ducks up because they're stupid. They don't know anything. They're fighting with books. They're fighting with definitions of words that have been well established for hundreds of years. You idiots! You're fighting with scrolls that were written back in the 1200s or 1300s that are as long as a football field. Yes, stupid. Whole laws written on freaking scrolls on 100 yards worth.
Where did we go? How did this happen?
I'll back off. No, I'll back down.
Nice.
Hey, muzzle me, man. Hey, I'm not saying the earth is flat, but I'm saying that the word flat requires definition from the people who want to, necessarily say that it doesn't have quality. But when you go to buy land in America, you go to the assessor's office, and the assessor is going to show you plats, P-L-A-T.
Yeah, Alan, just type in the Discord chat.
Yeah,
and
these
then
fools.
We'll let you in here. We need to give you a VC role.
Yeah, they got plat plans, dealing with acres of land. So if we say, okay, if people want to say, okay, the earth is flat, okay, you silly Billy. How about this? Why don't you factor in some German into your English and say the earth is plat? And you can go to the assessor's office and find that to be
what the fuck you were talking about then.
Some will.
Yeah.
This is not esoteric.
I'm not too sure.
Anyone who has ever bought a house and you've ever maybe filed a homestead on your home, you're going to the not necessarily the assessor's office, but you're going to the county clerk. You're going to file that. And yes, plat, P-L-A-T, that exists.
Yeah.
And that,
come on in, Alan. This would be fun.
Shoot, even in the UK, y'all call your houses flats, apartments. You call it a flat. Why?
What did Tumpus do? Did Tumpus do something in the chat?
Bring Rumpus up in here. I need Rumpus.
The Tumpus.
Yeah, even Compass. Compass is a whole.
Tumpus.
It has a lot of different definitions. Excuse me.
Did any of the mods do something to Tumpus? Blue's going mad. Blue's going crazy in the chat that some of my mods have done something to Tumpus. Anyone? No? No. No, Blue. Nobody's done anything to Tumpus.
Alan's pretending he can't get in here. So he's pretending like we're blocking him. So he would come in, but we're blocking him. Just type something in landing, you muppet. And we'll give you a roll and you can talk. Or shut the fuck up in there too.
He come and talk to Flat No Zero. He's the one that's got a problem with you.
Right.
Alan, come on.
Yeah, come on, Alan. Hey, Paige. Good evening. How you doing?
Good, thanks, Dale. How are you?
All is well. I'm in Shreveport, Louisiana, so it's 6:56 right here, and I know it's probably what going on 12 there.
11 a.m.
Oh wow, 11 a.m. Goodness gracious. Well, I say grand rising. It's a beautiful day.
It is a beautiful day.
You can't text. Put a GIF in then, Alan. Just need to see your name in there, then we can click on it. Give you the role. It's dead easy. Put a GIF or a sticker or whatever. Use one of the stickers.
Come on, Alan Beck.
Dead easy.
Yeah, at least drop a super chat, Alan, for wasting people's time. Or wait. Let's say
you can't do a super chat
for spending time over here, giving love. At least send a super chat because you're too weak to come up here and face a real one. Because I was dealing with you in the chat and I sat you down in the corner like a little boy. And that's why I was calling you boy in the chat. Because you do not have intellect. You have intellect above most. But I'm an ordinary. Bring yourself up here in the Discord, man. Stop being a weakling. Are you a
He's
quisling?
not even showing up in the landing. He hasn't even shown up. Because when someone joins, it says, "Hey, at whoever, welcome to next level." Blah blah blah.
Yeah, I think he might have already been here, right? He could already be in the server.
Yep.
Old time. That's okay, Alan. I mean, don't worry about it. I just thought you might want to come in. Say something.
Hey, Bev,
to
in
Flat Nose
YouTube. Oh, excuse me.
Go on.
The guy, whatever that fool DER, he's a glober. He should come up in here. That's who you're looking for. I exposed him as a glober in the chat.
Yeah,
because I am a treasure. I'm a treasure troll, so I know how to
stay in the
get
chat
the
though. That's as brave as they get. I mean, it's quite brave for them to come in the chat. They don't normally like texting in the chat.
So let's call him the bravest quisling.
I think I saw Erebus in here earlier. I don't know. He's due to come tomorrow anyway, a bit earlier.
While he's accusing me of his comment going over my head. Yeah, absolutely, it went over my head. It wasn't even English. What the fuck is a corollary and a colliery to a colliery? And
that just means it follows. It follows from, but a corollary to a corollary.
Yeah, corollary to a corollary.
Yeah.
Hey, Paige.
And he's talking about angles. I mean, angels.
Angels.
Hey, Bev, I put that in the chat. That's one of the last thing I put in there. I call it a Freudian slip because I have my reasons. Because I know what angels mean, and I know what angle means in a few different languages. Now, like I'm trying to show off because I will, share. But at the same time, that's where they're getting it from, the chat, because they don't have nothing. They don't have nothing to talk about. DER, you need to come up here. And Paige, whoever was attacking you, he ain't shit because he's attacking a female. Why don't you deal with me?
Hello, Bev.
Yo.
Oh. Yo.
Fussy.
So, what do you consider as a proof?
Wow. I thought you were coming round tomorrow. Like, do you want to do that now?
Yeah, quickly now.
I don't know whether we can do it quickly at midnight. Wow. Okay.
So can you just tell me what you consider as a proof?
Well, we need to go over it for because that's you're meant to be here to go over the proof for Dave Weiss, right? you've put in for the proof for Dave Weiss because you want the Bitcoin.
Yeah, I don't think he's ever gonna give anyone the Bitcoin because, I gave the proof and he just said that if you
Hey,
look up
peace,
in the sky,
Irafasi.
that's not a
You're
problem.
making a statement right now. You didn't actually answer
Flat
Bev's
no
question.
zero, please. Please keep out. Sorry, Arafasi.
Yeah, that's okay.
So wait a minute. So what you've done is you have put in for Dave Weiss for the proof challenge, right?
Yeah.
For the Bitcoin. You've then been sent to Nathan Oakley.
Yeah.
To present your proof because I don't know what the deal is with Dave. Did you show Dave it first and then he said for you to go to Nathan?
Yeah.
So you sent your proof to Dave first and then Dave told you to go and take it to Nathan Oakley to present it, right?
Yeah, and then Nathan just yelled at me, and of course, because that observation is only possible on a sphere, and that's why it proves it's a sphere.
Okay, well, without going into your proof just yet, the idea is that you've been asked to come over here or whatever to get a, so you can actually do your presentation for your proof. But before we actually go there and do that, we need to understand what the proof thing is right now. In your understanding, what is it that you imagine that you are going to hand to Dave Weiss? I mean, he is the one that requires the proof for the globe, right? For him to be able to give you the coin, he requires a proof from you. Now, What is it that you think you can give him as that proof? What is the proof that you can give him?
An observation, which is only possible on a sphere.
Okay, just an observation. I don't want to go into it yet, but because what we've been doing a proof project. We started it right at the very beginning of this year. We planned on 2022. It was sort of inspired by Dave putting his Bitcoin challenge out, the conversation that we started. Now, I'll let you in on it. We have some consistency that we've decided for a proof, right? Now, this is what we think a proof should consist of. It should be demonstrable, as in you should be able to demonstrate it to people. It should be testable. So we could test this proof to gain it for ourselves, right? It should be repeatable. Therefore, we should be able to repeat it. And it should be verifiable. So we should be able to check this.
Okay, so my proof is valid.
Sorry?
Okay, so my proof is valid.
You think your proof is valid. Your proof is demonstrable, testable, repeatable, verifiable, and unfalsifiable.
Yes, of course.
Brilliant. Well, I look forward to seeing it.
You can contact anybody in South Africa and Australia, and they can make that observation. Some of your flat Earth friend or some anybody you trust from there, and you can repeat that observation. The Crux constellation is there, visible when you face south, and it's in different position depending where you view it.
Well, Are you? Is this your presentation for your globe proof? Because I mean, we just wanted to get over the proof thing. I mean, you're not ready to give your presentation for your proof just yet, are you?
You can just read my presentation, and there's not much to add.
The first one was demonstrable or demonstratable.
Yeah, I have
how would you demonstrate it?
The observation.
How would you demonstrate an observation?
You just it has to be like a live video call to demonstrate the observation, so that it's trustworthy.
Okay, well, when will you be doing that? Do we have to
I've
book you
already
in for
done
that?
it.
You've done a live video call?
Yes.
Oh, did you take a video of it when you were doing it?
Yes, I took.
Do you have all of that? I mean,
yes,
would you be
yes,
putting that in your demonstration of your proof?
You mean you want that I take the video to my document? I edit there.
I'm saying you were given the chance. You're here, so you can give your presentation. You do have a presentation to demonstrate your proof.
Yes, I have.
Of the globe.
Yes.
Oh, nice. Are you even aware that I think you are the only... You are a glober, right?
Yes, of course.
Okay, you're the only glober that I know that is willing to put out a presentation or for a proof of the globe. Most of the globers that we know, like when we said we were doing the proof project and SE went out, they don't have proofs. They admit there is no such thing as a proof anymore. Are you aware of that?
I'm not sure, I guess.
So when Dave's asking for a proof of the globe, you know that everybody else knows that there are no proof of the globe, but you have one.
What do you mean? I mean, every observation we make is a proof of the globe, the sun setting behind the curvature of the earth, and we can't see too far, because if you use the correct curvature calculator, and ships disappearing behind the curvature of the earth, lunar eclipse, solar eclipse, tides, everything is proof of the globe. Nothing can be really sensibly explained on a flat earth.
Yeah, but I mean that was a bit slapdash. It was all over the place, that. Wasn't it? Like, do you have anything specific that you have for a proof for the globe? I mean, it has to be demonstrable, testable, repeatable, and verifiable, unfalsifiable as well. In order for it to be a proof.
So you agree that something that is totally possible on a globe and 100% impossible on a flat earth, of course, that's a globe proof, right?
Well, I personally, I don't have a model, right? So both of those that you just said, flat Earth and globe Earth, I know personally, because I do have proofs in reality. I think that's why you've been sent here, right? But I know that both of those are models. They're not real. They're just constructs you have in your mind.
So you don't think the surface of the world is flat?
Absolutely certain it's not flat. I can prove it's not flat.
You think
easier? I can prove it's not flat easier than I can prove it's not a globe. Yes.
So, what do you think it is? Concave?
Like I said, I don't have a model.
You don't think what? You don't think anything about the shape of the Earth?
I know for a fact that level is horizontal. Now I can take you on a few steps. I can go proof for proof with you and end up with the proof to show you that level is horizontal. Now, that's only if you need a way to find and structure what a proof actually is.
What do you mean by level is horizontal? Like that the horizon don't curve?
Yeah, the horizontal doesn't curve. Yeah, you know that.
But yes, it does when it's viewed.
Horizontals don't curve.
Horizon curves indeed. Yes, it does.
No, the horizontals do not curve, and all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. Which, here we go, Paige. Corollary means the horizon is horizontal. Do you like the way I did that, Paige?
Wait, what's the difference between horizon and horizontal? I'm not very good at the English, so can you explain? I'm not sure what you mean.
Horizontal and vertical are perpendicular. Do you understand that? Geometrically. Vertical, horizontal, perpendicular.
So you claim that the horizon is like level?
All horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Okay, but
are you with me on that? You with us?
I guess.
Okay. No, you don't have to guess. You just know what a horizontal is. It's a straight line. Yeah.
Yes, straight line.
Now, all of those, every one of them, will be parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Okay.
So that means, corollary, that the horizon must be horizontal, and all horizontals must be parallel to each other also.
Okay, so why can we see the curve on high altitude balloon videos?
What curve?
When there's no fisheye lens.
The curve of what?
Curve of our planet.
Sorry. From a balloon?
Yeah, high altitude balloon video.
Above the clouds.
What?
Above the clouds. A balloon.
Yes, like.
So when you're looking down in the balloon, shout out DP. When you're looking down in the balloon, are you looking at the land, or would you be looking above the clouds?
High altitude balloon videos, like from 100 and over 100,000 feet
above the clouds.
Yes, of course.
So when you're looking down, are you looking down at the clouds?
Yes.
So what's curving?
The atmosphere.
The clouds.
No.
Oh.
That's you can see the curve when there's
The
no
curve of what?
clouds either.
The curve of the
What?
clouds. You can see
Okay,
the
so
curve of the
why
clouds.
is the whole horizon curving like we can expect our planet to curve?
Well, the horizon, all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. What height would that start curving in your imagination? When you go above the clouds? You've never actually been above the clouds. When you send a balloon, have you ever sent a balloon above the clouds?
No, I haven't, but
when
I've seen many videos.
Somebody else has sent you a video, or you've watched the video of somebody.
Yes.
Okay. And that is what you did then was I said that all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, which currently means that the horizon is horizontal, and all horizontals are parallel to each other. And you said, let's go up in a balloon. Do you think going up in a balloon will change that horizontal from being parallel? Or do you think it will make the horizontal curve if you go up in a balloon? I mean, how does that work?
We observe from those videos that the horizon curves. I can't say anything else to that. So, yeah, The horizon curves when we are at over 100,000 feet altitude.
Well, when it says horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, where do you think the plane of the horizon would be?
I'm not sure what you mean by that. So can we talk about that constellation observation that my globe proof? Like, how is that possible to observe if we are not living on a sphere?
I don't know. You have a globe proof where you look at lights in the sky.
Yes.
Just explain to me how that exactly works.
There have to be some kind of flat earth map, like what the pilots use. What map do pilots use? They use the globe map, and the azimuthal globe projection is the...
Who uses that?
Flat earthers use that as a flat earth map. So
I don't know, like you... Surely this is your proof, right?
Yes.
So what's somebody else's map got to do with it?
So that we can assume what we should see when we look in some certain direction.
This is meant to be a proof, isn't it?
Yes.
So what are you assuming?
Because then we can, we can assume what we should see if it's a globe, and of course we see what we assume, and we assume that it's in a different position, and that we see the Crux constellation at the exact same time from South Africa and Australia, and I don't understand how it's possible to see the Crux constellation in different position when we are on a flat surface or flat Earth. Or
okay, have you seen the Crux constellation?
Probably when I was a kid and I was in Australia. But then I didn't, really look into it, or didn't know what it is. But of course, I looked at these stars then.
Right, so,
why did you ask?
Well,
don't you believe it exists, or?
This is your proof.
Yes.
Okay. But you might have seen it when you were a kid, but for your proof now,
wait,
for the Bitcoin
so
that you want, the 3 Bitcoin that you're asking Dave Weiss to hand over to you.
I really don't care about the Bitcoins anymore, because I know nobody will give 3 Bitcoins.
Nobody would give 3 Bitcoin to you for this presentation. I mean, is that what we're doing now? You're working out which is your best proof, then you can present the best one.
Even if I went to Antarctica and recorded the 24-hour sun above the horizon, even that wouldn't be a glow proof, because you can't prove the shape of the ground under your feet by looking up into the sky. David Weiss would just say that. And
do you think you can?
Yes, of course, because that's not possible on any other object or shape.
It's not possible to do at all. You cannot look up at the sky and tell the dimensions of the ground that you're on, unless you've got some sort of really weird mirror array on the ceiling. But I mean, why would anybody want to do that? Do you not think that's strange?
Okay, so
why can you not measure the land? So
the easiest glow proof would just be that buildings and ships and the sun disappear bottom first. That's undeniable proof of the curvature. So now we are just
now you're dealing with our territory.
Why isn't that proof enough?
You're talking about the curvature of the land, or like a mountain.
No,
or a hump.
I'm talking about how the water curves on the oceans, or
like tides and waves and stuff like that.
No. Like how you can view Chicago skyline from over Lake Michigan. And you can see how like 300 meters of the Willis Tower is completely hidden behind the curvature, and maybe like 2 or 3 tallest buildings in Chicago are also visible, like only the top parts of them. And
so you're bringing optics into the equation now, aren't you?
What? Can you repeat?
You're bringing optics into the equation now.
Yeah, observations.
No, optics, I said. So you're bringing another factor in.
Observation, yeah. That's what he's saying. They're all optics, observations, aren't they, Arafasi? But not your observations.
So how can you even prove the globe? Is it just optic that?
There is no globe proofs, is there? That's the thing. That's why Dave Weiss has put the Bitcoin up. Like you guys, and you particularly, you don't know what a proof is, do you?
Is it just an illusion that the sun sets behind the curvature, or is it just an illusion that lunar eclipse happens? Like, what?
The sun goes away.
What?
The sun goes away. It moves away from you, right?
No. You can buy like Nikon P900 and zoom into the sunset, and you can see how it sets bottom first.
Are you sure?
What?
Are you sure?
Can you repeat?
I said, are you sure?
Okay, so...
Doesn't always set bottom first, does it?
Of course it does.
I've got 4 Fata Morganas. Personally. Well, not personally, my son has done them. So how many of these observations have you actually got for yourself? Because I think I saw your original whatever it was, the original document, was it, with a lot of files from, they were quite old. How long have you been compiling that document?
I did it in one day.
Wow. Where did you get all of that stuff from? Was it all already on Metabunk or something
I've been researching Flat Earth for quite a long time, and I've debunked every single claim that Flat Earthers have ever made. And I just wanted to make a document that shows pretty much of the proof that we live on a globe, because then there will be less stupid people on Earth when they realize that it's a sphere and not flat.
Oh, you're a Globe Earth hero.
Yeah.
Put a Globe Earth cape on.
Yes.
Okay. Well, most of the people in this server are not flat earthers. I say most. There may be some who are flat earthers.
I don't quite understand. Like, if you are not a flat earther or glober, what are you? Like, you just don't believe anything or trust anything. You see?
Oh, no, I've definitely got my proofs. I'm probably the one.
Proof of what?
I've got a proof that level is horizontal.
Okay.
Is that one of the things you've debunked? Or is that not normal?
Level is horizontal, yes, but when we raise the altitude, we can see the horizon curve. So I'm not sure.
I not really. Other than all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, I don't really deal with the horizon, because the horizon is an apparent position. It's not real, is it? It's not really there. And because it's over there, an apparent position, you've got no chance of measuring a distance to it. That can't be done. It's an apparent position. Doesn't exist. So you can say it curves, but I mean that would definitely be something to do with optics.
I mean, it's a physical horizon.
It's not. It's an apparent position. How do you say it's a physical? You've not got a physical edge, have you?
You can't. There's physical mass of water. Hiding for example, the Willis Tower. You can't see through it. It is there. You get my point.
Well,
it is
okay.
there.
Do you, if you say that the water level is not horizontal, do you say there's a drop, or do you go with the hump in the middle? Like what?
Can you repeat?
You have point A and point B on the water. Yeah. Now the water's level, right?
Yeah.
Now, if you're stood at A, is B higher or lower than A?
It's you mean when they are on the sea level?
They're both level.
Yeah, so sea level is equally distant from the center of the earth, so they are basically the same at the same height.
Okay. Well, is there a hump in the middle in relation to point A and point B? Is the middle higher or lower?
It is equally distant from the center of the earth, but it blocks the side because it is higher. Hard to explain, but you probably got the point.
So if you put a straight line from A to B, would A or B be higher or lower than each other?
They would be a straight line, like what? How do you?
You know what a straight line
would
is.
Go, it would go through the water. The line.
It would be a straight line, though, right?
Yeah, if it's perfectly straight, imaginary line, then it would. If there is the curvature between them, then it would go through the curvature, like in the.
Let me see. I've got a picture. How long have you been in this arena? I mean, how did you get in here? I mean, other than getting Dave Weiss, sending him that email, is this Discord is where you got sent and now you're still around here? Or have you been watching the Flat Earth community for a while? I mean, do you know all of the Globe Earth bosses?
Globe Earth, what?
The Globe Earth bosses, you say you've been debunking flat earthers. Well, there's a hierarchy of have you got a YouTube channel? Do you know all of the Globe Earth YouTubers?
No.
Oh. Okay. Well, you've got some competition But can you see the thing I've put in the live chat there? Have you heard of Lake Pontchartrain? Or Lake Rakir, as we call it.
Lake what?
Lake Pontchartrain.
I'm not sure. Probably I have.
It's in Louisiana, round the corner from Ligo. Rakir has a lake. Now, there is, on that lake, the longest span bridge. One span. Is that what they call it? Single? Yeah. It's just a single bridge from one end to the other, and it spans 23.7 miles. We just use this as an example right now. So the bridge goes at one end of the lake to the other end of the lake, obviously, 23.7 miles from A to B. In that picture in the live chat, there's 2 yellow dots.
Yeah.
Right, now that's one end of the bridge and the other end of the bridge across the lake.
Yeah.
Now, I say, if you drew a line from one to the other, you would make a straight line. Now, I would call that straight line from that yellow dot to the other yellow dot a horizontal plane.
Yeah.
Would you agree?
You mean that lower line?
The straight line from the yellow dot to the other yellow dot, yeah.
Yeah, yes.
So that's a horizontal. Now that's a straight plane, and that would be the shortest distance from that one point to the other point, right?
Yes.
Okay, now, right in the middle of that horizontal plane, you could put a perpendicular at right angles to that, right in the middle, and measure a vertical distance.
Yeah.
Right, now, do you imagine that the water in the middle of that lake would be a measurable distance on that vertical scale above those 2 endpoints of what we've just established, a horizontal plane?
Yeah.
Okay, so you imagine that the water in the middle of the lake is higher with regards to that horizontal plane.
It's the equally distant from the center of the earth, but from it's kind of like higher depending on the point of view.
Yeah. Well, when we measure these elevation changes,
so wait,
of the
you know,
land
you
in
can
reality,
you
we
probably
use the
can
horizontal.
you probably can't zoom on a ground level to the from the other end to the other end of the bridge. Is that correct? You can't like see your friend waving on the other end of the bridge because it curves, right?
Sorry?
There is curvature on that bridge, so you can't see your friend when you zoom with a telescope that through that bridge from the point A to the point B.
Well, I was just trying to understand whether you think that elevation, I know Blues wrote it, he's called it a tangent plane, but he has an elevation like a hump. This is what we've been dealing with, level and horizontal, and this is one of the things we've found. There's what we call a paradox, because unbeknownst to you, You've put a hump there, but are you aware that all of the water must drop away from the horizontal on your model?
Yes.
Right, so if you're aware that the water must drop away from you, why do you think Blue drew that picture with the hump in the middle? And why did you say that their water is higher in the middle?
I'm not sure what you mean.
No, it's a paradox, isn't it? You know, when you imagine water, like, do you have canals? Because it's much easier to talk about a canal.
Yeah, I know what canal is.
With locks. Have you ever seen a lock system?
Yeah.
Right, so in order for you to change elevation on a canal, you need to go through the lock system. And the lock system uses the water and the pressure of the water to be able to lift or lower the boats on their passage along the water. Now, if you do not have a lock, you would consider that one stretch of canal to be level. Right?
Yeah.
Now, that water in the canal, would you imagine either end being higher or lower than the other end in relation to a horizontal set at either end?
No, they are equally distant from the center of the earth.
But
if there's
you're
no
just
lock.
using a horizontal in relation to the water within the canal at each end. Right, now, do you imagine there is an elevation change relative to the horizontal that's set anywhere along that canal?
Yeah, probably.
There was an elevation change of the water in relation to the horizontal set.
Yeah.
Have you ever done any surveying practically, or have you ever used a tool for establishing a horizontal?
Can you repeat?
Have you ever used a tool in reality that establishes a horizontal for you to, because you just said that the water level will change in elevation relative to the horizontal?
The water level will change in elevation if there is the lock in the canal.
Yeah, but if there's no lock, there's no elevation change. But we're talking about relative to the horizontal that is set.
I'm not sure what you mean, but I probably disagree. If so, like there is.
We do have a series of proofs that I'm quite willing to take you to. It's not tonight, because it's getting late now.
What time is it there?
It's 1:45 a.m.
Okay.
So, I mean, you were meant to be coming round, was it today, later on, sometime? Would you like to still come round? And I'll walk you through some of the proofs that we have.
Like, can you give me an example? What other proof you have?
Well, it's a load of series of proofs.
You mean proof of the flat Earth?
No, it's not. The Earth's not flat. But I can give you proof of how I know it's not flat. And then you might be able to show other people.
So what are you trying to prove me then?
I can prove to you that level is horizontal. And I can show you what a proof is. And you could agree with us whether it is a proof or not. You could even go proof for proof with us if you wanted to.
But so can
show
you
your proof and I'll show you my proof, and then you do one of your
can you give me like an answer and that I've been looking for? That's how the Crux constellation observation is possible if we are not on a sphere. How is that possible?
How you can look at lights in the sky, or you not look at lights in the sky.
How can you see? You get my point. So don't just say lights in the sky.
I don't get your point. You're just saying that not you personally, but somebody else can see some lights in the sky, and you think that somehow proves his globe.
Yes, it literally, yes, it proves the globe.
It might prove it to you, but I'm struggling to see how you can gain a proof. I mean, to me, it sounds like you don't have a system of proofs. Sounds to me like you don't actually know what a proof is.
I think globe proof is something that is totally as it should be on a globe and impossible on any other object.
How do you prove it's a globe, though? That's the point. That's what Dave Weiss is after. How do you do that? I mean, I've been after that as well. A lot of people have been after that.
Because globe is the model that can explain every other explanation too, and it's impossible to debunk the globe.
Okay. Well, we do logic here, and we have a modus tollens that Emma has voiced, but I'll get it here right now. Do you know much about logic?
Yeah, probably.
Mm-hmm. Have you heard of modus tollens?
Not sure.
Okay. If then. Have you ever heard of the if then? If P, then Q.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me take you through one, right? If the Earth is a spherical object, are you okay with that?
Yeah.
That's the premise. Is if we call that the antecedent, is that which must come first, right? So if the Earth is a spherical object, then the surface of liquid water at rest must curve. Q. Like
yeah.
That? So that's antecedent, consequent. If P, then Q. If the Earth is a spherical object, then the surface of liquid water at rest must curve. You agree with that statement?
Yeah.
Right. Can you think of any way that it might possibly be call it flat anywhere on the surface of a spherical object?
Can anything be flat?
Yeah. Because we put a must curve.
Yes.
So you think it can be flat?
Yes.
Oh well, that stops the see. If the Earth is a spherical object, then the surface of liquid water must curve. But you've just said you could think of some way that it might be flat.
We were talking about water, so yeah, on very short distances of water, you can't detect any kind of curvature, like on a glass of water, of course. But when there's
But if the Earth is a spherical object, then the surface of liquid water must curve, whether you can see it curving or not. It must curve.
Okay, then
because
then yes, there is like 100% undetectable curve on a glass of water. Yes, I agree. Yes.
The thing about a sphere is it's a surface of constant curvature. Right? Mathematically, there is no straight lines. It's constant curvature, right? Mathematically.
Yes.
Okay, so then that would ring true then, right? There is no flat surfaces of water or anything available on a sphere, because you've just related the surface of the Earth to that, right? And then if I were to say to you, a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference, what would you say to that?
Can you repeat?
A water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference.
So do you know what water level is?
Yep, it's a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference.
So do you know that the water level is a sphere it's equally distant from the center of the Earth?
No, a water level, like I say, is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference.
Okay.
Here you go. There's a wiki page. I mean, I don't. You won't need wiki or all of that, but I mean, a water level, you can check it out anywhere. I mean, all level tools are tools for establishing horizontal planes of reference. But in order for this to show you what a modus tollens is, right? You say, if the Earth is a spherical object, P, then the surface of liquid water must curve, Q. Then you say, a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference, not Q. And not Q, therefore not P. The Earth is not a spherical object. Simple logic. Now, you could call that a proof if you wanted to, couldn't you? Because it's a logical proof. Framed within a modus tollens. Modus tollens is the oldest form of proof given.
Can you write down your proof and I'll look more into it?
I can give you that. That's just a quick modus tollens. I'll put you a. I'll put it in the chat for you. Emma
but
does need to
yeah, so
revoice it.
but David Wise claims the flat Earth is the azimuthal globe projection. So when I debunked that one for David Wise, then there was
No, it
left.
doesn't.
Yeah, I don't think you
No, it
did.
doesn't.
You
He's
don't
never
mention
said
it.
that.
What?
Dave Weiss doesn't believe the flat Earth is an azimuthal equidistant projection. Dave Weiss uses the azimuthal equidistant projection as a tool to help explain how he believes a map might look. Good try, though.
Okay, even his app is showing that.
Yeah, it's a tool.
Exists.
It's a tool.
It's a tool that doesn't work.
It's great. Your globe model doesn't work at all. It's
How?
a disaster. Oh man, we could spend hours on that. I mean, we can go through it, but it's going to take a long time. I mean, there's so many parts of it that don't work.
Okay.
To start with, your model is two-dimensional.
What?
You know that, right? Your model is two-dimensional. You know that, right?
The geometric model.
Yeah.
It's three-dimensional. The globe.
Yeah, that's why I was asking you at the beginning, how long have you been around here? We mainly deal within logic, geometry, and the proofs within this arena. And there's not many people that actually say it's 3D. I think there's only you and Rumpus. But although there's going to be people now saying, "Oh, I say it's 3D too," but 3D is Euclidean. It's like a ball.
Yes.
Right. Well, that's a Euclidean shape.
The globe is like about like a ball.
In your mind, it is like a ball.
The globe is like a ball. Yes.
Uh-huh. But the geometric argument that you want to have, you have to keep it on a two-dimensional spherical shape. You have to detach yourself from reality, 3D reality, and place yourself in a 2D construct, a framework of 2D. It's a very strange place that I don't know whether you're aware of it or not. That's why you're struggling for proof, and why you have to go to optics and lights in the sky, because you can't keep based on the ground. The ground is where we deal with proofs in reality, a Euclidean three-dimensional reality.
Bev, can you write like some document where you write down your proofs of the horizontal level things and things like that, and I'll try to explain.
Do a presentation. If you want to come and match us proof for proof, we'll go over it. Video.
What do you mean by proof for proof?
Well, that's why I say I don't think you understand what a proof is, do you? I've just run you through a modus tollens. Now,
half of your words
that proof
don't come true.
Yeah, Bev, your mic is clipping a little bit.
Is
I don't know if you want to like. Yeah, he's going to drop it.
Is that better?
There we go.
Are we back? Yeah, Discord.
Yeah, back.
Discord goes a bit funny once you've been here a bit too long. Am I okay now?
Yeah, for
So
now.
far, so good.
Okay. So when we have proofs, I gave you the modus tollens that we've just done, which you agreed was that's an okay. That's at least that's a logical proof. Now, in order for us to follow that through, you would agree that we should have to be able to prove that level is horizontal. Right? And until we actually prove that level is horizontal, you have every right to be wary of it. Right? But you would have to agree that somebody's definitely wrote down that a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane. And you would have to agree that there are no flat parts to a sphere. So there is some sort of a contradiction within there. Would you agree to that at least?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I guess, okay, yeah.
Okay. So, if I can run you through some basic steps that will help you understand where we come from and how we build proofs together, right, that actually stand for and keep a truth value within them, would you feel a bit more better about presenting your proof?
Yeah.
That's good then. When do you want to do that?
Didn't I already present my proof?
No. No, we've just been talking about stuff. You've not presented anything. I've not presented anything really. Have I?
Okay.
So would you like to... I mean, you know when the first time you went over to Nathan Oakley's?
Did you mean that you would write some kind of document and write your proof there?
I can run you through a series of proofs that will help you do that. Like we said, presentable, testable, repeatable, verifiable, and unfalsifiable. They're the constituents. So what I would do is I would be able to hopefully give you a series of proofs that I can run you through. I can demonstrate them. I can show you them. And you would in turn be able to go and test them yourself and verify them as being true. That's the sort of proof that we ask for in return, right? If you just so we can understand, we have to have a basis of where we all understand what proof is, don't we?
Can you like DM me your proof and I'll check it out?
No. This is a demonstration. The way that these proofs work is they have to be demonstrated. I can't give you a letter or something. I mean, that's not how proofs work, is it?
Yeah, some of them do.
Well, none of ours. Ours are a series that need working on, one to the next, to the next, to the next.
Okay.
And what are you going to... you want to come and see what we say is this... we call it 12. Those steps, would you be willing to do a proof for proof, or would you just be wanting to know what a proof is like?
I'm not sure. I'll think about it.
Right. Is George giving you instructions, or is he just a crazy old man that's spouting stuff in the chat? Do you know George?
Who's George? I don't know.
He's is it late for you over there as well? It's getting late here.
Okay.
So would you want to come round tomorrow night? Because we do Euclid night. But I'm guessing that'd be all right. We could go over. We could do this within Euclid night.
Tomorrow, I'm not sure. Probably no tomorrow.
Oh. That's when you were meant to be coming round.
Yeah, but no, it's not okay anymore because I have something.
Okay.
Something to do tomorrow. Okay. So yeah.
Let's see a man about a dog. Well, if you want to try and book a presentation time or something, so let us know. I don't want you to be wanting to come round to give a presentation for your proof, and us not be ready. So, is there any chance that you want to?
I mean,
let us know
I
when
think
you want to do
there's.
this?
I guess there's no need to continue our conversation because my proof isn't valid for you because I'm looking at lights in the sky and that's not proof for you and that's very much proof for me. So
wait a fucking. Who the fuck is this fucking turd?
So you're saying that you're already discounting what we differ with a meaning of proof?
I think yeah, it's just funny to debunk flat earthers' beliefs, and I can't debunk your beliefs because you don't believe anything. So
I know for a fact that level is horizontal. Now, if you want to try and debunk that, then yeah, come on. But I mean, I've got a proof. Do you want to see it? Or do you think you can debunk it? I mean, you've come here.
You can show your proof. How are you going to show it?
How? I don't know. Like, I don't know when you can't. You don't know when you can come round.
Can you DM me your proof?
No, it's a presentation. It's a
Okay.
demonstration. You have to be worked through it. Do you not want to see it?
I guess it doesn't matter.
Yeah, never mind. You sound upset. So you don't want to try and go for Dave Weiss's...
It's 3 a.m. here.
Yeah. I'm sorry. 3 a.m. Nice. Okay. So we'll pick it up some other time then. Do you want to let us know and we can book you in a time? I don't know whether I'm going to be around or not.
Yeah, I'll let you know. I'll inform you later.
Okay.
Okay. Good night.
Thanks for popping in.
Yeah, thanks. Bye.
Bye. Right, well.
Thank God I had good, crazy glue on my lips.
I don't know what that's about. But I mean, hey.
Come on, that's...
Dave, that's... I mean,
that's high school level.
I think that's all that they think the flat earth deserves. To be honest.
That is like... oh, anyways, I'll stay quiet. We'll give him another chance.
George.
Yeah,
George in the chat has put, Bev, read this. Let's structure a globe challenge to your liking that you cannot complain about as an alternative to McToon's.
McToon's is nothing, George.
George is
It's
still in the
rigged
chat.
from the get-go.
George has already give up on McToon's challenge. Oh, wow, look at this. The homie Don wants to come in and discuss McToon's challenge. Okay, in you come, Don. I need to just nip to the toilet.
Can you roll up Alan Ali as well, please?
Where's that?
Ali B. He was in the landing.
Ali B's been in here, hasn't he?
I don't think he has a role.
In the landing?
We can do that from the landing. Roll him up.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna give him.
I've got it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so Ali B and Don in. Welcome, guys.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Cool. I don't want to get too much into a debate. There's been enough of that in chat. I just wanted to talk about McToon's challenge real quick. If that's cool with y'all.
For sure, of course.
Yeah, so ultimately, I'm not McToon, and I don't know his thoughts, but if I had to guess, if you would be more than qualified to take it on if you use anything outside of globe geometry. And since you all don't think globe geometry exists, you can use Euclidean geometry to take on the challenge. I think it would be, well, I mean, it's up to y'all if you want to do it, but it would be interesting.
Are you speaking for McToon now, or you just think this is what he says? Because it doesn't sound like that to me, to be honest with you.
So, for most, I can actually straight up, I'm pretty confident in the fact that most people on our side will group you and other flat earthers in the same group, right? Like that's, I know you all don't.
Hold on, I'm not a flat earther. Don't group me in that group, please.
I'm
Not that I have anything against. I have friends that are flat earthers, but I'm not a flat earther.
I'm not. I'm saying a lot of us do. And so, and I'm including McToon into that. So if you were to present, you say, hey, I'm not, this isn't flat earth geometry, but here's what I think is going on. I'm saying that you'd have a pretty good shot at the challenge. Those are just my 2 cents about the challenge.
Quick question.
I'm not sure I understand what you mean.
Sorry.
No, go ahead, Mobius, please.
I just wanted to ask what globe geometry is, and also Euclidean geometry is excluded from globe geometry. Like, what are you talking about?
So, I would say globe geometry is, it would be, you would use Euclidean geometry to describe.
You just said that you could use Euclidean geometry as opposed to using globe geometry. So how can you say that you can use it when you can't use it?
What I'm saying, because I'm trying to give y'all the way in. I don't think there's a discrepancy between globe geometry and Euclidean. I don't think there's a discrepancy there. I'm saying that, or at least from what I've heard, that you all think that there's, I don't think that you all even think globe geometry exists, right? So I'm saying, okay,
I'm
use
trying to
what you
figure out
think
what you mean
works.
by globe geometry. I'm trying to figure out what you mean by globe geometry. Like,
I mean, it would just be to perform geometry, math to find out. You're breaking up a lot. I can't understand you. Is that just me or is it anybody else?
It's coming through.
He is breaking up. Yeah, he is breaking up a little bit.
Yeah, sorry.
Can you just explain to us what you think globe geometry as opposed?
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, go ahead. Start off with that if you don't mind.
I would say that globe geometry would be taking the surface of the Earth to be a sphere or a geoid. Most people use sphere because it's way simpler, and then performing other measurement or calculations based off of that. So in this case, it would be using the fact, or the I think is a fact, that the surface of the Earth is a globe to perform celestial navigation. That's
So
how
you start off. Sorry. So you start off with the premise that the ground you stand on is a sphere to begin with. You start off with that premise.
Oh yeah, I mean that's my position.
Okay. Fine. Okay. No problem. Now, how would you relate that to Euclidean geometry?
I mean, you can use for celestial navigation. You use plenty of Euclidean geometry. You measure the angle to the star. You use the complementary angle and the arc angle formula to get the distance to the GP. And
Yeah,
then
but
you
there's a difference. Are
That's
you
all
saying there's no difference between spherical, what you said before, and Euclidean?
Well, no, I would say you can use it's using the right tool for the right job. I also think if you want to find like distances on the Earth, in that case you'd use spherical geometry. If you wanted to use um if you wanted to do say measure the angle to the star and get the GP and all that, that's just normal Euclidean geometry. You'd use the right tool for the right job.
Okay, how about flat Earth geometry? Let's say I wanted to use flat Earth geometry.
Not a clue. I mean, well, actually, I take that back. I do have a clue. Um, from what I've gathered about flat Earth, you would essentially have the Earth, the surface of water or whatever, to be flat, and you would attempt to do celestial navigation using that, right? You'd still use the same Euclidean geometry. The Euclidean, the type of geometry you do would not change, but the calculations you do to, for example, find your distance to the GP would change.
So in all three instances, you would still use reality, Euclidean geometry, correct?
That's fine. Yeah. Why not?
So do you see the problem here?
No, I mean because just because you're using because if you try to apply Euclidean geometry to flat Earth, it doesn't work. You get the Polaris or whatever star you're looking at. It changes in altitude when you try to apply Euclidean geometry to a flat Earth.
Huh? How does that? What do you mean it changes? And in what respect?
When you measure the angle to the star and you calculate, you'd use trigonometry to calculate where you are on the Earth. You would also instantly be able to calculate the height to Polaris because it's a triangle. And this is for flat Earth. The problem is that when you try to do this on any other latitude, specifically for Polaris, the height of Polaris would change when you went to go do the calculation.
The height of Polaris would change?
According to the trigonometry, yes.
From what latitude are you referring to?
So if you started at 45 degrees and you measured the angle to Polaris, you get 45 degrees for the angle. Then you would need, to be honest, I'm not even sure where you would go from here. But let's use 60 nautical miles per degree. I think most people agree to that.
So you're just assuming from here on in.
For flat Earth geometry, I don't actually know how you would do celestial navigation. I don't. That's as far as I could go.
With spherical geometry, not to inject here, but back to spherical geometry, you guys use an assumed 60 nautical miles per degree across the board.
Assumed. I didn't think that was in contention.
No, it's assumed.
60, like, you mean I travel 1 degree of latitude, I
Yes.
travel 60 nautical miles. That's in contention? I've never heard anybody try to.
You're not assuming that's spherical
You get
geometry
latitude.
either, are you?
I'm just saying,
I'm
whether
saying
or not you
in-
think it's a sphere or not, I'm just saying it's fact.
Whether, what I'm saying is in
Can I ask
relation
how you
to
get
reality,
latitude?
not the math. Like you can calculate it all day long, it works out. But in the real world, doing it, if you were actually out on a boat in the middle of the water at north 45 and say, I don't know, out in the middle of the Atlantic at north 45 lat, you would have problems.
But
Major problems.
you've just measured an angle of 45 degrees, haven't you, to a light in the sky?
I mean, to be fair, this is kind of getting away from like the main thing I wanted to mention. I was just saying, if you would, no, it literally is. Right? I came in to discuss McToon's challenge,
Yeah.
and the thing I wanted to clarify was that at least from what I've gathered, because people group y'all in with other flat earthers incorrectly, as you would say, if you tried to apply what you all would call geometry to celestial navigation, I think that would fit the challenge just fine.
Well, you don't do geometry to the lights in the sky. That's fucking ridiculous. You're measuring an angle to a light in the sky.
Why would you not?
You're just measuring an angle to a light in the sky.
Apparent position.
But people have been doing celestial navigation for hundreds of years.
Uh-huh. They've been measuring angles to lights in the sky.
Hold on. Actually, let's take a step back. Does everybody here think that celestial navigation works? Because that's kind of like the underlying premise of all of this.
It's not practical.
I don't know what. Have you ever used it to Homidon?
Have I ever used the sextant?
Yeah.
No, I have not.
So have you ever used celestial navigation?
Me, no.
No, okay. So do you know it works?
Yeah. People,
Personally.
I don't.
So you've never done it, but you are willing to come in here and tell us that it works, but you've never done it for yourself.
I asked the question. If you all think it works, I didn't.
I don't know. I've never used it. I've never used it, Don. Right? So I will never answer that question because I've never had to use it. So I can never prove that it does work. Right now, you've also said the same. Fair enough. You've not done it, but you say you would trust somebody even though you've not done it. Now, let's have a listen. Anybody else? Has anybody else used spherical celestial navigation?
No.
No, our boat had
Negative.
Okay, so that's a some zero people that have ever used it.
I own a boat. I've been boating and sailing my entire life. Never used a sextant.
Yeah. No celestial navigation ever done. So we've got
No.
nobody that can prove it does actually work. Dom.
Sail to Bermuda. Sail to
Then
Bermuda at night.
Don't do the
No
challenge.
celestial.
It kind of requires that. It requires that as an axiom. So if you don't hold that to be true, then don't do the challenge. It's not
Requires what as an axiom that you've done it?
that celestial navigation.
I was just going
But
to say
nobody's
that
done
in the morning the sun is at my east, and in the evening the sun is at my west, and Polaris is north.
Yeah.
That's about as far as my celestial navigation has ever. I've never been required to apply anything other than that.
Yeah, you've never actually used it in for a direction or a heading or anything like that. I've never done that.
I mean, if that qualifies as celestial navigation, then technically, I guess the answer would be yes. But that's as far as it went.
I guess then specify to a sextant. But I understand what you all are saying. In that case, don't worry about it. It's not worth talking about then. Like it's beyond not worth talking about.
Okay, so just for this purpose, do you assume that the angle measuring device, a sextant, needs a special sort of geometry for you to be able to use it?
To measure an angle, no. To get your location from it, I believe you would need to use a globe.
Wait, your location on
the Earth.
What?
On the Earth.
Okay, but you've already said that your premise is already a sphere Earth. So how do you know where you're at without your premise? I don't know who's scratching.
Sounds like DP.
I mean that's
yeah.
actually to your point, Mobius. That is the spirit of the challenge. They're saying, okay, is there a way? Or
wait. So the spirit of the challenge is to take a globe and on that globe using the globe to show you where you're at.
No,
that sounds brilliant.
No, it's the opposite.
Oh, is it?
It's to say,
So
hey,
what
okay, never mind.
What reference model is the primary judge of this challenge, which would be what model?
That's got worse, Mobius. I don't know what's going on there.
The only thing you're roboting, but the only way I could respond to that, Mobius, is to say the idea of the challenge. If you don't like the word,
hear what I had to say?
No, you're still cutting out really bad. But go ahead.
Oh no! If I'm roboting, then how are you responding to what I'm saying?
Because it just cleared up. Discord.
Okay.
Yeah, you sound better now, Mobius, if you want to try that again.
I was just saying that, it sounds like McToon saying, on this globe, show me where you're at without using the globe to show me. Like that just, I don't know. Doesn't seem right.
Yeah, I think there's a challenge going on, right, Dom? Like it sounds like you guys, even though you've never done celestial navigation, you want other people to take up the challenge to do celestial navigation, even though you've never done it yourself.
I mean, I'm on the side of all the sailors who have used celestial navigation for hundreds of years to successfully.
Do you know any?
No, but
what do
I
you
mean,
you're on the side of. Do you know any? Have you talked to anybody?
No, but history has shown people have been navigating the globe with the sextant for a
Who's
long
told
time.
you that? Is that what 10th Man said?
I don't even know who 10th Man is.
Okay. Is it what McToon said then?
No. I mean, this is just something. I would put this under the
common
sphere. I would say it would be under common knowledge that it is common knowledge that people have been using the sextant to navigate the Earth for a while.
Yeah. Yeah, to go from A to B, right?
Yeah, with the sextant.
Yeah. So they want to know where they're going. And they have obviously ended up getting there.
Yeah, and so that's why I say it works, because people have been doing it for a while.
Yeah, reckoning and using a compass, the sun, and sailing during the day, and having maps and charts, and all of that.
Can you repeat that? It was a bit muffled.
Dead reckoning, using a compass, sailing mostly during the day, staying on course. That's how people get from one place to another. Charts.
So, I mean, At the end of the day, if you all do not think that a sextant works, then the challenge isn't worth it.
The challenge isn't worth it because McToon hasn't stated what flat Earth geometry is. Yet he's stated that people must use it. Now that's a bit unfair.
It is to the people who it is addressing to. They know what flat Earth geometry is. I know you all don't think.
It's addressed to us, and we're
not.
saying we don't know.
It's not real.
It's addressed to
not
anyone.
a geometry, is it?
And
That's the thing.
the
You all
question
don't
isn't
think flat Earth
whether or not the
geometry is-
people doing the challenge know what it is. The question is, does McToon know what it is?
We
And
don't.
apparently, nobody that's speaking up for McToon has any idea what the hell he's talking about. So,
We
okay,
don't think you can do flat Earth. We don't think you could apply a flat surface to celestial navigation and get
What?
your. We are pretty confident, not confident. We know that you cannot use a flat surface to perform celestial navigation.
what do you mean flat surface?
I mean, when he says flat Earth geometry, flat surface is what he means.
Oh well,
I know, again,
I mean,
you all
elevation
don't
is
but that's okay.
measurable. Waves happen. I mean, what do you mean flat surface?
Like if you are on the ocean and it is very calm and you went to go attempt to get your location from a sextant, you would not be able to do it.
Sorry, you went to get your location.
That's what a sextant, that's what you can use a sextant for.
No. A sextant is used for navigation to let you know where you're going. It's not a GPS system to let you know where you are, is it?
I can, that is actually fundamentally incorrect.
Oh, really?
Whether or not you
Who have you talked to?
that is actually
Don. Who have you talked to in navigation?
talk to in navigation? No one, but there's plenty of sources you can research
Why?
for yourself online.
Why would you want to use a sextant to find out where you are?
I wouldn't. I would just use a GPS. But they didn't have that option back in the day.
Uh-huh.
So but again, I mean,
But they already knew where they were setting off from, right?
You knew, but if you're in the middle of the ocean, you don't know where you are.
But you do know where you've come from and where you're going.
But how do you know you're on track?
Because your navigator's letting you know where you're going.
Yeah, but that navigator is using the sextant to tell you if you're on track or not. That's what the whole point of celestial navigation is to make sure that you're on track. To be honest, I've never heard
What if your entire trip is cloudy? What if you got a week of clouds?
that would really, really suck.
Really? So they never sailed when it was cloudy. They only sailed on clear days? Are you fucking retarded?
Anchor up.
It takes like months, or at least a month, to go across the ocean. So it's pretty. It would
Oh
be.
my god.
It would take. It wouldn't.
And you don't think that there's a week of clouds ever? You don't think there's ever been a week of clouds?
No, but you could have a week of clouds to keep your heading, and then once those clouds clear, you check to see where you
Oh,
are.
you can keep your heading. Oh, you can keep your heading. How do you do that?
You're gonna drift. You're gonna drift, and that's why you recheck.
You sure? Why wouldn't you be following where the sun's going?
Definitely drift. There's ocean currents and all sorts of stuff. You will
But
definitely not
there-
perfectly keep your heading.
How many hours of daylight do you think you've got to sail?
The same amount, but you
Yeah,
wouldn't.
so do you sail during the day also? Do you follow the sun?
But the sun isn't.
How about a compass?
Southeast
How long do you think compasses have been around?
for a very long time.
Yeah. Think people use compasses?
Yes, but again, like a giant
Okay,
ship.
so we've got compasses, we've got the sun. We're 2 for 2, compasses and the sun. How about charts?
You're gonna have to be more specific with like the nautical almanacs. What type of charts?
Charts. That's what people on boats call maps.
A map? Yeah.
Charts.
Okay. Okay, that's fine.
They're called charts if you're on a boat. They're not called maps.
I'm okay, sure.
Have you ever been on a boat?
I have been on a boat, and I know what a chart
Have
is.
you ever been on a boat where you've
You're being
Have you ever been on a boat where you've been in charge of the boat?
No, I have not.
Okay. Maybe you shouldn't talk about this topic if you've never captained a boat.
He's doing it for McToon. He's white knighting for McToon.
I
really
already
sad.
said that this conversation was pointless.
Well, yeah, because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Are you kidding me? Sextants have been
Yeah,
used
no. Dude, you've never captained a boat.
for hundreds of years.
Have you ever been on a boat at night? Have you ever captained a boat at night?
I've never I already said I've never
Then
captained.
shut up about boat captaining.
Like, you are going up against hundreds of years of history. Who are you going to say that they're wrong?
Who's holding hundreds of years of history? Is that what you're coming with, Dom?
Yes, I'm coming with hundreds of years of history that people have been using sextants, the nautical almanacs and all that. It's all there.
That's a
What?
good argument.
Who are you, Mike Jones? You can't go against people who have physically used sextants to get across the globe and have
Not
documented
you, though. Dom.
Is that like
Dude,
guys who physically fly into space
I go against
and go to the
NASA
moon?
every day. NASA tells me to go to the fucking moon. They're full of shit too.
I'm shocked that
I am shocked.
shocked.
I, someone who's never been on a fucking boat, am shocked. I know nothing about captaining a boat, but I am shocked. Shocked, I say.
Feign incredulity.
I've never heard anyone say that a sextant.
It's just hilarious that this sextant argument is coming up. Like anyone has used a sextant in the past 150 fucking years. They're little antique things that people keep around as knickknacks. Nobody uses them.
Decorative.
It's moronic.
They even come in a little wooden box.
And they never get taken out.
This has been eye-opening. Don't worry about McToon's challenge. It is worthless.
Well,
it is worthless, yeah.
Yeah.
He can't even define his terms. Sorry, Mike.
Good chat. I don't know what else to say.
Yeah. Just don't say anything else. Sounds stupid.
You're smart to put yourself on mute. You really sound dumb. I just can't believe the arrogance of people like, well, let me tell you about sailing and celestial navigation. The guy has never sat in a captain's chair in his life.
And he's coming with a history of sextants, but I bet you've never even looked at history of it, have you?
The Giants.
It's astounding. All these people in this conversation it just blows me away. My dad sailed, my grandfather sailed. They used to sail to Bermuda. Nobody had a fucking sextant.
I've got one here. It's a decorative piece.
A show pony. A show pony, Dad Beth.
Just so silly. What happens if it's cloudy? Well, then you're screwed. Oh my God! Like, can you imagine? Like, if it was cloudy all the time, like every sailor in the world is screwed.
No, wait.
It's like they've never heard of a compass before.
No.
FYI,
Nobody ever taught them the secrets of the section. What it's actually for.
It's a glorified protractor.
There's the video of it. That's with the sun. Have fun.
It's a video. Wow.
You did it?
Videos, dude.
You did it?
I fail to see why I would have to do it if there's evidence of other people doing it.
Yeah. So,
I mean, you can watch him use
Shadow
it.
Giants, right?
No, I'm good. stand behind the man that might be leading you down a path, another direction you don't want to go in. But let's go behind him.
I would love to drop this guy in the middle of the Pacific with a sextant and a book and say, "Tell me where you're at."
Oh,
Give
I
him
would
all the
not be able
YouTube
to do it.
videos to watch.
I would not be able
I'd
to
love
do
to
it.
drop anyone. Find me the oldest mariner you can
Oh,
find,
plenty of
and I'll
mariners can
drop
do it.
him at Point fucking Nemo in the Pacific without telling him where he'll have no idea where he is.
Drop FTFE there. He'll be perfectly fine with the sextant.
No.
Yes, I did. It was to get a rouse out of y'all, to be honest.
Whoa.
To be honest.
Oh, that was the funniest thing. He's the guy who mans the diesel engines on a nuclear submarine.
Yeah.
As I said, I did it to get a rouse out of y'all.
Thank you for the laugh.
Mm.
I did.
Oh, that was
I'm
hilarious.
glad
There you
you
go.
all think that Fight the Flat Earth is funny fuck as well. You all take the piss out of him, right? You all know he's full of shit.
I wouldn't.
so
He's really rude. He's not full of shit, but he's really rude. I will say
Yeah,
that.
he's definitely full of shit.
He's an asshole, honestly. But he's not full of shit. He
He's a
pretty much.
liar. He's a
I wouldn't say
pathological liar.
anything. Oh, really? What do you lie about? What do you lie about?
Pathological liar.
What do you lie about? I'm interested to hear about where he lied. Let's hear it.
Ask him about the diesel engines on the nuclear sub that he was on.
Yeah.
What you mean? Oh, well, let's find out if nuclear
His
submarines
proof
have
of a globe. Yeah, his proof of a globe was how much diesel it used on a journey.
Yeah, I'm saying
A
let's find out.
diesel
If
submarine. How much diesel
You wanna
it
find out
used?
how much,
diesel when they're on the surface. They use the diesel to power the batteries or something, but the batteries are what propel it and submerge it.
Oh yeah, I mean, you look up nuclear submarine diesel engine, first thing that comes up, boom, they have them on board. I don't see where he'd be lying about.
His proof of globe.
Yeah, that was the proof of the globe. If you're charging something else that then does the distance for you, how are you getting any proof of anything with that?
I'm not using that as a proof of the globe. I'm saying that you can't say he's
But
lying.
he was.
He used it.
He used
Oh,
it. as a
he's
proof
using the
of globe.
Haversine.
It was
He's
the
using the
dumbest
Haversine.
thing ever.
He's using the Haversine formula. That's what he's doing.
Wait, did he travel?
With
Did he travel
diesel.
shorter than a straight line distance?
He
Was
used
it
the
shorter
Haversine
than the
formula.
straight line? Did you hear about the Haversine formula? Bob did this. Have you heard about Bob?
Have you heard about Bob?
Bev, tell him about Bob.
Let's hear about Bob. I'm interested.
Yeah, have you heard or do you think it's possible to cut 100 miles off a 1,050 mile journey? A straight line distance on a flat, smooth plane of distance of 1,050 miles. Straight line distance from A to B. Can you cut 100 miles off that journey?
If the surface I'm on is flat, no. If that 1,050 miles really represents a geodesic on a sphere, then no. If you actually did try to do, apply a straight line, I don't know how you would, to a sphere, and then you travel the geodesic, then the geodesic would be shorter than whatever straight line you attempted to draw.
Than a straight, flat, plain, smooth, plain surface. Because that was the problem you end up yourself getting into.
It's a plane. So that's why I'm having a hard time answering this question. Like, if that distance was measured, I would say it's a geodesic and not a straight line.
But a geodesic is a straight line.
Interesting choice of words.
What?
Then,
Do you not think a geodesic is a straight line?
I would be hard pressed to call geodesic straight.
Oh, wow. Well, Brenda does, you know. Do you know who Brenda is?
No, I don't know who Brenda is.
Oh, okay.
I mean, geodesic's curve. I don't know how you would
No,
say
I'm
they're
not so sure that they do. They are straight lines.
a geodesic.
Yes. Have you ever seen a geodesic dome? Geodesic dome.
Geodesic dome?
Yeah.
Can't
Go
say
yeah,
I've ever
Google
heard
it.
of one.
Have a try. Google it quick. And see what they look like.
What about them?
Or a geodesic sphere. Try that. Same thing.
It looks like an isosphere, where you take a sphere and you turn it into a polyhedron, basically.
Mm-hmm. Poly. Yeah, straight sides.
But that's not what a geodesic is.
Yeah, the geodesic is all of the straight lines.
No,
Yeah.
It's not what a geodesic is.
Yeah, a geodesic is a straight line.
Do you have a citation for that? A geodesic dome is not a citation for a geodesic, the word geodesic.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if I literally look up geodesic definition, the first thing, relating to denoting the shortest possible line between 2 points on a sphere or other curved surface. That's the first thing that pops up for geodesic. And that would be on a curved surface. I don't know how you would have a straight line.
So it's not a straight line then?
A geodesic? No.
To you?
That is. I mean, it's the first dictionary definition that pops up.
Brilliant. I mean, I now when anybody says a geodesic, I'll be able to say that you say it's not a straight line, right?
That's good. I would rather you not use my words against other people because I don't know the context in which they're speaking.
Yeah, we're talking about geodesics, right? I say there's just straight lines.
The reason
in
why
reality, like Brenda said that they're straight lines in reality as well.
Yeah, but the
everybody
thing is,
else that I've ever said, you're the first person that's ever said that they're curved.
Well, the reason I say I wouldn't want you to use my words against me because I don't know the context is because you can project a geodesic to be straight. It is possible. You can, and that's why.
You can project it to be straight.
Yeah, so if you take a projection of a geodesic from a certain orientation, you can get that projection to be straight. And that is what I'm assuming people say when they say
How often do you project straight lines? Give us a reason why we would want to project a geodesic.
I don't know. But I mean, it's just math.
Why did you just make up a scenario where you could do something, and you can't even think of any scenario that you would actually need to do that something? Why the fuck did you do it?
I mean, just because there's no motivation to do it doesn't mean you can't do it.
Right, so you're just doing it for I don't know, just for the sake of fucking with an argument.
No, it's what you can do with the geodesic. What I'm saying is
what you can do with the line that most people call straight and you don't call straight, but you can think of a way that you can project it at the right angle to make it straight, like everybody else thinks that a geodesic is straight. But you can't think of any reason why you would want to do that other than maybe to try and make it straight, like because everybody else thinks it's straight. Would that be a good enough reason for you to mind project?
My guy, I'm just presenting you with I'm just saying don't use my words against other people because I don't know the context they're talking in. Because a lot of this is already like pre-assumed, right? Or when people have seen it, they will have seen a geodesic from a certain angle and it will look straight. Or when you think of
seen it from a certain angle. What
Yes.
are you talking about? Where would you look at a geodesic from a certain angle? Go on, give us a... Where would we do that?
When you're representing it on a computer screen to show what a geodesic is, that is when. But again, like none of this even matters, right? All I'm saying is a geodesic, right? It's the shortest distance on a curved surface, right? I would say that it's
What
curved.
about in reality?
In reality, it's
Yeah.
I mean it's the same. If you have a curved surface, the shortest distance between 2 points on that curved surface, like on a basketball, which I would say is in reality, you would use a geodesic. And
What
I don't
about
know
on a basketball court?
on a basketball court. No, a geodesic would not be because a basketball court's flat. I don't even know if you could form a geodesic on a basketball court.
See,
Maybe
now
that-
some people would just say it is a straight line.
Yeah, actually, maybe if so, I would have to look.
Wait,
more into
look
it,
at
but
this.
if you attempted, so a geodesic might be the general term for the shortest distance between 2 points. So if you were working on
That's
a
a
surface,
straight line, though, really, isn't it?
well, no, not on a curved surface, right? It doesn't. A straight line doesn't work on a curved surface, right?
Okay. Yeah,
So-
but when we talk about the shortest distance between 2 points, right? We think, most people do anyway, think of a straight line.
But I mean,
There's only a certain group of people that when you say the shortest distance between 2 points, that they think, well, on a ball. But I mean, like, I don't know why people do that. It seems really strange.
Well, because and from my position, right, I'm bringing up the basketball, but I could just as easily say the Earth, and I could say, oh, hey, a flight path is a geodesic, and not a straight line, for example. But that's because I will admit that I am pre-assuming the Earth, but I don't want to do that, which is why I went to something that you and I will both agree is a sphere, basketball, right? So if you want to know why we keep bringing up basketballs, it's because, well, you already know this. We think the Earth is spherical. So we're giving you a spherical analog.
Yeah, but like, let's say if I'm thinking of the shortest distance from A to B, and you say on a ball, and I say, no, in reality. And you say, but I'm just referring it to a basketball, and we're talking about, no, in reality. Like from A to B, I'm going on a journey from A to B.
Well, then on Earth, I would say it's a geodesic. Because again, my position, right, is that it's a globe. And I know that that's not your position. But in my position, a geodesic is the straightest distance, or not the straightest, the shortest distance between 2 points on Earth in reality.
Okay, well, when I say that, I would say in reality, the shortest distance is obviously has to be a horizontal.
You mean straight line? Whatever.
Yeah, a distance from A to B. The shortest distance, if you're saying like from here to the end of the garden or wherever like that, right? Now the shortest distance would be along the horizontal.
Would you like to test that?
Well, yeah, because if it wasn't along the horizontal, it would be the hypotenuse, the rise over run, which is longer than the horizontal distance.
Well, would you like to test it? Why don't we pick 2 points on Earth? I will assume and try to find the distance using a geodesic, and then you can use a straight line, and we can see which one matches up with reality. I feel like that's pretty fair.
Right, well, if I choose a point, let's say, Liverpool.
Okay, Liverpool.
And then we'll go to Apley Bridge.
Can you repeat that?
It's about 27, well, it's about 15 miles, but as the crow flies.
Would it be possible to do something a lot longer, like thousands of miles?
Why?
Because you and I are going to get very similar answers.
Why?
Because you and I are going to get very similar answers over short distances, and it will be very difficult to tell who is correct. That's why.
We can do whether it would be a horizontal distance would be the shortest distance. You can surely you could do that geometrically, right?
I mean, I'm saying we can, but we're going to get very similar answers. It would be we would get very different answers over a much longer distance.
Okay, but you know that a horizontal would be the shortest distance because
I'm still saying it's a
if you are not running a horizontal and you are either above or below, then you would make a right angle triangle, and the shortest distance, or the distance you'd be going, would be called a hypotenuse.
I would say
which is longer than the horizontal distance.
I mean, fine, let's test it. What was the other spot you said?
Well, you just put A and B.
Okay, we got Liverpool, and what was B?
Apley Bridge.
How do you spell that? I'm not from. I don't know where you're from.
Apley Bridge. It doesn't matter. Like there's a canal there, and there's no locks.
Okay.
On the canal, on that stretch from Liverpool to Apley Bridge. It's 27 miles along the water, but about 15, 16 miles as the crow flies. Now, from A to B, along the surface of the water, a horizontal, would be the shortest distance. Because if you change in elevation from that horizontal at either end, then you would be travelling a hypotenuse, which is longer than the horizontal distance, right? That's
cool.
the point.
Let's test it. Let's run the numbers and see. I mean, if you're right, then I will have been shown to be wrong. Let's try it out. Let's see.
Put
what
A to B, and put a horizontal there, and then like change the distance at one end of it, and have it either being higher or lower than that A or B. Right? You will be able to see that the line from A to B is the shorter distance, and the line that you've changed would be a hypotenuse, right?
Yeah, on a flat surface, but on a curved surface, a geodesic will be shorter.
The curved surface will be shorter than the straight line between the 2 points.
The
Are you
geodesic will
sure?
be shorter. Let's test it. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Let's run the numbers. Let's find out. That's what I'm saying. Why not find out? We put in 2 points.
Can I just get this straight? So, if you have a point A and a point B, right? Now, the shortest distance between those 2 points would be a straight line. But you say you can go shorter with a geodesic.
Yeah, if you try to apply the distance formula, which is a straight line, to 2 points on Earth, you will get a longer distance, or a distance that doesn't actually match reality, compared to when I will apply a geodesic. That is what I'm saying. And I'm saying, if you pick 2 locations on Earth, and you chose Liverpool and Apley Bridge, we can go, you can apply the distance formula, I'll apply it would be the Haverstein formula. We can see which one matches up to reality. It's a test, right? It would clearly demark which one of us is right.
No, the actual measurement would demark which one was right.
Right, exactly. We would compare it with reality.
Okay, so who would measure it?
So, I mean...
How would you decide what a straight line is?
For me,
when you measure it.
So the easiest way to do it would be Google Earth, but I don't know if you trust Google Earth. So is Google Earth good or no?
For measuring?
For 2 distances on the surface of the Earth, is Google Earth in or out? I'm cool if you don't accept Google Earth. That's fine with me.
I'm just trying to work out what is it that you think you're trying to do here?
So you and I, right? You're going to use the distance formula to calculate the distance between 2 points on Earth.
No.
You said a straight line, right? That would be the distance formula.
A straight line?
Yeah, the distance formula. Same thing. That's how you would calculate.
No. It's a straight line.
Yeah, and so that's how you calculate the length of that straight line would be the distance formula.
No, you measure.
No, but you and I, right? We have to see which one matches up with reality. So you would, I mean, this is what I was thinking. You would calculate first the distance between.
Measure.
Right, but if you just measured, then you're just at that point you're just measuring the Earth. You don't know if that measurement is in correspondence to a straight line or a geodesic.
Yeah, I would get what I would do. Genius, right? They've got these things called maps, especially and land maps are to scale.
Cool.
Right now, I don't know whether you've ever done this or not. It's amazing. You can get a ruler and measure on the map. It's fantastic. And because the maps are to scale, you can do this thing where you do a measurement and scale it up. It's fantastic. It's genius.
But that's why I mentioned Google Earth. It's a type of map that a lot of people accept, and I was asking if you would accept Google Earth or not. Right? If you don't accept Google Earth, that's fine.
Accept Google. That's what you. I'm finding it weird why people have to accept things.
You don't. I'm giving you the option to reject it. That's what I'm doing. If you reject Google Earth, cool. We'll leave Google Earth alone. I am perfectly fine with that.
Are we talking about measurements here?
Yes, we are.
Right, so
A lot of people would use Google Earth to measure the distance between 2 points on Earth. If you do not wish to do that, we can get rid of Google Earth. I am perfectly fine with that.
Okay. So you measure then, right? There's no calculations.
And when we do the measurement, we need to see if it complies with a straight line or with a geodesic. In order to do that, we need to use the straight line formula and the geodesic formula and see which one matches reality.
No. That's the beauty of using maps. When you use a real map, right?
Which I've done orienteering. I know what you're talking about.
Right, okay then. So there's no need for us to talk about Google Earth. We can just talk about the scale maps that we've all used doing orienteering, right? And then you can just measure that with a tape. Right now, when you did your orienteering, I mean, and it was probably just compass headings, right? Did you ever actually have to measure the scale and use the scale to see how far you were going?
I mean, I'm very aware of how it all works. This is not complicated.
Did you ever, at that point, have to use any formulas for a straight line formula? You know, when you measure something on a map, a 2-scale map, is there a straight line formula that you have to change?
You don't need it. No, you don't need it.
Okay.
But
so
the issue
why were we talking about these things then? What was all that about?
Because in that case, we don't have a way to distinguish whether or not a geodesic is shorter or complies with reality more. Because a map, right? All those accurate maps are on very, very small. It would be like they're not very large. They don't represent a large portion of the Earth. So
they're
you and I,
scale.
Yeah, but you and I are going to get very similar answers, right? So, I mean, we just measured something. We haven't done anything. We don't know which one's right. That's what I'm saying. We don't. It doesn't help.
You don't know which map's right.
No, we don't know if the straight line or the geodesic is what comports to reality. We need to do more than just to measure a map to do that.
Geometry. Have you heard of Gauss?
Gauss?
Yeah.
The guy?
Yeah, he was a dude.
Yes, I've heard of him in a couple of different contexts.
He was a huge mathematical shadow giant.
He had a lot to deal with integrals. Honestly, I hate him.
Well, he also said a surface, geometric surface, is undevelopable. and there are developable surfaces, right? Now, maps are printed on 2D. All maps are flat. I know that may be triggering for you, but it's a fact. And they are developable surfaces. Now, an undevelopable surface, such as a sphere, cannot be expressed on a flat surface without distortion.
I agree with that.
Okay, so all maps being 2D flat and to scale with no distortion around there in the corners or anything like that. There's no altering scales that you have to use. They are all to scale and all accurately to scale. That's one of the CogDis things that you might have.
It's funny. It actually works the other way around, because if you take any map of the entire Earth and not just a small area where the distortions would be minimal anyways, but a map of the entire Earth, choose your favorite one. Not all of them are distorted. Every single flat map of the entire Earth, and not just a small area, is distorted. So do with that as you will.
Well, I just deal with the maps. Like I live in the UK, and we have all sorts of different scale maps, right? But because the entire little island has been measured scale 1-to-1, and then they print off different maps where they alter the scales to fit how much of the land they want to put on that particular map, right?
Okay.
Well, all of that's to scale. There's no distortion. And I know it's only a little island.
Well, I mean, honestly, I wouldn't even be surprised. As I even mentioned, right, if you're taking a small part of the Earth, and I don't mean to offend the UK, but it's not a large island, like you said, right? Sure, yeah, you're going to get minimal distortion, and especially
no distortion, like none, zero, zilch.
Yeah, I was going to say, as to the accuracy of your measurement devices, you probably are going to get zero distortion. I'd actually need to look up the map to see
they're quite proud when they triangulated it for the, I think, second, maybe third time. They got all points within about an inch, I think.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, over the UK. But as I said, right, if you take a map of the entire world, any map of the entire world, they're all distorted. Every single one of them.
Well, we just deal with the land, because the water bit is a bit hard to measure, isn't it? I would give everybody that.
I would say GPS has done a fine job measuring that, and a lot of the features underwater too. But
GPS. Well, all the GPS points in the UK were all taken from the old surveying points that were already there. In fact, the GPS network is built upon the framework of all of the old stuff that was done beforehand.
That's fine. But if I'm saying, if you want to use
probably the US as well.
If you want to use that argument, Bev, you have to use a map of the whole Earth. Because, yeah, of course, a map of a small portion, right, is going to
Sorry, I have to use what argument?
You're trying to use this argument where a map is to scale and a globe would be distorted, and since the map is to scale...
I haven't mentioned a globe, that's you. We were talking about maps, and I was talking about the UK Ordnance Survey maps that are to scale.
Yeah, and if you let me finish, I would have said that you mentioned that since the maps are to scale, that the maps accurately represent the surface that they're on, right? Map 2D, then the surface they're representing must be 2D. Right? Is that the crux of the argument?
No, I just said all maps are 2D, right? And the fact that a sphere is a non-developable surface. It's not able to be expressed on a two-dimensional surface.
Precisely, yes.
Without distortion, sorry. without distortion.
Yeah. And that argument only works if you use the map of the whole Earth.
But there is no distortion in a 2-scale map. That's the point that I was trying to make.
Yes, and that's the thing. I'm not surprised by that because it's over a small area. I'm saying if you want
I
to
don't know.
use that argument,
Is there one of America? Is there a scale map of the US?
not sure, but as I said, the whole Earth.
I don't know. Is anybody
Because
else?
it would
Somebody
scale
else might have.
all the way for the whole Earth.
What would you call? Where would you think you would notice the if you were to develop a non-developable surface onto a map, a 2-scale map?
As I said,
how big would you say in your estimations that you've never even thought about until now? How big would the map have to be before you would start noticing indiscrepancies where these because it being non-developable may be a bit of a problem.
Bev, I actually do know about this argument. It is literally the inverse of our argument. Our argument is that because there are no accurate flat maps of the entire Earth, and that you can only represent it accurately on a globe, then the surface must be a sphere. That is an argument that the globe side has been using for a long time. And so my answer to you is you need one of the whole Earth, because if it's flat, you'll be able to scale it.
No, I'm not talking about the whole Earth. I'm telling you that the maps I use in the UK, the ones I've got, I only live in a little town. I'm not going to move anywhere. So the maps that I use are to scale. All of the ones in the UK are to scale. 1 to 50,000, usually, for the Land Ranger series.
And I'm saying that's fine because it's over a small distance, right? Over the UK. And then you asked me what scale or what sort of distance would you need? And I said the whole Earth. Your argument only works if you apply it to a large enough surface.
No, it works. It works because there's non-developable surfaces and there's developable surfaces. This is mathematical.
Yes, I agree.
Like, don't tell me where it works because you try and do a magic trick that you decide how big something must be for you to be able to. Well, I'm telling you, the maps that are to scale for the entire UK are to scale without any distortion anywhere. How did he do that?
They probably measured it and represented it on a flat map, which is fine over small distances. You will not get all of your plotted points will be within tolerance, and you can, because you are within tolerance everywhere, you can say you have zero distortion. I have no problem with that over a small distance. Perfectly cool with that. And that will be true of any glober you ask. Now the thing is, you keep saying that they are perfect. I would like to, if you could provide me with a citation that shows that they are perfect. I haven't even pushed back on the fact that I don't know, what were the tolerances of the measuring devices or whatever. Or like,
Have you ever heard of trigonometry?
I use it all the time.
Okay. Do you have triangles with 180 degrees?
You do indeed. Well,
all of the time?
For a triangle, yeah.
Okay. No matter how big they are?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, you get
so when they triangulated all of the points in the UK, then plotted them on a map, a 2D map, and they used triangles with 180 degrees. And that's how they get it accurate. That's how when they triangulated the UK, they were able to plot all of the points and make sure they were all there, right? Because they fit onto that map.
Cool. And I would love to see this if you have a citation for it.
But you've never seen a map of anywhere? Where have you in America? I bet there's 2-scale maps there.
There are. I just don't. I haven't gotten into the details about how they were made or their accuracy. I don't know. And that's why I'm saying, like, this map that you're talking about, if you could provide me with the details, I would love to go and research it. Because to be honest, right, Bev, I mean, you're telling me these things, and that's great and all, but it would be wonderful if I could see where you're getting the things you're saying from.
Well, you can get it from yourself, right? Because you know trigonometry works. Can you imagine going up on a mountain top, 3 mountain tops, right, and measuring an angle, and going to each mountain top and ending up with more than 180 degrees in a triangle?
You're just doing the inverse of the spherical excess measurement.
Sorry?
I mean, Bev, I know
I'm
about
doing a what?
I know this is in regards to the fact that we say that there's spherical excess. What
I'm
I'm
just
saying is
talking about triangles, dude. I don't know what you say, but
Yeah, but in
triangles
America-
triangles do only have 180 degrees, don't they?
in America they measured higher, apparently. I don't know. Maybe us Americans are weird. But again, Bev,
But
if you could just
you've
provide me
got
with
more angles, more than 180 degrees in triangles in America.
maybe they didn't measure triangles. I don't know. But if you could provide me with the source of what you are talking about for the UK, I would love to read
It's
it.
the Ordnance Survey.
What's it called?
Ordnance Survey.
Ordnance Survey.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
To scale maps.
Ordnance Surveys. The National.
Yeah.
It says the National Mapping Agency.
Yeah.
Do you have the name? I mean, don't get me wrong. I can use this to go and try to find it. But would you happen to have like the name of the survey they did, or the name of the exact map you're talking about?
It's just the Ordnance Survey Land Ranger series, or any, like they do all sorts of different scales, because the entire UK has been measured scale 1 to 1.
Here we go. Land Ranger maps. Cool. I would love to. Yeah, I'll definitely do some research about it. See,
Right.
'Cause, I mean, to be honest, I have a suspicion that when I go to research this, that they're going to point out that the map is either some sort of projection, or it is going to have some sort of inaccuracy, or some sort of distortion to it. That is my suspicion.
Right.
Will I be wrong?
They
Maybe, but I'll
triangulated the UK. I mean, look up the triangulation of the UK, right, and find out how accurate they were, and then try and work out how they would get that accurate and put it on a map.
the retriangulation of Great Britain, is that what it's called?
Yeah.
See if I can find it. Retriangulation of Great Britain. No,
Yeah,
I
this
said
is good. What sort of geometry do you reckon they would have used when they did all of that stuff with the map making and
I'm gonna
triangulation and trigonometry? What do you reckon?
I'm gonna guess that the land surveyors knew it was a sphere they were measuring, so probably spherical. But that's what the research is for.
Oh,
that's my guess.
Trigonometry. Have you ever done any spherical trigonometry?
I have not done spherical trigonometry.
No, just usual. You call that Euclidean trigonometry, the one that everybody knows when they're talking about trigonometry.
Yeah, because it's a lot easier. Spherical trigonometry is way harder.
Oh, is it different?
In the sense that you account for curvature, yes.
Okay, so different distances.
I guess I don't really know how to answer that question.
Okay.
I mean, the best way to find out.
Would you imagine pi would change?
Pi is a constant.
Oh.
Pi is a constant of diameter. No, the circumference divided by the diameter. I almost said that wrong.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but wouldn't that distance change if it was a geodesic? Wouldn't it?
Well, no, because pi is.
If your radius was a geodesic.
But pi is defined for a flat circle. So You would like a flat circle with is the definition is where you would get the definition of pi from, or that is my assumption. At this point, it is more to speculation, but I mean, we could always look it
Do you
up
know?
to see what it's used
Do you know how within trigonometry how a triangle is formed within the semicircle with the right angle cast upon the circumference?
I could imagine. It wouldn't be too difficult.
That's why a triangle has 180 degrees, right? Geometrically.
It's a cool geometric proof.
Mm-hmm. And that's how you get your sine and your cosine, because of the logarithm tables of the difference between the length of the side and the angle.
I mean, these are all interesting facts, but if you want to know
trigonometric fact that. But
yes,
I mean, like you did want to change your geodesic surface to include greater than within the triangle, but you don't want to alter pi whilst altering the angles of a triangle. Is that not one of those contradictions that you might have?
Well, I mean, the simple explanation for that is they're not the same shape. A triangle and a spherical triangle just aren't the same shape. You can't analyze them the same.
Oh. What about a circle and a spherical circle? Are they change?
A spherical circle? I do not know.
I don't know
what a spherical circle is.
Yeah.
I'm not. I mean,
do you know? Would you have a spherical square? Do you know what one of those is?
We can see if they exist. Let's see if they've come up with one.
Go and Google it.
Spherical square. Let's see. What do we got here? Is it this? I'd imagine. Oh, maybe it's the point. Maybe it's the shape that is formed by the intersection of four geodesics. Is that what it is? A spherical square geometry. It appears. I mean, it seems as if most of the shapes that you could have in a flat geometry, you can also have in a curved geometry. So.
Oh, really? So you could have a square then? That's it.
I mean, it's from like 5 seconds of Googling, what I see is a shape where, I mean, the lines aren't parallel to each other and each of the angles is 120 degrees. And I don't know how that would classify as a square or what separates that. I don't know how they would define it. I don't know how a spherical square is defined. It seems as if they have been defined, but I don't know how you would define it.
My guess would be 4 great circles that constitute the sides of a thing.
There you go. I would agree. That wouldn't be a bad way to do it. But I mean, the thing is, Bev, like, what does it matter? A spherical square and a square are not the same shape. You can define a shape to be, if you define the properties of a shape, you can define the word for that shape to be whatever you want.
Yeah, definitions are meaningless. Yeah, we got that earlier.
Oh, not meaningless. When you go to define them, that's when they are given meaning.
Yeah, but definitions are meaningless if you can have a square being like what we know as a square and it also being something that it isn't, right? I mean, that technically makes definitions meaningless.
They're two different shapes. Like you're almost, it's like saying green is not red because red is not green. A square is not a spherical square because a spherical square is not a square. They're two completely different shapes. They both happen to have 4 sides, but like they are two
4
different
sides.
A square, 4 sides, right?
Well, I don't know. I mean, you're limiting yourself.
For a square?
Surely.
Squares,
surely you can manage to make a square have more than 4 sides.
I mean, as in define, like a square? No. It's 90 degrees. I mean, you know this, right? But that's the point, Bev, right? A square is defined as you know it to be 2 sets of parallel lines, 90 degrees between the corners, all the sides are the same. That is what a square is defined to be. A spherical square is a completely different thing than a square. Even if they have the same word in the name, they are 2 different things.
Right, so okay.
I fail to see why why that would be an issue. They're just
I find it amusing, right, when I'm talking to people and they're so obsessed with the globe sphere that they have to put every other shape on it. Like, you can't get rid of it, can you?
I mean, there are spheres in reality. It's useful, and even if it's not useful, it's still a part of geometry. So, even if it's not useful, I don't know what to
There's
say about it.
cubes and squares in reality as well, isn't there?
Yeah.
Yeah, in the UK, have a look at when you're looking up the map system. Have a look up grid reference system.
Grid reference system.
Yeah.
I'll keep that in mind.
The squares.
Probably are.
Yeah.
And I mean, again, I like just because I guess I think what I've seen a lot is people get hung up on the fact that there's the word triangle in the phrase spherical triangle, even though a spherical triangle is a completely different shape, right? Like it's just not the same. In fact, I've even gotten to the point where it might be better to just call it something completely different, right? Like come up with a new word, because people get hung up with the fact that the word triangle is in that phrase.
Yeah. What about circle?
What about it? I don't know. A spherical circle? I mean, if you were
No, I mean
to...
for a triangle. Like,
Even like inscribing the triangle in a circle?
yeah. Do you know how big a triangle you can get? What's the biggest?
That sounds like one of those, what do you call them, like Math Olympiad questions. How the biggest you can get the three sides of a triangle inside of an inscribed circle?
No, angles, sorry. Angles.
Oh, for angles, 180. For a triangle, yeah, 180.
Yeah, in reality, right? But what about your spherical triangles, right?
I think they go up to like 540.
Yeah, they do. And what would you call that 540 triangle?
But that's the thing, it's not a triangle, it's a spherical triangle.
Yeah.
Or you can give it another name, right? It's a shape, it is the shape formed, actually, yeah, that's probably what a square is. It is the shape formed by three, and I've been calling them geodesics. Great circles is another name for them that most people would probably be more familiar with. It's the shape formed by three great circles, right? It's not like a triangle is the shape formed by three straight lines. Spherical triangle is the shape formed by three great circles. So they are just different things.
But what would that shape look like with that maximum triangle?
What would it look like?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, of course, just like as you could not have
How many angles would each of the could you say corners? I'm not too sure. How would that work in that big triangle?
So whatever 540 divided by 3 is 100. Each one would be 180 degrees.
Nice. And what's 180 degrees?
That would be the maximum you can have for a flat triangle.
Right, so three sides with 180 degrees.
I mean, there's the simplest one is.
Wait,
I mean,
can you imagine? You've just said that, dude. Don't skim over it, right? At some point, somebody just made you make a triangle with three 180 degree.
It's not a triangle. That's what
I've only been here for like 10 minutes, and the only thing I've heard him say referencing that is that he keeps telling you he's not talking about a triangle, he's talking about this other shape. And then you just quote him as calling the triangle that.
Yeah, go on.
Are you
Just
listening to what I'm saying?
let's just have this. It's got three sides and 180 degree angles.
That's a triangle. Perfect. We can talk about triangles. We don't have to.
What's a 180 degree angle look like?
An 180 degree angle look like?
Yeah.
I mean, that would just be like a straight line.
Yeah. So you've got A what? Like, so you've got one side of your triangle, and then when you get there, you're going to make a 180-degree angle.
I mean,
but isn't that's a straight line? How many straight lines do you have on your sphere?
That's the thing. You're not considering the fact that we're on a curved geometry.
But you've just made an angle of 180 degrees. Where's that?
In a curved geometry, there's no such thing as parallel lines. So they can meet at 180 degrees and then diverge because they're not parallel.
Where's 180 degrees?
It would be where they intersected. And then they would diverge and
on the surface.
Yes, on the surface. I mean,
where would you measure a 180-degree angle on the surface of a sphere?
It would be at the vertex.
And what would it look like? What would the shape of this?
I mean, the best way to answer that question would be to like draw it out or to use some sort of CAD program.
Go on, draw it out for us.
I would not even have a clue to how to do that.
No.
But for example, I mean, for an easier one, right? I said 540 is the max, but you can go up to 540. 270 is still greater than 180, and it's a lot easier.
Yeah, but I'm much more interested in the 540 because PhD Tony did this, and PhD Tony ended up starting the trend of flat Earth geometry, which is how we started the night. Talking about McToon and his flat Earth geometry. So, how do you get 540? And what does that shape look like?
I mean, the number 540 comes from the proof of for a spherical triangle. I do not know that proof. And again, I would have to go and see if anybody has drawn it out.
Yeah.
What a spherical triangle.
How weird is that you've just ended up saying that there is a triangle with three 180 degrees? You still said it though. I mean, that's weird that somebody can say that.
When did I ever say a triangle had more than 180 degrees in this entire conversation? When?
You just said the triangle on a sphere has three 180-degree angles. You said that.
I said a spherical triangle, which is not a triangle.
Okay,
they are
but each of the angles, forget about the lines, each of the angles that you are going to use is 180 degrees. Now, where is there a 180-degree angle on a sphere?
Where? I mean, it would be the intersection of two of those lines.
Two of what lines?
So we have three great circles. They are all intersecting each other. So you got three great circles. You got three vertexes. Each of the vertices, not vertexes. Wow, it's late. Each of those vertices would have an angle of 180 degrees. And as it went around the curve, it wouldn't just stay as a straight line. It's going to curve because we're on a curved geometry. And that's what you have to think about.
Okay.
Right?
So
like
it's just a circle then, right? It's a great circle you're going to end up with. Right? So what you've done is you've took a triangle with 540 degrees, you've divided it by 3 and made 3 180 degrees, but what you've actually ended up with is a circle.
No.
No. Okay.
I said 3 great circles, or geodesics, right? Emerald said great circle. They're the same thing. Geodesics, right? And the issue is you're thinking, right, on a flat geometry, if I draw 2 lines and I connect them at 180 degrees, it's going to be one line, right? That is what is currently in your head. And that is true on
it's
a
fucking
flat piece of
hilarious,
paper.
isn't it?
Yes. On a curved geometry, they will meet at 180 degrees and then they will begin to diverge because you're on a curved geometry. That is why you can get more. That is why. That is just a fact of curved geometries.
Yeah.
They diverge. There's no such
I
thing.
don't know if you
cannot
can have
parallel
the
lines.
angles strictly equal to 180. I think they would have to be less than by some amount. Like 540, I think would be the maximum, but it would be like not an attainable maximum. Like you could
None
do
of you guys have
539.
actually looked into how ridiculous your fucking spherical geometry is, have you? I mean, you are talking of a spherical triangle with 540 degrees, and none of you have even bothered looking into how that is possibly done.
I mean, at the end of the day, that is the maximum,
Yeah.
right? Most of the time, we're not talking about the maximum case, right? So 270, a spherical triangle with 90 degrees per side, for example, is much more common to talk about, right? So, I mean, that's why I'd imagine that looking for a triangle, a spherical triangle, not a triangle can't have 540. Spherical triangle, 540 would be hard to do. Just look it up online. I would need to bust out CAD and try to do it there or something like that. Is something wrong with CAD?
No, I just like you with your 540 degree triangles. PhD Tony had the same thing. It's really weird that something so simple as geometry gets people who, I imagine you perceive yourself as a really intellectual guy, right?
I'm actually pursuing a PhD myself.
I know, it sounds like it. But it's obviously not in geometry, right?
It's in engineering where we use geometry all the time.
Wow.
I use geometry, what I say on a daily basis? I don't use CAD that often. Not on a daily basis, but pretty often.
Okay, Euclidean geometry, then?
Yes, I mean,
okay,
I don't
well, that's
think
okay. I mean, everybody knows Euclidean geometry. That's fine. It's the spherical geometry that you haven't got a fucking clue about, right? Because even when you are using spherical geometry, because you've used Euclidean, you're putting planes through the center. You're cutting planes. And the angles that you're measuring within spherical geometry is the angle between the planes that are cutting the sphere. Right?
You could describe it as that.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
But, I mean,
so it's still Euclidean, isn't it? You're just using planes to cut through the sphere. But you're still using Euclidean angles internally or externally or whatever. But you use the plane.
I mean, the best, if you really wanted to learn more about it, it would be best to talk to a mathematician who's actually went on and studied spherical triangles. Right? I mean, that would be talk to an expert, somebody who has studied spherical triangles and spherical geometry.
No, it's you, dude. You're the one that's had a 540 degrees. You need to talk to somebody about spherical triangles. I don't need to talk to anyone about spherical triangles. You're the one that's just made a dick out yourself.
It would be good education.
Well, then you best go and do it, because next time, right? If you'd have done that before, you wouldn't have just made the tit out of yourself that you just did. If you'd have took your own advice and talked to an expert about spherical triangles, because I'm sure there's one out there somewhere, probably at your university that you're at.
Could be, yeah.
Sure you'd be in the best place to go and talk to somebody about those.
I mean, I don't know what direction you think that kind of research would go, but if the first page of Google is anything close to a representative sample of what people say about spherical triangles, then it seems like 540 is a relatively well agreed upon figure for the maximum number of degrees in a spherical triangle. So I don't know if you're expecting him to look it up and then realize, oh shoot, I was wrong, because I mean that doesn't look like what's going to happen.
Yeah, I don't hold spherical triangles in contention, and I will not need them in pretty much anything I do, right? Like, the issue is people come here, they talk about spherical triangles, and then you try to make it sound like they don't exist. I'm saying, hey, if you actually want to learn why all of us say it exists and see that they do exist and the geometry behind them, you can go talk to somebody who knows about them, right? I accept spherical triangles. It's a triangle made by three great circles. Cool, whatever, right? Since you hold it in contention, it's on you to see that they are real. You can perform geometry on them, just like you can with Euclidean geometry, but you would need to go actually ask somebody who knows about it. But that probably fell on deaf ears, so cool.
Wow. Well, thanks for that. I
You're
don't
welcome.
need to talk to anybody about spherical triangles. They're fucking stupid. And like you, I would have even less use for a spherical triangle. And if you say you're doing an engineering course and you'd have no use for spherical triangles, why would I need to bother talking to somebody? I know how they form a spherical triangle.
So then why?
It's
would
360
you
and 290s. And it's the weirdest shape you've ever seen because it's a freak show. It's not real. Like you say, it doesn't get used.
But I mean, at the end of the day, geometry is just math, right? I mean, there are plenty of shapes in geometry that never get used. It doesn't exclude them from geometry.
Pi is just
But it
math,
excludes
isn't it?
them
It's
from
just-
reality.
Pi's only a number, isn't it?
Pi, yes, pi is a number. It's an irrational number.
It's only a number, isn't it? Transcendental, Brenda
I
calls it.
wouldn't say it's only. It's a very special number.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, well, it's geometry, because that's the circumference over the diameter. I mean, that's only geometry. It's not as if it's anything. It's only pi, right?
I don't see. I think pi is a great number. It's very important. We wouldn't be able to do many things without it.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure I just used pi when I did some of my engineering homework.
Well, that's how important geometry is, then, right?
I agree.
Yeah.
I even said I use it very often.
I'm glad we
Very
agree. It's the most important thing, really.
There could be, that's debatable. Geometry is the most important.
Well, it's the
I would
foundation
say-
of mathematics, isn't it?
Ooh, the foundation of mathematics is geometry. I would say it goes the other way around.
Really?
Geometry is based off of mathematics.
Okay. How do you base geometry off math?
I mean, so mathematics is just the manipulation of symbols. It's just an organized form of pure logic. That is what math is. And
With the
geometry-
numbers, number one.
Symbols, not just numbers. Symbols.
All right.
Numbers are a type of symbol.
How do you derive geometry from the math then? Go on.
Well, I mean, the easiest way is to talk about what you said, right? Pi is the circumference of a circle, which is a number, divided by, which is a mathematical operation, the diameter of a circle, which is also a number. So all of that is math.
Yeah, but because it's a ratio, you associate one of them with the number 1, like scale on a map. You have 1 to 50,000. Well, because you're dealing with a ratio, you either, if you're using tau or pi, you choose the diameter or the radius, and you associate that with 1, the number 1. So you use the line, radius, diameter, as 1, and you see how many times you can fit that around the circumference.
Yeah, and that gives you pi. That what you just described is a mathematical operation.
Yeah, but that's the geometry has given you the number, not the other way round.
You just described, right? So you start with the radius of 1.
You start with the geometry, and the geometry gives you the number.
You literally described it the other way around. You said how many times can you fit an, I guess it would be an arc or a length into that radius. That is a mathematical operation to get pi. You just described a
You
mathematical
get the
operation.
length of the diameter or the radius of the circle, and you see how many times that fits around the circumference. The length of the straight line, how many times that goes around the circumference. The line with the line giving you a number.
Bev, you just said it. The length. You started with the length. A length.
Yeah, you start with the
No,
shape.
yeah.
You start with the shape, the geometry, and end up with the number.
But you said you start with the length, L. That's math.
The radius.
Yeah, radius, R. That's math. We use symbols all the time in math.
Yeah, but you associate that length with 1.
1's a number. It's math. I don't see
the line gives you 1. The shape, the geometry comes first.
The length of the line. You've said that numerous times.
Yeah, your cog disc is acting up now, mate.
Okay, I mean, you said multiple times the length of the line. You see how many times you can fit it within a circle.
Yep.
Yes.
And circles aren't scalable, are they? Because so every time you make it bigger, you make the line bigger. It's always the same number. The line gives you the number.
You said it yourself. You have to have a length for the line. If you set it to 1, that's fine.
You call that 1. Yes.
Okay, that's math. where
the line gives you 1. You have no other way for defining 1 than the straight line.
But you do realize that math is just about manipulating symbols. Even if we didn't give a length to that line.
This was about what came first, the number or the geometry.
No, math, not the number. Math in general.
Okay, so math comes first before geometry.
Yes, because
now I've just told you, explained to you how geometry gave you the number pi. Please explain more now how you think math came before geometry. Please.
Because the line, a length, it's just a symbol. It's symbolic. And then you apply a manipulation to that symbol, and it gives you an answer. That entire operation that you do to get pi is a mathematical operation. The entire thing. It's just a type of
geometric operation.
They're the same thing. Geometry is a type of math. It's just the symbols in geometry are shapes. Math is just the manipulation of symbols. And in geometry, they so happen to be shapes. That's why when I say math comes first, you really shouldn't say like first. Geometry is just a subset of the many different types of mathematics. Right? Because it's just symbol manipulation is what math is. Formalized. You can't just do whatever you want. Formalized. Symbol manipulation.
I think you could say that the geometry gives you all of the stuff first and the understanding of logic. And then you can use that.
I mean, in that case,
to derive your math from.
I mean, again, if you really want to know the answer to this, go talk to like a mathematician who has studied this. And the reason I'm saying that it's just beyond like numbers is because like graduate level math goes into like a number theory and information theory, and it's about how math is the manipulation of symbols, right? It's not just numbers. It's not just the length of a line. It is, you even say, J-Ro, draw any line. Awesome. We use the line as a symbol. That is math. It is the manipulation of that symbol. Formalized. You can't just do whatever you want. That is math. That's why I say it's a part of it. You can't get around. Yes, the line is geometry, is math, Paige. They are not.
The line is geometry. Paige is giving it you there. I mean, it is pretty simple. All of the definitions that you get given within geometry are the straight line and the angle and the square and the triangle and all of that sort of stuff.
I mean, I would love for you to talk to a mathematician about this because they would be. I would love to see what they would have to say about it because I'd imagine that, like the dictionary and like everybody else is learning
stuff.
Geometry. Yeah. I don't know why you're picking words. It's late.
I don't know.
But sure,
I
whatever.
know. You'd love to hear me talk to somebody. Well, what makes you think that we haven't, or I
To a
haven't?
mathematician, then why would you ever say that? Like, geometry is a part of math, right? It's a
It's the
part of it.
foundations of mathematics.
Not foundation. It's
Yeah, foundation. The foundation of mathematics.
I'd imagine
Yes.
people were adding things before they were analyzing shapes. Adding is pretty easy. Analyzing shapes is pretty difficult, comparatively.
I mean, granted, it might have been for the time the foundation of maths. Nowadays, there are a lot of fields of math that are derived completely separately from geometry.
But the foundation is the foundation, right?
I mean, no.
Oftentimes, the foundation is a set of axioms called ZFC, which has nothing to do with geometry. It's just a statement about collections of things.
Okay, so what is the foundation of mathematics?
Logic, pure logic, pure logic.
Yep. And
In
what do you think? What do you think geometry is?
It is a form of pure logic.
Pure logic.
It is a form of it.
Yeah.
But
So that
pure
came from the
logic-
same thing, then, right?
Geometry is formed out of pure logic.
Yeah.
And actually, Emerald is actually you and I might have seen the same Veritasium video where the foundations of mathematics comes from a formalized set of logical principles, and you can use those sets to derive geometry, which if geometry can be derived from something more fundamental, then I would not say geometry itself is fundamental. You can derive geometry from something more fundamental, but it's really advanced, and that's why I said you would need to talk to a mathematician about it. You can literally derive Euclidean geometry from pure logic.
Yeah, I know.
But I'm saying
And
that
there's no numbers in it, right?
Actually,
there's no need for numbers within.
The way they represent it is with numbers, actually.
The way they represent what?
But the pure logic is with numbers.
The pages. I mean, the geometry.
No, the pure logic that is the fundamentals of all mathematics is represented with numbers. But it's not.
You do pure logic with numbers? Are you sure?
Are you talking about Gödel numbers, or because I mean, I think of logical statements more as things like propositions and implications.
Yeah.
But if you're talking about
how he's running wild, Harold, you hold him back. I mean, just let him go. I mean, he's globe hero here.
I don't know what you're on about. I'm asking
It's really
questions.
abstract.
Yeah.
I'll just say it's really abstract. The numbers I'm talking about, they're just symbols. They are. It's as I said, math is just the manipulation of symbols, right? Like that is the basis of it. If you would like to learn more about it, you would need to go talk to a mathematician. It's incredibly difficult to explain, and I'm not even sure I could do it justice. So just fall back to that. Math is the manipulation of symbols. Geometry is a type of symbol manipulation.
But this is like the basics that we're talking about here, right?
Yes, math is.
It can't be that difficult, right?
No, it's incredibly difficult. The
It's
fundamentals
incredibly difficult. What?
Like
With
the
one.
fundamentals of math, like the foundation of mathematics is incredibly difficult.
Definitions. Have you got a definition for one?
I mean, it would be a unity, a singular entity. But like even then, like the logic, as I said, it's incredibly abstract, right? Like graduate level math goes into it, and you would have to talk about the mathematician for like the formal definition of like the numbers and addition and multiplication and all of that, right? It's very complex and abstract.
Addition and subtraction and multiplication isn't really
Not
that
the
difficult,
operations,
really, is it?
not the operations themselves, but where they come from, how they are derived.
What, the addition and multiplication, subtraction, division? I mean, not really.
You would need to talk, or I could provide
It's
you
like
with this idea.
it's very geometrical, really, when you think about it. I mean, that's the way I think of it. Anyway, maybe because I'm thinking geometrically, but I mean,
Would you like me to
I think
provide
there's
you
I mean there's some merit to that, right? Like a lot of times there are, like, I think that geometry can be used as a foundation for a lot of like arithmetic. Like you can do addition, you can do multiplication, you can do square roots, you can get pi. But the whole of mathematics, I would say, includes things that are sort of much more complicated. Like, what if I take a fractional exponent of a number? Like, there's just no obvious way to construct a set of circles, lines, and triangles that gets that. So, like, geometry is good as basics, but I don't know if it stands like as a robust foundation for all of mathematics per se.
Yeah, it's just there's a foundation, right?
All right, but a foundation should be able to support everything on top of it, right?
It does. I mean, geometry. That's why I said the geometry is the foundation of mathematics.
I mean everything in the everything sense, like e to the I, times 2.
Yeah, well, imaginary
complex
shit
numbers.
doesn't really work, does it?
It's a
Well,
part
it's
of
used in
mathematics.
electrical engineering. It's just as real as negative numbers are in the sense
Yeah,
that
but
they're
you
used to solve
can't
actual
say
equations in reality.
that because you've made up of something imaginary, that may be the foundations, when you've already used the foundations to get to where you are making up imaginary shit.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Right,
I
you
don't
can't
think there's an obvious
replace
way
the
to go from
foundations
geometry
with imaginary
to complex
shit.
exponentials. I'm saying,
Yeah.
I mean, it'd be nice to know and figure out. I mean, I'd be shocked to learn if there were a way to start from just geometry and derive things like complex exponentials. I
You
just
can.
don't think there's.
They did, obviously, right?
You kind of, well, not really. You get geometry from complex numbers, but you basically you have a real
Wow,
axis,
you
a
guys.
lateral or imaginary axis.
Or even more abstract than like point set topology, which is like a field that's I wouldn't say opposite to geometry, but it's very much dealing with just collections of numbers and not really talking about much in the sense of like angles or lines or anything. Like I think it'd be pretty hard pressed to derive point set geometry point set topology from geometry just on its own.
Right,
Yeah,
but in order for you to get there, you've already used the foundations of geometry.
No, that's
In
what
what
we're
way?
saying. We can't. We can't use geometry to get to like complex numbers or statistics or topology, as Emerald was talking about.
Like, I mean,
Unless
you're
you
saying we
can-
can. I'm curious how. Like, I mean, I don't mean to just like press on over and over, but I'm really curious if you think there's a way to get from geometry to something like statistics or probability theory. Like, I mean, I'd be really interested to hear that because in my mind, there's no obvious link between the two.
Are you using numbers?
Sure.
Yes, but numbers came before geometry did. The idea of one came before the people started analyzing shapes.
Yeah. Like, I can sit in a basement in a dark room with no lights and think to myself, 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep, come up with the positive numbers, then think of, what if I have 0 and I take away 1 again? Now I have the negative numbers. What if I divide 2 of these? Now I've got fractions. What if I fill in the holes between the fractions? Now I've got the reals. Like, this can be done sans any
Where
geometry.
do you imagine you got nothing from?
I mean, if someone asks me, how much gold do I have, but I just gave the last of it to somebody else, there's a concept of not having anything, of not having a quantity.
Yeah,
something.
wealth. You went straight to money.
Sure. I mean, that's what this was historically used for, was for bookkeeping in agrarian societies.
Mm-hmm.
This is where counting and arithmetic basically was like used.
If anything, money is the foundation of mathematics.
You think so?
Well, I'm being a little bit pedantic and sarcastic, but it is how it started. It was with money mainly. As Emerald said, math got started due to money.
I don't know about got started, but at the very least, it was used by early civilizations to track debts and count like how much wheat you have, pay taxes, things like that.
I sort of expected you guys to like the numbers.
You're cutting out a bit. I heard like numbers. Is that?
Yeah, I think you guys do like the numbers, don't you?
Engineers, absolute. Actually, no. We use more symbols than numbers, but yes, we love math. Could not do our job without it.
What about geometry, engineering?
Do use geometry, but we also use calculus and, well, yeah, statistics as well. Lots of stuff.
Nice.
Yeah.
So we just deal with the basic logic and geometry here, right?
And then you're restricting yourself to one type of math.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you restrict yourself to one type of math? They're all very useful. Well, not all of them. I shouldn't say all. A lot of types of math are useful.
Depends what you're looking for, I suppose.
I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I would guess.
What are you guys looking for?
I am mainly interested in aerospace, so that requires lots of calculus. Want to build and design rockets. You know, go to space, the place that I've heard lots of people tell me doesn't exist, even though there are thousands of objects currently sending data that I guess is magically being produced.
Space is just the distance between physical objects, though, right?
No, space is the location outside of our atmosphere. Because, you know, words can have two meanings.
Oh, well, like I say, space to me is just the distance between physical objects, so...
But, I mean...
I guess I'm closer to space than you are then, right?
I mean, you know, words in the English language can have multiple meanings, so...
Parentheses, outer, closing parentheses, space.
There you go. That would specify it.
Nice. I don't concern myself with fantasies.
Oh, well, I mean, you don't have to worry about that. Space definitely exists, and there have been many objects sent there. Many engineers currently work on sending those items there and get data back and are able to control them. So, don't have to worry about fantasy.
I definitely don't need to worry about your fantasies.
I mean, if you would like to tell all the engineers that their job is fantasy and the things that they send into space and the data that they collect is fantasy, then, I mean, that would be pretty bold.
Why would I want to do that?
I mean, you seem to be suggesting that space is fantasy, and there's
No, I just said space to me is the distance between physical objects. I mean, is that a problem for you?
No, I mean, that's one definition, but I mean, I've been talking about outer space this entire time.
Like I said, fantasy.
No, absolutely not. You know, the thing that engineers send items to and collect data from. Unless, you know, all of that is just not real.
This is hilarious. I am loving this.
I mean, that would be real. And I guess that's actually kind of why I got into this, because there's people on the internet.
You got into what? What did you get into?
Getting on these Discords and whatnot. It's because
wow,
there are people
you talking on Discord. You got into that.
Oh, Lord Bev. Yes, Discord, Flat Earth Discords, your Discord, which is not a Flat Earth Discord. I mean,
nice. So
yeah,
something's made you come here and talk about this stuff.
Yes, what made me come here is that there's a bunch of people telling me that everything I am learning is essentially incorrect, and I would like to be presented. Oh, well, you for one.
Wait, sorry.
Yeah, I mean,
what have I said?
Well, for example, all planes or all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. Goes against everything I have ever learned, and it would make.
Have you never seen the definition of horizontal?
Oh, I know what it is. According to surveyors, it's 90 degrees from vertical, and vertical
definition
is
of horizontal in mathematics. Try googling it. No, well, you can.
I mean, it's straight.
Yeah. Horizontal mathematics. Do it.
Sure.
Let's hear those type. Let's hear those fingers.
That's not how you spell horizontal. A parallel to the plane of the horizon at right angles to the vertical.
Parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Cool. is the
You
horizon.
said it goes against everything that you know, but I mean, you've just read it out there. It's in the mathematical definition of the parallel to the plane of the horizon. Yeah, and then logically, all horizontals are parallel to each other. I mean,
No, you can't make that jump. Not at
of
all.
course you can. If horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then all horizontals are parallel to each other. I mean,
but the plane
yeah.
of the horizon is just the circle. It's formed by the circle that you can see around yourself. And
What
if the
plane?
orientation of
Where
that
does it
circle,
say the plane of the horizon? Where does it say circle? I mean, like you've just
that's
put a
how-
circle there. It's like you were drawing lines on balls before.
that's how it's formed.
There's no circle in that. It's a horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon. So you've got horizontal, plane, horizon.
But we have to define the plane, find out what orientation, or if I have the plane of the
Horizontal.
horizon on one spot,
Horizontal is the
same
orientation.
Yeah, but horizontal, especially in the surveying sense, is also 90 degrees to the gravity vector, and the gravity vector changes. So,
What? Horizontals don't change. They're all parallel.
are they? Have you
Yeah.
measured it?
Parallel to the plane of the horizon.
I mean, have you measured it?
Parallel to the plane of the horizon. I mean,
Right,
do you
that's
need to
right.
measure it? I mean, have you ever used a level, an auto level?
An auto level? No.
No. Okay. Well, so you haven't then. When you say to me, "Have I measured it?" Yeah, I've used an auto level.
Oh, have you
I know.
compared-
I know that all the horizontals are parallel.
Did you wait? How do you know they're parallel? Did you compare their orientations?
Yeah. Have you ever done a 2-peg test?
I
Oh
do
no,
not-
you've never used an auto level. You
know
wouldn't
that
know.
is
Ask George. George is in the chat.
interesting. I mean, at the end
Oh
of the
no!
day,
Wait a minute.
especially
George
if you
does
were-
RBD face. He wouldn't have a clue either. He gets stuck up with his own. Globe model leaves you all in really weird positions whenever you're dealing with this geometry shit.
I mean, I've seen. There's also people
But yeah, all horizontals are parallel.
verticals that are not parallel to each other. What's up with that? How did people measure diverging verticals? What's up with that?
How'd you get that?
I mean, there are people online who have measured diverging verticals.
No, there aren't.
Yes, there are.
No.
They have videos and they're on YouTube.
No. You've not been fooled by that. Non-surveyor guy doesn't even know how to set his tools up and his magic trick. You haven't been fooled by that.
I mean, is there a reason why I would not trust him and trust you instead?
You don't have to trust me.
Oh, then, I mean, if I'm going off of what I know...
Have you seen the video where he shows you he can't set his tools up? You know, like these people, they have to show you that they're not actually real surveyors.
You mean
because
the
then
one
he can't.
lines
There'd be no way he can. Sorry. What's
You mean
he
the
say?
one where he's looking out into the ocean and the two lines aren't the same?
The two lines. You do know about that. You've been prepped for this one, have you?
I've been on this Discord before. I've seen you all have brought this up before.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'd imagine that if you take a camera and put it through the scope of the instrument that they were using and you do it twice, that they're not going to come out the same because of the way you're holding the camera.
Well, that's not true.
Is that not true? If I take a camera and I hold it at an angle through the scope of the autolight or whatever, it'll give me the same picture?
You won't be able to see it, or then you will be able to see it, and you'll be able to see the crosshairs or whatever, yeah.
I mean, but there's going to be a tolerance in which I can wiggle the camera around where I can see the crosshairs, but the crosshairs are going to move depending on the angle of the camera.
Have you ever tried that?
I mean, to your point,
have you ever tried what you just say in order to be able for you to perceive that this guy hasn't managed to fuck up the setting up of his tools? Have you ever put a camera on one of these devices and tried to see what happens when you do that?
No, I'm using geometry. I'm thinking about the geometry of it.
Oh. Right, well, we have done that.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
And even then,
he showed everybody he doesn't know how to set his tools up.
I mean,
and now
it's
you can't
incredible
trust the
that you-
surveyor that looks through these things and says obviously, yes, they are different.
But I can trust your word instead.
What's in the video? He says it in the video himself.
Oh, I would need to see this video. I have not seen that.
You're
where
not
he said-
going to have a look unless he's took it down. I told him to take it down because it's embarrassing for the fucking company that he set the tools up pretending. For one, he's looking over water. I mean, come on.
Well,
I mean, I
videos
know you
I'm
don't know
talking
anything
about-
about surveying, but
The videos I'm talking about aren't over water. It's a completely different scenario. So even if he did, and I'm not saying he did, even if he did mess up in one measurement, it would not say that he messed up the other ones. You could not come to that conclusion. And then, of course, the best way to deal with this is to see if other people have also measured diverging parallels, which they have. And then, the best way to do it, of course, would be to do it yourself. Unfortunately, I do not have the tools to do it myself. But have you all tried to measure diverging verticals? I'm just wondering, have you tried?
what we decided to go was with the straight line test first. Now, we obviously you can hold a plumb bob, right, on a string to know that's a straight line, right? I mean,
yeah,
vertical is like a guaranteed straight line.
Yes, it should be.
But I mean, how do you show that? It's a bit difficult to do that. I mean, nobody would be impressed with that. So we went the other way. We wanted to show a straight line. What, in fact, we wanted to do. Have you ever read any Euclid?
Any of Euclid? I've read some of it, not a lot.
What about Book 11? You're engineer.
Book 11. We don't go through Euclid. There's no reason to go through Euclid's postulate to learn geometry. That is the funniest thing I've ever heard. I mean, if you wanted to learn about how the postulates and stuff were made, but like when it comes to trigonometry or the area of a circle and all that, you don't need Euclid's postulates for that.
No, well, I'm talking about the propositions in Book 11.
No, I don't know those off the top of my head.
Okay.
What are they?
Book 11 is solid geometry.
Cool.
And proposition 1 in Book 11 is to show that no part of a straight line can lie within a plane and part without it, right? Out of the plane. All parts of a straight line must lie within the plane.
Okay, yeah, that's a good test. You could test that.
Yeah, we did.
Oh, how'd you test it?
We got a tool that establishes a horizontal plane.
Okay.
And then we overlapped a section in the center to show that a shared straight line segment extends the straight line, right?
So you prove that the line that you put on the horizontal plane stays on the horizontal plane.
Mm-hmm.
Congrats. That doesn't help. What? That doesn't help. You can
Dude,
form
think about it.
horizontal planes on a globe.
Stop. Dude, think about it. Two lines overlapping, both on the horizontal. No tilted horizontal for your curve. Think about what's being said.
Okay, so let's go through this step by step, right? So I'm assuming you set up an auto level. In fact, can you walk me through it step by step, Bev? How did you do this test?
What we did, it took quite a while. But first off, what we needed was some numbers from people. Because there was no point really in order to do this, because people had to push us to do it, right? So first off, we say level is a straight line on a horizontal plane, and people say, oh no, right? So then we have to find out how they know that they're because like, do you have level being horizontal, or is there a difference?
For me, horizontal is orthonormal to gravity, so it would curve. But
horizontal would.
I'm listening to the when you establish a horizontal, the horizontal plane you establish is a horizontal and is a plane. But when you go to establish them all around the Earth, that they will not be parallel to each other. That is my position. But I would like to hear this test, which would disprove that.
Okay, right. Well, in order for you to, like you say there, horizontals aren't parallel, right? How do you know that they're not parallel? So, what you do is, you get a water level establishing a straight line, a horizontal. Now, each end of that water level is an even altitude, right? It's off the floor. Yeah? You right with that?
Yeah, and okay, go ahead.
Well, so each end of the water level, even altitude. It's off the floor. It's not a tangent. And the distance between those two bits is a straight line, right? The shortest distance between those two ends is a straight line. Now, the test is, does the water level lie along that straight line between the two? Right?
Sure.
So, have you ever seen the Ruhif numbers?
No, I've not seen the Ruhif numbers.
Let me get these up for you then.
And you just used one water level, right?
What? No, I'm explaining it to you at the minute with one water level, but no, there's two.
Okay, there's more. There's more of them? Okay, cool. Do you, maybe the Ruhif numbers has, like, the distances. Because I'm assuming you did this over a really big distance, right? Because it would be really hard to tell if it was off if you did it over a small distance.
There you go. Look at this. You'd be surprised.
Fowler local curvature calculations.
Right, so over these are. Have you heard of Slice Barcane?
I have heard of him. Haven't watched.
Slice Barcane has a bending water level test, and he has 1 mile, 1,600 meters, 1,609 meters, but I mean 1,600 meters in 100-meter increments. Right? So he's just going 16 100-meter water levels, and he's going to marry them up one after the other, right? As they all go together. Now, if you imagine a horizontal at the position that you're starting, where the water level is, then all of these numbers are the drop from horizontal on the globe model. Because obviously, at the start point is considered the top of the ball, and everything else drops away from it. Quadratic function, right? According to the numbers. I mean, these are the numbers that we've been given. I obviously say water level is horizontal, like I said at the beginning.
I've heard to be careful with the quadratic approximation for the globe.
Well, these are the numbers that Ruhif started with it. And I'll tell you what, we've got another one.
We'll go with them. I'm cool going with this. That's fine for now.
Yeah, there's quite a few people. I mean, here's another one. Have you heard of, is it Science It Out?
Maybe?
Stark Odder. Have you heard of Stark Odder?
No, I have not.
These are the old school. These are the geniuses. These may be the old school. You sound like new school. Glober. These are old school Globers. But I mean, look at that. 5 decimal places. These guys have really gone into it, right? Not to say they're slightly anal about it, but I mean, to a millimeter, to 5 decimal places.
Yeah. So this drop that they're talking about, would that be the drop of the water on the other side of the water level? Right? So
Yeah, the other end of the water level.
okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I am these let's assume that these numbers are right. I'll work with that. I can work
you
with
work with those numbers, right? Well, we were saying, because it's us and we're only simples peoples, that what sort of difference could we measure? And we decided that you could definitely measure 3 mil. Right?
over 200 meters
Yeah.
with 3 mil over 200 meters. That's 3 mil. What is that in? Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm an American. What's that in inches? Oh, I know that is 0.125, right?
It's about an eighth, isn't it?
I think so. Yeah, an eighth. Okay.
Okay. So you could definitely measure that, right?
That's tiny. 3 millimeters over 200 meters. That would be a tiny angular measurement. I'm not like, okay, what tool could do that? What tool could do that?
A ruler.
Like a ruler?
Yeah.
Wait.
3 mil. I mean, you could measure 3 mil. You've got 3 mil on your ruler there, haven't you?
No, but you would need like a straight thing to go out across these water levels to be able to measure.
We've got a water level, right? But I mean, you can measure 3 mil, right? You've got a ruler there. You could put the ruler somewhere and you could measure 3 mil. Like, it's definitely done, right?
From 200 meters away, I don't think so. Not from 200 meters away. That's
okay.
You're saying you keep saying you're using a ruler, but in order to do that, you would need. It wouldn't just be water levels. You would need a straight surface that you knew was perfectly straight, going out across 200 meters, and then you would measure the drop, or if there was any drop, of the water level to this very straight thing, and then you could do it that way. But if you don't have this very straight thing, then you wouldn't be able to use a ruler, because then you would just be measuring it to air, and then you wouldn't know where it was.
You're going to need to slow down.
Okay.
Just for a minute. Start exercising your logic brain now, right? Because you're obviously thinking of something that isn't going on. All we're doing is we've just established that you've got a start point and 200 meters away there is, what would you say, a drop of the water level of 3 mil.
Right.
Right, okay. And that is measurable, right?
Unless you have a very fancy tool,
You've got a ruler with 3 mil.
No, and that's what I'm saying. How would you be able to measure? Where would your reference be? 3 millimeters from what with a ruler?
Okay, now put your logical thinking cap on, right?
I am.
If you've got a drop from horizontal of 3 millimeters, do you know what we call that?
I mean, it would be like a change in elevation.
There you go. Now, water, what do we call water that has a change in elevation? What happens to it?
It'll flow.
Okay. So, can you have, logically, a drop of 3 mil in that water level?
I thought you said this was a measurement.
Yeah, it is. They've done it. These guys have given us. But I mean, like, logically, are you having that? Are you accepting that?
Yes, because a
drop.
3 millimeter drop.
Yep.
Is when I
so you're having an elevation change. Okay, that's fine.
I am not saying this 3 millimeters is a change in elevation. I didn't finish what I was saying. In some form of leveling, right? I think it's called I know there's a type of leveling you do. You would know the name.
Differential leveling.
Yes, that. A drop from the horizontal would be a change in elevation. But I'm pretty sure I looked it up, and the tolerance on the instrument, and I would need to check again. Isn't it like half a centimeter, or it like the tolerance on those poles would not be able to detect 3 millimeters. So when you went out and did the differential leveling, you would not call 3 millimeters an elevation drop because you wouldn't be able to measure it using differential leveling. It just wouldn't be within the tolerance.
But you've just said that if it was in the water level, there would be flowing water.
But that's the thing. I don't see this as an elevation drop.
Because it isn't. It isn't.
Yeah, but it's a drop from horizontal.
It can't be a drop from horizontal because that would be flowing water.
No, absolutely not. Not on it. That's the thing. The reason it's not is because Earth is a globe. This is a measurement that shows that the way you formed your logic is wrong. Because these measurements and your logic do not go together. Like if you're telling me this is a measurement and not a calculation, which that can't be a measurement, that's a calculation, right?
Okay. So if horizontal, if it's not a drop from horizontal, then the water level must be level and the horizontal must be above it, right? So horizontal must go upwards from the level.
What? Why would you say horizontal? From the 3 millimeters from the water level to the horizontal, that would be, yeah, I guess you could say that's upwards.
So the horizontal goes upwards then?
No, it would be the horizontal is horizontal at the point where the person is taking that level measurement. The person that is at the 3 millimeter mark when they measure their horizontal, clearly you can see from the picture they're not going to have parallel planes. But I mean, at the end of the day,
okay, well, brilliant. That's where I wanted to get to. There's no drop at either end, so how can you tell? Well, you go 400 meters, right?
Okay.
And then you look at the numbers at 400 meters. What is the number at 400 meters?
12.5. And
12. Wow. Right now, could you have a drop of 12.5 mil?
Well, real quick, before I answer that question, is this a calculation or a measurement?
What they've done.
Yeah,
obviously calculations. I mean, look at that. Do you imagine they're going to fucking measure that?
No, I don't. I just wanted to be absolutely sure.
Yeah, these are calculations.
Cool. So nobody's actually done this then?
No.
So
wait a minute. So once you,
I asked for a test.
Once you we're getting there.
Okay, sorry, I didn't realize this was
over 400 meters. There is no drop either, because I mean that's getting more and more and more. It's obviously water would be flowing if there's anything like that as a drop.
You said there is no drop, as in you measured that there was no drop over 400.
There is no drop, right? So you've got 400 meters. Now the question we've had is drop or hump. Right, so if there's a curvature to it and there's no drop, there must be a hump.
I'm sorry, Bev. Could you slow down? Because now I'm confused. Did you all go out and measure that there was no drop at 400 meters? Because I was on the assumption
there's definitely no drop over 400 meters. That would be flowing water.
Did you measure it?
Did we measure that the water wasn't flowing? Yes. It was level.
No. Did you measure that the numbers you see here are wrong? Like, did you look 400 meters and not get 12.5 millimeters when you measured it?
Sorry.
A measurement. Did you go out and look 400 meters away and see that there was not a 12.5 millimeters?
We set a water level up.
Okay.
Right? And established that over 400 meters there was no flow. The water level acted as a level. Right?
The whole point of this test is using multiple water levels.
Now we've established
That's not comparing
that.
apples to oranges.
Now we've established that a water level establishes that. Now, what we do is we put a 400-meter water level, and then we make a division, and we put a T-section in at 200 meters.
Okay.
And then we put another one in at 100 meters.
So you basically have water levels going 100 meters out.
100 meters, then there's another 100 meters, and then there's a 200-meter gap.
And are all of these water levels connected to each other?
It is the same water level, yeah, 400 meters, but there's a T-section at 100 meters, and another one at 200 meters, and then another one at the end.
You shouldn't have used those T-sections.
We shouldn't have.
No, because
Why not?
because they're all going to find, because they're all connected, they're all going to find the same equipotential. So yeah, of course, all of those will be equal to each other. But this test,
The law
that
of
they're
communicating
talking about,
vessels, right? Yeah.
this test is for 4 different water levels at different the equipotentials would not be the same. But you would have to use 4 separate water levels in order to confirm what they got. Not
Who
the
got
same.
what?
The
They got.
numbers that you sent me. Or to disprove these numbers, they would have to be 4 separated water levels, not connected. You didn't test the right thing.
Well, I don't think you've not even understood. You're going way too fast, mate.
Okay, sorry. Keep going. Maybe I'm thinking out loud. Keep going.
Right. So, do you understand what even is and equals and the law of communicating vessels?
The law, I've never heard of that before.
You've never heard of the law of communicating vessels? Do you want to quick Google it?
I'm wondering, is this a scientific law?
Yeah.
Communicating vessels, this is a scientific law.
Mm-hmm.
According to the law, the levels in both legs of the U-shape, it's just equipotential, like I mentioned before.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a water level, yeah.
Okay, now, all of those points, 1, 2, 3, 4, is it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They are all, like you say, equipotential, all at the same level.
Okay.
Yeah?
Sure, yeah, of course they would be.
You're with us on that.
Connected, yeah.
And then imagine there's 2 of these water levels.
Okay.
And then what you're going to do is you're going to bring all of these ends together, the 3 at the end. So you're going to make an overlap, shared straight line segment in the center where they all overlap. There's a 200-meter segment in the center.
Okay, I think
So total 600 meters with those points in the middle shared. 2 different water levels.
Picture would be nice. So did you put the 2? So were the 200 water levels placed like side by side or end to end to the larger 400-meter one?
All of the bits in the middle, the 200, the 100 and one end, all of those bits overlap each other. So there's a 200-meter gap, then a 100, another 100, and then another 200. There's a 200-meter bit with an overlap of both of the 400-meter water levels.
And that gap is a separate water level that isn't connected to the larger
shared straight line segment.
Right. But we have one large... I'm sorry, I'm trying to understand, right? We got one large water level that you have split off into 4 segments, right? That's 400 meters long. And it's butted up, butt to butt, right next to a 200-meter one, right? And those two water levels have the same line, right?
I'm just trying to find out. I did a model for you.
Yeah, that would
Trying
be
to find it.
the easiest way. I mean, I don't know if I'm getting what you're putting down. I think what you're saying is that you have one big water level split up into small segments, and then a smaller water level that isn't split up into segments, and you put them end to end. I think that's what you said.
They're just 2 400-meter water levels.
Okay, so there's and both of them are connected. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, 2 400-meter water levels. Each of them has this T setup that you're talking about, right?
Yeah, they're both the same.
Okay, and so they're butted up end to end, to where if I were to go from one side of the setup to the other side of the setup, it would be 800 meters long.
No. 6.
No. Okay.
There's a shared segment of 200 meters in between.
Gotcha. Now I see what you're saying. So that 200-meter segment is like an overlap. That's what you mean. Got it.
Yeah. Shared straight line segment.
Gotcha. And the final measurement, was it comparing that overlap? Where was the final measurement done?
It was comparing all of those bits in the middle. The shared straight line. Just a basic realizing Euclid test.
But I'm trying to wonder why they. By the way, and you trying to think of why they wouldn't be. All of these water levels. Well, maybe no, because if you fill them up differently, they would be at different elevations. How did you make sure to fill them all up?
There's a different method.
Yeah, that is
similar principles.
Yeah, but this is 2 of them with the part of it overlapping each other, right?
Yeah, that one's the big long one.
Yeah.
And then the 2 ones on the outside are checking the center from each of the outsides. They're separate water levels.
So in the test you were describing, it would be like those 2 green ones, but the middles would be like overlap, or like the sides would be overlapping, right? And
Yeah, it was 600 meters.
Gotcha.
Like now, see that test there. So how big could you make those water levels? How long do you imagine that you could make them?
How long vary? I mean, just depends on how much tubing you get.
Mm-hmm.
If you had enough tubing and enough water, you can make it as big as you want.
Okay, and then would that horizontal always be horizontal? Or would there be any point in the middle where that bit goes up?
So you think that we think that the green part, like in this picture, that the green part would be higher? Is that what you think?
What would you think? I don't know. You tell me. See it. There you go.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so I was thinking. Okay, so I did get you at the end there. Gotcha. What do I think would happen?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if the Earth was, if
no, it's just in reality. I mean, there's no need to think of models. Like, just what would you think?
Let's go. In reality, so the levels would find their equipotential at the middle of the level, and then go from there.
Middle of which level?
So per level, it would level out. It would find its equipotential at the middle. So that would be at the 200-meter mark for each one, is where they would. And if there was going to be a discrepancy, it would be in the orientation between the 2 of them. You wouldn't be able to find, and this is me just kind of thinking out loud, you wouldn't be able to it would be hard to get an elevation difference unless you very tightly controlled for the amount of fluid you put into each side. But I see in your setup, you have a vial that tells you how much you fill each side of the water level with, right? Bev, is that a part of the setup?
What?
So
Where you
I
put
see
water
it
in?
on. Yeah, you can measure out how much water you put in on each
It's
side.
not about measuring out how much water you've got in it, is it?
Well, I mean, you wouldn't be able to compare the heights of the two water level unless you made sure you filled them up the same at the beginning. Because then how do you know that you just didn't fill more with one water than the other one? But I mean, it looks like you controlled for that because I see those dashed marks on each end, so it looks like that's been controlled for, so that wouldn't really be a worry. 200 meters.
Where would there be a difference in those different in the water levels? Like the numbers that those guys were saying.
Go ahead.
I mean, would there be a difference anywhere? You said it would be for equal in the center of each of them. Well, the center of each of them is 200 meters apart.
Indeed. And so I'm trying to...
So would there be a discrepancy between the because one of them obviously would have the end of the other one next to it.
Yeah, I'm trying to kind of visualize what the water would look like. If they were all filled with the same amount, like you filled it to the same dashed lines as you have in the picture at the beginning, then it should be the same when, well, if they were right next to each other, they should be the same. They would they drop? Is that my final answer? 400, so it would be there. It would be slightly tilted. The two middle ones. Oh, I see why you would say that we would think that the middle one would be higher. Because the two middle ones should be the same. Like each of the ones that are marked at 200 meters away. They should be at the same elevation. The middle one. Hey, Bev?
Yeah?
Where that 100-meter marking. So, when you said that they overlapped, that's what you meant. That 100-meter marking, it's the two water levels. They're at the same position. Wait, yeah, they're at the same position. Why would they be any different? Why would they be? Because all of those, if these are all filled, I think I have my final answer. If you make sure that you fill them all to the same dash marking, which you probably did, and it looked from your other pictures like you did, then when you went to go compare the two middle ones, they would be at the same elevation. Because all of these water levels would have the water rise to the same elevation.
And the way you've just got an overlap of 200, you could just keep doing that. Couldn't you? You could add another 200, another 400 with a 200 overlap, shared straight line segment, and then again another one, and keep going and going and going, and that's boom, horizontal.
Well, hold on, because you're comparing the overlap to each other, right? Like that, where you have the two tubes sticking up at the 100-meter mark. Is that where you're comparing?
All of them, yeah. You could do that all the way.
Well, so the final measurement is the discrepancy between, or the lack of discrepancy between the two most middle heights.
Shared straight line segment. Yes.
Okay.
All of the points lie within the plane.
The problem is that is not what your test is doing. That would work just fine with a curved equipotential because you're measuring it at that point, at that equipotential. And because those two water tubes are at the same location, they're going to be at. If you put two tubes of water and the water is level, then that means all the water is going to find its equipotential. And if you measure the equipotentials at the same location, which you have done, then they will always be at the same elevation. That is what you have done. If you wanted to make sure that the straight lines, and I know I'm sounding very authoritative about this, but like from the understanding of how gravitational equipotentials will work, this is how it would work. And if you wanted to make sure that they were straight, you would need to compare the water levels at the end, like the water levels at the end of each other, and see if like the face of the water was at the same orientation, which would be incredibly difficult to do. Or you would need to or
Are you going to have a change from horizontal somewhere? Is that what you're doing? A deviation from horizontal somewhere along this line, somewhere at some point where there's a deviation from horizontal, right?
I'm saying you didn't, like, this current setup and what you're measuring would not be able to detect a deviation from horizontal, because you're just measuring what level is at a point. It's at the point where those two tubes meet, right? The equipotential.
Shared straight line
That's all you're
segment.
measuring.
Yeah.
No, you're
No
measuring
part of a straight
the point.
line can lie within a plane and part without it. It shows that all of those points are the straight line lying within a plane, a horizontal plane.
You've only measured the two, like you've measured that the 2 points in the middle are at the same height. Of course they're going to be at the same height. They're at the same equipotential.
In the same plane, yeah.
No, at the same elevation.
Law of communicating vessels in the same plane.
You do not know if they are, okay, let me put it like this, right? That they are either A, on the same plane, or you have measured where two planes intersected. That is the other way, right? This test is inconclusive. How do you know you did not measure two intersecting planes?
Because the water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference.
Right, and I'm saying that those two horizontals are not parallel to each other. That all you've done is found where these two, as you would like to call them, horizontal, or as they are called, horizontals, because they are horizontal from each person's location. You have measured
What
where
do you
they
mean each person's location?
I'm saying
which person is that water level?
The observers, right? So if you have the right water level and the left water level, I'm saying that each of them will establish.
Let's say we've got a camera or somebody looking at every one of them at the same time.
Okay.
Now, what happens to the water level? Does it change because somebody's looking at every bit of it?
Oh, not because somebody is there. But if you were to if you were to start at the first one and made sure that your camera was level and you looked along that line and your camera was super sensitive.
Though, see, the thing about water levels is, I don't know whether you've seen this, but they work without a sight line. You do not need a sight line for water levels.
No, that's fine. And I'm saying, like, yes, you've established a horizontal with one water level and another one with another water level. You're saying that those two horizontals are parallel. I'm saying
we're just saying it's a shared straight line test.
No,
we've already done it. Like I don't know what you're arguing about. It's a shared straight line test. Do you not think this is a shared straight line test?
It is not. You could have just as easily measured the intersection of two planes. That's what I'm saying.
Where?
It is not.
Where's the intersection of two planes?
The middle one, right there. They are at the same height.
That shared straight line segment in the center is the intersection of two planes.
You keep calling it the shared straight line. I'm saying It's not. This test is inconclusive. We
But
do not know which one it is.
The water levels are at the same level.
Yes. Well,
in the center, there's no 3 mil difference at the 200 meter mark because you would have to have a hump.
There wouldn't be, unless you are comparing 3 millimeters from the, like, you have the water level in between the 1 and the 2. Like, if you're comparing that to the middle one, did you compare that?
Comparing them all to each other, aren't you? They're communicating vessels.
No. If you only measured the middle one, then the only thing you could draw two conclusions. You could say that these two planes are parallel with each other, or that they're intersecting. Those are the two conclusions you can draw. This test would not be able, unless you measured the height of the water level in between the 1 and the 2, compared it to the one in the middle, then you would have been able to establish that.
There's water in them.
But that's not enough. You need to measure it.
They're next to each other.
Yes, but that's the thing.
The water levels are next to each other.
That's fine. They will all be at the same equipotential. And just because you measured it at one point, you found out that two water levels meeting at the same point have the same equipotential.
Yep.
We all agreed with that.
Segment.
No, it did not. Maybe I should draw it out. I don't know.
Yeah, go on. Go for it.
Okay. I shall draw it out. Give me a moment. You will see what I mean. This test is inconclusive, is what I'm saying. It's
inconclusive.
And I wonder, have you asked other people about, like, am I the first one you've told about this?
No.
I'm assuming no. I'm assuming, yeah. Have other people said the same thing?
Of other people said what?
That, of course, those two water levels in the middle would be equal. Because of course they would be.
Yeah, because it's a shared straight line segment and water levels are horizontal. Everybody knows that, yeah. I mean, nobody's
you do not
really
know
disagreeing with us. Yeah, I know, obviously, there are people like you as well that have some sort of diletheism injected in there, right, that don't seem to be able to see contradictions. And you automatically have a problem where there is none. I mean, you type of people that argue about straight lines.
It's the Bev. I mean, if you want to show that these are straight lines, then this test would not be able to do it. That is, it's just the geometry of the situation is the proof of that fact.
Yeah.
And I am going to draw it out to show you.
It's going to get in late.
And that's why, I mean, I don't know how fast I can draw it. I'm not the best drawer, so this will be a little bit difficult. So I had a red one and a green one, right? So you've got this is really exaggerated, of course, over 300 meters. 400 meters, you would not see nearly this much curve, but we're going to exaggerate it anyways. Right. So the issue, and I'm going to draw orange circle around it, is when you measured it. Oh, did I not draw it properly?
Is this something you're going to put in chat, or are you going to?
I'm going to put it. I'm going to put it in chat. I'm drawing it out right now, and then I'm going to take a screenshot. But hold on, because it's 1, 2. I messed up. 1, 2, 3. There should be 1, 2, 3, and they meet in the middle. So what did I do? They should meet in the middle. It is kind of getting late. Let's see if I can go faster. 1, 2. There's 4 of them.
We have this one. Check that. Check that out. Wally did the full nutsack drop in the water.
Okay, so that one goes that way. Okay. Almost done. Right, so I'm going to circle where you measured. You measured here and found, of course you can't see it, I'm about to share it in chat. So you measured at the middle, and you would not be able to tell which scenario you measured as soon as I put it in chat. Unless you presuppose that this top drawing is correct, but then you would be presupposing that the top drawing is correct. Right? So that's what I meant. You measured at the middle, right? And you found that they are at the same height. At that same height, they would be, of course, in the first scenario, they would be at the same elevation. But in the second scenario, those two water levels find their level just fine, and you measure it at that middle section, and it finds the intersection between the two of them. The test, if you just make that middle measurement, you do not know which one it is. I don't know what else to say about it. Unless you can tell me how you would know which one it is.
Well, there isn't an elevation change, and horizontals don't intersect.
You mean when you say there's not an elevation change, you mean between the two middle ones, right?
Between any of them.
So you measured that there was no elevation change, like you physically measured.
Yeah, it's a water level. Yeah.
No, I meant like actually looked through them and made sure.
Sorry, did you say looked through them? You can't look through a water level.
Use some sort of device to make sure you did some sort of measurement to make sure that they were all at the same elevation. You measured.
They're water levels. Yes.
No, measured.
Yeah, water levels. They're next to.
I shouldn't say
other.
I shouldn't say elevation. If you fill them up the same height, they would be at the same elevation. But you measured that there was no drop. I'm sorry, Bev, you are assuming the first scenario.
I don't think you're understanding.
Did I not draw it properly? Like that first one, is that not exactly what you described?
I can't see what the first one is. I mean,
so you got the red water level and the green water level as you have there set up, and you measure that there is no change in height between the two. And you have mentioned that you only looked at the two middle ones. You keep talking about the other ones, but it doesn't sound like that compared.
There's 3 in the center that are next to each other.
You mean 100 meters apart from each other?
There's 3, isn't there?
Yeah, those
there's
3.
The center and one end. There's the center and the center, right? The dead center of the Vesica Pisces. And then there's the other one that has the center of one and the end of another together.
And still,
all 3 of those were the same level, and because they're both the same as the 2 ones at 200 meters or either way at each end, 600 meters away, they are at the same because there's the law of communicating vessels. Now, you could make them as long as you wanted, couldn't you? And the law of communicating vessels and the shared straight line segment would still apply.
So what you're saying is you looked at the 2 that were right beside each other at the 100, it would be at the
3.
200 meter mark, at the 300 meter mark, the 400 meter mark, and 500 meter mark. You looked at each of those, right?
The 4, 3, and 200 meter mark.
4, 3, and 200. Yes, you are. That is correct.
Yes.
I don't know. I was too far off. 400. Yes, those 3 middle ones, and you compared, but you only looked at you didn't compare the one at the 200 meter mark to the 3, like a direct comparison between the 200 meter mark and the 300 meter mark, right?
The law of communicating vessels.
Right, but the problem is they're still at the same equipotential. So
law
if
of
you
communicating vessels.
Yes, they're at the same level, same equipotential. That's the same. You have to compare to see if there is a drop. You would need to directly compare the one at 200 to 300, not each one, because they're going to be the same for both.
The law of communicating vessels. Surely.
Yes.
Yeah.
They are at the same level, the same equipotential.
Yeah.
You
And the
measure
bit in the middle isn't higher than either end, right?
the bit in the middle. Did you measure that?
Well, have you seen the way the water levels are set up? So the middle of one is the end of the other.
I mean, yes, but yeah, no. And what I'm saying is the one in the very middle, right? I would not be surprised if that is higher than the ones around it, right? If when
So
you
the one that's in the middle should
the
be
very
higher
middle.
than the one that's at the end.
I'm not going to put my stamp of approval on it because I want to make sure and think about it more. But preliminary,
It's not a trick. It's just like you can mull it over yourself.
I'm getting stuck following because there are not only multiple locations where you have the tubes of water sticking up, but some of them are clusters. It's like when you say the 3 in the middle, do you mean the 3 clusters of pipes, or do you mean like one cluster and there are 3 pipes in it and those are what you're talking about? I'm just getting confused listening into this.
There's just 2 water levels.
we should label them. But I mean, Bev, right? The one in the very middle. I'm going to not my final answer, but we'll go with it. I would say that one, both of them, in both water levels, would be higher than the ones 100 meter away from it. Right? That would be my prediction. Technically, need to think about it more, but that would be my prediction: is that the one in the very middle would be high, and that the ones on either end would be equal to each other. Right? So the ones that are 100 meters away from the very middle, those two would be equal, and the one in the very middle would be higher, or the two in the very middle would be higher than the ones at 100 meters away. That would be my prediction. Can you falsify that prediction?
That it's higher.
So you mentioned that 3 millimeters, right? If you measured the vertical discrepancy between the two of them, between the two that are 100 meters away, assuming that those numbers were right, I would go with that 3 millimeters.
Yeah, it's a shared straight line segment.
But you didn't. Did you measure that?
All the water levels were next to each other. And
Right,
they were
that's
in
fine.
a straight line. Yes, they were directly correlating to each other all the way across.
Oh, Bev, I guess I've been using the word equipotential. All of these.
And I've been using the word
following-
horizontal plane.
Yes, I'm very aware.
Right.
did
So you
you measure
definitely
it?
know what I'm talking about. Your equipotential, does it have a variable to it? Does it mean anything definite, or does it just mean something that you can equipotential angle of adjustment at any time?
It would be the gravitational equipotential. It would be the curve that sea
So
level
not straight then.
It would
Now,
not.
have
be
you got
straight.
any other defining things other than not straight?
Yeah, level. As defined by
What's level?
It would be the level would be A level surface, if you were to combine the locus of points that formed level around, it would form mean sea level. It would match the oceans, right? If you were at a
And what's
point,
that?
you made a level plane, it would be the plane that was orthonormal to
A
gravity.
plane.
A level plane that you measured at one spot would be the plane
What's a
orthonormal to
what's a
gravity.
plane to you?
It's flat and straight.
Okay.
But I said that at one
So
point.
level plane.
At one point.
But you
Two
what's a plane to you?
To me, it is flat and straight, but those two, you would
All
have
of it.
different planes.
Is it all flat and straight?
This test wouldn't tell me. I wouldn't know.
What's a plane to you?
Flat and straight.
Right. What's a level plane to you?
It is orthonormal to gravity, which means that as you changed your position, your plane would change. You would have two planes that would be different. That is what it means to me, and it's in the surveying books. What I'm saying is, Bev,
They do not have fucking egocentric coordinate systems in the surveying manuals. You've literally just fucking made that up.
Oh, I have the book. Are you kidding me? I got the books in my library. I did not make it up. I've posted it in here before, and I can do it again.
What horizontal changes with you? You control the horizontal.
That's a very strange way of putting it. I would say gravity controls the horizontal.
Yeah, but it follows you, right? You're special. That gravity sticks with you and just you, and it's different. Your horizontal that you have while you're walking is just your horizontal.
That is a very bad way of putting it.
Well,
no,
how is it different?
It's because it's not connected to a person. We just happen to be at the spot wherever you are.
You just happen to be wherever the horizontal is that you want to think about. That's an egocentric coordinate system based around you.
No, it would be based around the center of the earth, not you.
What's this source you have, homie?
Oh, elementary surveying. Oh my god. Let me.
An introduction to geomatics, or?
I don't think it's that one. It was in the debate between Bev and the main surveyor. That's the one. I found it in my library. If you can't remember the title, I don't even know if I have the title anymore. But yeah, it's in the debate between the main surveyor and Bev. That's the source I'm talking about. And also, to be honest, just any surveying book will say that a level is orthonormal, or actually they'll use perpendicular because I think they have a 2D drawing. But yeah, Bev, your test is great, but it does not exclusively support one position. And that is just the fact of the matter. You need to do...
Did you say that they use perpendicular?
Yeah, well, hold on. Maybe if I just found... Oh, I found it. There we go. And this is the title of the book. What's the best way to do this? Yeah, here we go. So that's the title of the book. For anybody who wants it. It is used by taught by two surveyors by surveyors. Oh no, this is a different one. Oh well. Okay. And here you go, Bev. Let me show you the definition.
What's the idea of this? You've got a book.
Yeah, that they use to teach surveyors.
Wow.
Yeah.
Do they use perpendicular, like we just said? Which would definitely be two straight lines, right?
You just take the tangent on the curve. That's where you get your other straight line from.
Sorry?
You can be perpendicular to a curve. You just take the tangent at the curve. Boom. In fact, here they have...
Perpendicular to what, though?
To a curve. At a point. You have to choose a point on the curve. Perpendicular at a point. You take the tangent at that point. Gets you your perpendicular. And there you go, talking about
what is what you think is the perpendicular.
Gravity.
Gravity is the perpendicular.
Well, no. Perpendicular is just 90 degrees. The vertical is gravity.
Okay, so perpendicular is a straight line.
Well, I mean, the other line that is perpendicular to gravity would be the tangent on a curve.
And would you call that horizontal?
What I call which one horizontal? What I posted?
Perpendicular.
Perpendicular. I mean, you're the one who wanted to be technical. I would say perpendicular is an angle and not like a line, right? Like the horizontal is perpendicular to vertical.
Okay, so that's a straight line then, a horizontal.
It would be, the tangent.
Okay, so all perpendiculars to a plane will be parallel.
No, you can clearly see that those verticals are not.
Well, that's definitely that's
That
true
comes from
within geometric reasoning, right? You're an engineer.
I mean, but you can clearly, and I can clearly see that from a surveying book, those verticals are not. Actually, they do have the 90 degree. Did I not? Here, actually, this one has the 90 degree in it. Here we go. This one has 90 degree. But you can clearly see that those verticals are not parallel to each other.
But
So
all perpendiculars to a plane will be parallel. Can we agree on that?
All perpendiculars to a plane will be parallel, but you're not measuring the same plane.
Well, if it's a horizontal plane, then all perpendiculars to a horizontal plane will be vertical.
But it's not a horizontal plane. As you can clearly see from the surveying book, you would get a different horizontal depending where you were on that level line.
Okay.
This is from a surveying book.
You're not telling me that there's a surveying book that tells you there is no such thing as a horizontal plane.
No, it's not saying that there's no such thing as a horizontal plane.
So there are horizontal planes, and as we know in geometry, all perpendiculars to a plane will be parallel.
But you're not measuring the same perpendicular. You're just not. You can see it in the surveying
If
book.
I'm doing surveying and I'm establishing a horizontal plane, all perpendiculars to that plane will be parallel, right?
But when you go to do a second horizontal, those two horizontal planes will not, as you can see clearly in the surveying book, they will not be parallel to each other. This is
all horizontals are parallel to each other, though.
If you took that plane and intentionally constructed something that was perfectly perpendicular to it and did that in a bunch of places, those would all be parallel to each other.
Yeah.
But that's not stating that when you take a plumb bob or any other instrument that tells you what direction down is, that's not saying that that is necessarily the same as if you took that measurement in a different place.
But
if
all
those two measurements are
perpendiculars
different,
to a horizontal plane would be vertical, right?
But there's not just one horizontal plane,
But the point
as
is
you
that-
can see in the book.
But horizontal, whenever you establish a horizontal plane, right, wherever you are, all perpendiculars to that horizontal plane will be parallel, and as it's a horizontal plane, all perpendiculars to it will be vertical, right? Because that's what we know about perpendiculars to horizontal and vertical, vice versa. They are perpendicular to each other.
But the problem is you're using the word vertical in two different meanings, right? Yes,
No,
if you
it's
have a plane,
that's what vertical
you have
is.
a plane, and you have a bunch of perpendiculars to that plane, they will be vertical and parallel to each other.
Yeah.
But on Earth, because vertical is defined by the direction of gravity, it is defined by the direction of gravity and
To
not
you.
by the horizontal plane, by surveyors. It is defined by surveyors as the direction of gravity. That is what vertical is. And then
I hope
horizontal
you're not citing
is
Jeff.
from as you can see it in the book. It's right there. I mean, I guess you don't see the word gravity, I can pull up more citations if you want me to. But
Yeah,
you can
Rumpus said the angle of down. Would you agree with that? Does that sound all right?
That's kind of weird.
I know.
Down would be gravity would be 0.
Yeah.
So,
all at different angles, though, right? Every direction.
yes, as you can see you can even see to Earth center.
Yeah.
Right?
Which way is down? Every direction. That's what everybody should say.
It depends on where you are.
Yeah, it depends where you are. There you go.
The direction of down changes depends on where you are. Yeah, that is correct. As you can see,
it's amazing.
In the
This model.
It's in the surveying book. You can see it right in front of you.
And here's from another surveying book, the one I thought you were referring to.
That might be it. But yeah, I mean, you can pull up any surveying book you would like. They're all going to say the same thing.
Perpendicular.
Yeah, if you establish horizontal, but that's the thing, Bev. Vertical in surveying is defined by gravity. Vertical is not defined by a single horizontal plane. Horizontal is defined by the vertical, not the other way.
Even in this definition, it doesn't say the word vertical in the definition of level surface. It just says a curved surface that is at every point perpendicular to the local plumb line. It doesn't say that that's some vertical reference to some horizontal plane taken earlier. It just says local plumb line. That's what it's perpendicular to. If that local plumb line changes,
with
then
the
your
new
surface
maths, curved is you can have a 0 surface of curvature, can't you?
This is surveying.
Like a straight line is a type of curved line, isn't it? Just with 0 curvature to it.
No, Bev, this is surveying. Straight from the surveying book.
Yeah,
So you said
I'm just saying the way that they use words now in new maths.
This has been going on for years. Oh my goodness. We're just using modern definitions because we have access to those easier. But do you want me to pull up older ones where they were saying the same thing?
Wow. Have you been tasked with this, Dom?
No, but to be fair, you called me a liar, right? Like I can't just take that.
I called you a liar. When did I call you a liar? What?
Emerald, did he say I was lying? Or that I made it
I
up?
don't know.
Maybe not, I wasn't lying. You said I made it up or something like that. Like I made
something to that effect. I don't remember what specifically you thought you were making up, though.
Yeah, so I apologize if I'm being
Double team. I like this. You two.
I appreciate it.
You get on well together.
But I mean, Bev, it's in the surveying manuals. It's in the surveying book. Right there.
Yeah, I know. What is it you're trying to say?
I'm trying to say that surveyors and the surveying manuals to the level line is curved. It's perpendicular to gravity.
Like a big circle. Professor Phil Bell says.
Yeah. Well, it's here, actually.
From a center, right?
Yeah.
A certain distance from a center, yeah. Like a circle.
A level surface in 2D would be a giant circle. A giant concentric circle. Yes. As you can see from the
I
survey.
don't think that. I say level is a straight line on a horizontal plane.
Then you disagree with
I can prove it. Have you got any methods to prove this bullshit that you're talking? Have you got any?
I mean, I would set up two markers at the same elevation and see if I sighted across that distance if it matched up in a theodolite, which
Are you rooting for Rumpus?
Jesse Kozlowski actually is the one.
Rooting for Rumpus. Rumpus is doing a Bedford level thing, you know.
I thought Bedford level was different. Is that Bedford level?
I mean, the way to check, right? If you have a setup where you have a bunch of tubes full of water that are going up to the same elevation.
Slice Barkane's doing his one as well.
Presumably, there's a way to tell. I mean, if this book is saying that the level line will be a curve, you're saying that the level line will be a straight line, a straight shared line segment between all the water levels. That's something you could sight across, right? I mean, if you had a curved surface and you looked across it, you would see the curve.
It does not need a line of sight.
But that's how we would test it. We would use our line of sight.
How would you test it? Don't worry about us. Like, if you want to tell us how you would want to do it, Slice Barkane's doing his one, right? He's doing a bending water level test. You want to get onto Slice Barkane, and then he can do his because he's never talked to us either. You should try talking to Slice Barcane, because really he's never bothered coming talking to us, and he's got a test. And we've already done our test, and we'll be doing it again. The same. So other people can join in with us.
Please do a different test. That test.
Why?
Here's the thing,
you
right?
Have a word with Slice Barcane. He's not even done his yet. He could do with help, because he keeps fucking getting leaks and shit. He really, Slice Barcane's the guy that needs a test, and he's the guy that's got a camera, and you should be getting on and helping him, really.
What about Jesse Kozlowski? He did a
Oh,
test.
Jesse Kozlowski's out of it. He won't be coming back.
I mean, he did a test though. What about it?
He won't be coming back though. Forget about it.
Why should I forget about him? He did a test.
What test did Jesse Kozlowski do?
It was the one I actually mentioned, where you set up 2 markers. You make sure that they are the same elevation above a level surface, like, say, a lake. And then you sight across that lake, making sure that your sighting device, like a theodolite, is level, and seeing if the other marker at the same elevation rises to it. That would be the test.
Yeah, but what he found was that it dropped, right? Did you see how much it dropped? He said it dropped.
It didn't, yeah.
It didn't.
What do you mean it didn't? You can see that it dropped.
Okay, so there was a drop from both sides.
Yeah, so if you were looking from one side to the other,
Yeah.
it would drop.
Yeah.
Then you could see, I mean, it's in the video. You can see he's got the theodolite. He's
Double
sighting to a
drop.
marker that is the same elevation.
Yeah.
And that marker at the same elevation as the first marker drops.
Yeah, he did a double nutsack, right?
I mean, to me, that's a pretty conclusive test.
What? There's always a drop.
I mean, that was a direct measurement of so.
Mm-hmm.
He measured it. Why would I discount that measurement?
Because you stood at A and you're looking at B, and there's a drop at B, and then you go over to B and there's a drop at A.
Mm-hmm.
What? Infinite drop?
No, because wherever you are
Are
is
you
the
ever
top.
going back up again?
Wherever you are is the top of the sphere. That's why. You can grab a sphere and you can do this yourself. You can see what happens as you move along the sphere.
Egocentric.
Everywhere you are is the top of the sphere.
Uh-huh.
But I mean, Bev, you're like you're
So
talking.
wait a minute. So if there's one person on either side, both looking at each other at the same time, they're both on top.
No, not they're both on top. The person at point A, from the perspective of the observer at point A, he's on top. And from the perspective of the observer at point B, he is on top. It depends. You have to choose your reference frame, right? You have to choose which reference frame you're talking about.
Are you sure?
Yes, I am absolutely sure. That is how reference frames work.
So it's a
But-
reference
but-
frame problem
Bev,
for level. Level dropping is a reference frame problem, and
No.
not actually the level dropping.
No. Where the top of the sphere is a reference frame problem. But Bev, you're moving away from the fact
The
that
top of the sphere is a reference frame problem for who? I mean, it's not
For
that
you.
I have a problem with a reference frame.
then you wouldn't have brought up the whole dropping from both sides thing.
No, I just said like it's a double nutsack drop. That's what we call it. Boom, double nutsack. But as you imagine that, there's a hump in the middle,
measured it.
isn't there?
He measured it.
There's a hump in the middle, though, in between those two nutsacks.
If you were
there's a hump
standing in between the two of them, then you could say there's a hump. If you are observer A, no, there's not a hump. If you're observer B, because you're looking straight out level, then there would not be a hump. It would the surface of the Earth would be dropping away from you. If you're looking level straight out.
Yeah,
That's
so
what-
if you've got one person at A and one person at B, they're both looking at each other and
No,
looking down.
No, they're not looking down. They're looking level.
They're looking level, and there's a drop.
Yes, the marker is
So they've
below.
both got a drop from themselves. There's like a big valley in the middle somewhere between them.
No,
But they're both looking. You know, there's a drop from each of them looking to the other, right? There's like a valley somewhere in between. Somewhere in between the two.
If you take a circle and you put a point on that circle and you rotate it, right? Now everywhere
Why
else.
a circle? What are we doing with a circle? Where did that come from?
Because we're talking about this drop that is caused by the curvature of the Earth. Okay. That is what this test showed. Like you're talking all
go
around.
On, how does the drop go on? Explain the drop to us then from two people. Where are they both going?
For one thing, the test only had one person, so I mean you've added this second person. But
I'm just saying there is two different vantage points.
Right, but there's only one person who could be doing this one at a time. Right? So we got one person in the test, the real life test.
Oh, just only one person on the Earth at a time.
But we're talking about the test.
It's like a 3-body problem or whatever.
I'm talking about reality. What actually happened in reality?
Yeah,
right?
We were talking about the double nutsack, and that's where the paradox comes in.
No, we're not talking about
2 nutsacks equal a hump.
We're not talking about a hypothetical. We're talking about reality. In reality, one person set up 2 markers that were the same elevation. And he took a theodolite, leveled it, looked across the lake, and saw that the marker dropped below level, even though both markers
banged some nails into the thing and put a spirit leveled his nails.
And I should mention he did it multiple times. There are multiple videos of him doing this, and of other
banging nails into the water edge
and leveling it out.
Yeah, getting a bubble level.
And a theodolite.
Yeah, but he bubble leveled a couple of nails first.
That was for like a baseline for measuring for getting the height of the water.
Yeah,
that's what I saw.
Yeah, with a bubble level. Yeah. Yeah, don't worry about that. It's definitely normal surveying procedure. That.
Are you saying
that's they do that all the time. You must have seen the surveyors walking around with bubble levels and hammers and nails.
Actually, we have a bunch of surveyors, and we use theodolites on a tripod, and the theodolite is on a tripod, right? Yeah. So that plank that you're talking about that he leveled with the bubble level, that is not the same leveling that happened with the theodolite on the tripod, because obviously the theodolite.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it was just to get his nails above the water.
It was to get
level.
A reference height.
Yeah, for the water level. Yeah, he used the bubble level and nails on the water level. Yeah.
No, it was getting a reference height from the water to the markers.
I know, you have to bubble level that across nails on the sides of the lake, yeah. That's definitely normal surveying procedure.
To get to, Bev, if you can say what you would
We're honoured to have Jesse leave these videos for us to learn from, especially you guys.
So, if you could actually, instead of talking around it, what issue do you have with this methodology? What issue?
Oh, Jesse's banging nails in at the side of the lake with the bubble level.
Please explain it clearly. What issue do you have with it?
The bubble level moving the nails across. I'm just making sure you understand that is definitely part of the globe surveyors procedure. And that's what they always do that. That's how you can tell a globe surveyor.
No, he wasn't doing a normal survey.
That's why I say, he was definitely a globe surveyor for that day. That's how he differentiated himself.
But which part of the setup is wrong? Does doing that incorrect procedure lead to the markers not being at the same elevation, or does it lead to his theodolite not being set up correctly? Like, what's the actual problem? Not just what procedure did he do that was abnormal?
For globe surveying, I would imagine it's completely normal.
No, for you, what's wrong with it?
What's wrong with it for me?
Yes, you seem to not like it.
I know. I think it's great. I think it's fantastic. Do you have a problem with it?
I think
Do
it
you agree
clearly
with its
shows
conclusion?
the Earth.
Do you? Yeah, you like it too. That's just good.
Do you agree with its conclusion?
What conclusion?
The Earth curves, water
The
curves.
conclusion of the observation that both markers from either vantage point appear to drop below level.
Did you see him level it?
It's all documented with the tripod.
But did you see any of him leveling it, or just the pictures? Because can you remember earlier when you were talking about Jeff and he's looking over and not being able to level his equipment? You said in that if he wasn't holding it correctly, you could adjust all sorts of things, right? So you basically invalidated, at least in your own mind, putting cameras over him, because he does even say on that, he says this is definitely not standard surveying procedures. None of this stuff is real. Like, he did say that at the beginning, didn't he? You must remember that. And also with the camera.
Where he took a camera. Yeah, the part where he took a camera and took a picture through the theodolite scope. Right, but that's not the measurement. That was
the picture that you guys saw, where you decided to imagine that there was some sort of measurement. That was the only thing in his slideshow or whatever it was that you got. There's no measurement there.
Yeah, if
like you said, there's only one person there. There's nobody holding a measurement thing on the other side. There's just a target over there on the other side. It's up to you to imagine how much you think there might be drop. He puts numbers into your mind when he's doing it. Jesse's very clever. He won't be coming back though.
Oh, Emerald, he's lying. We forgot about the classic response. He must be lying. Clearly.
Double team.
Clearly. You know, even though it agrees with all the other measurements and all the other surveyors.
I think you should go and have like all the other surveyors. There's only Jesse that's done that, isn't there? Have you ever seen any other surveyors that say this is not standard surveying practice, and I'm going to do something that not many other surveyors will do?
I mean,
have you ever seen any of that?
Know that the Earth is a geoid, so they don't really need to measure them.
I've never.
You should go talk to many surveyors.
I have. I've talked to quite a few.
Did they say it was a geoid? Oh, who, me? No, I just go off of what they say.
Okay. Off who, say?
Well, whoever the author of that one book, for one thing. He was a surveyor. Is it because he wrote his words down that it makes it invalid?
Oh, is that like just the book? That's a holy book for you then, is it?
Hey, it's a surveying book. Why would I not go off the surveying book? It seems like a pretty good reference for surveying.
Have you done much surveying within your engineering?
Nope. Not
Do you have any on the syllabus or anything?
No, that's only civil engineering. I'm not a civil engineer. I do see them, though. They do walk around with the tripods and the theodolites. I didn't know what it was before I got into this. It's pretty cool. But, I mean, it's kind of funny how you got away from the topic, Bev. You didn't even state what was
Next
wrong
time
with
you see him, ask him if level is horizontal or not.
Okay, Bev, in plain, clear English, you do not agree. Or I guess maybe you did. You said that he's faking it. Never mind. You said that he's faking it. I mean, but that's the whole issue with this, right? When we present something, it's always fake. It's always fake or wrong and that's like the only rebuttal is that it's fake. It's incredible. There's no counterpoint to that. I mean, what do you do? It's just all fake. How do you get to the point where anything that doesn't match your pre-selected conclusion is fake? When you have no evidence that this person did the...
Have you got a pre-selected conclusion?
Yeah, but I came to my conclusion, and I'm very willing to change it from evidence. Like the one in the video that clearly shows the markers dropping, even though the theodolite level. That's where I get my conclusion from. From real-life measurements and observations.
What was the measurement? Can you remember?
I can pull it up. Would you like me to get the link? It's on Jesse Kozlowski's website. You want me to get it?
I don't know. Like, what was the measurement?
Let's find out. Jesse Kozlowski might be a bit. It was. I'll tell you, it was more than 0.
More than 0 what?
Degrees to the marker from level.
Down?
Yes, down.
He measured a vertical angle.
Vertical angle is from the horizontal. It's from level. Hold on, let me see. Was it not Jesse Kozlowski? I thought it was Jesse Kozlowski. Maybe I got it wrong. What would it be?
A surveyor measuring a vertical angle.
Vertical angle. Yeah. Don't you? I mean, it's in the book too. Did you not know that? You don't. I mean, you have one method of surveying, but there's other methods of surveying beyond just using a leveling rod.
Okay. Would you call that an elevation angle then?
An elevation angle? I mean, he measured downwards. I wouldn't.
Depression angle, maybe, because it's down.
I don't know. Down.
I mean, it's in the same spirit. Like, it's an angle taken from horizontal. It's down instead of up. I guess you could say maybe it's a negative elevation angle.
Over what sort of distance was that?
I believe it was half a mile. I'm trying to find it.
Half a mile, like 800 meters.
Yes. My puny American brain needs to catch up to metric, which is bad because actually we use both in engineering, which sucks over here. Y'all have it lucky. The U.S. imperial system is awful. Is this the one? This is the one in Maine. No, that's Horizon Dip. Oh, maybe it was Walter Bislin.
800 meters.
Oh wow, this one over 10 kilometers? This is not the one I'm thinking of. Apparently Walter Bislin did it and it was over like the oh, here we go. Is this it? This isn't over a lake. I think I found it. Oh, my bad. It wasn't half a mile. It's whatever 7,300 feet is, which is, I think, like
a mile and a quarter, mile and a third-ish.
As I said, the U.S. Imperial absolutely sucks.
Wow.
It's
You
about
wanted
2,200 meters.
You wanted the exact measurements. I believe it's at the bottom here.
That's not a mile and a half. Is it?
I mean, it's through a telescopic lens. I don't know how you would be able to tell through a from just that picture. I mean,
it's only 32 times at best. If he's using Bessie or whatever they call it, the one that they handed round, it'll only be I think it's 28, maybe 30 times.
I think here we go. Here's the curve drop. So here are the metrics right there. He has the coordinates of where each of those were set up, and the lake he used. So you can verify all of those things yourself. But that is all.
Wow. Intersecting horizontal planes. I mean, look at that. He's got a horizontal plane flying up there.
Oh. Actually, George, I have actually joined it, and then I left, and then I came back, and I do want to join.
Oh, you're not getting bollocked, are you? I've got George blocked. He's not. I hope he's not shouting at you.
You told me to read the chat in YouTube. But I mean, at the end of the day, I don't mind Blue Marble Science. I know y'all particularly don't like him, even over the Curveyors. Maybe you do like him. Actually, I think you'll find him funny. You'll probably find him funny. But I mean, you asked for the measurements. There are the measurements, and I sent you the link to the whole thing. So, yeah, measurements of a marker dropping from level.
What's that? 30-odd seconds.
We got 1.284 times, so he must have measured it really well.
1.38 miles. No way.
Hold on.
That's not 1.38 miles in that bloody picture.
What?
Is it?
I mean, again, he has the coordinates. You can go verify it yourself.
I bet I cannot go and verify that myself.
But
don't be
you
so
have the
fucking
coordinates.
stupid. He's in America, isn't he?
Use Google Earth, although maybe y'all don't like Google
Use
Earth.
Google Earth to do globe surveying like Jesse does over a lake.
You can verify the positions if he gives you that long.
He's got a drop from one side of the lake to the other.
Measured, yeah, that's the point. Measured.
You can't measure a drop both ways.
He did. Well, we only measured a drop one way. And it doesn't even matter. That's the thing, Bev. Measured. And this is what I actually have access in the past from you.
What do you call a measured drop?
Only in that form, what is it, differential leveling? Would that be called an elevation change? Only in that form of leveling.
Well, what's this then? Is a drop.
I believe
he's
that
telling you, he's not actually telling you there's a drop. He's just putting that over there and taking a picture of it, letting you guys make your own mind up.
He has it in the conclusion. It's all here, all documented. And Bev, I mean, you're the one who says use geometry and think about it logically, right? If you have two markers confirmed at the same elevation, and we go with all the horizontals are parallel, then when you measure over the lake, they will be at the same. It should go dead on in your crosshairs. In fact, if you want to include refraction, it should actually be a little bit higher technically. But disregarding refraction, it should be dead on in the center. And that didn't happen, right? That is, I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of other ways you can falsify it, but that is a measurement that clearly falsifies it.
Clearly falsifies what?
That all horizontals are parallel to each other. It is impossible with this measurement.
Well, you think Jesse Kozlowski's falsified horizontals being parallel?
I mean, you can see that the two objects at the same elevation measured across, it dropped.
Do you realise that takes away a horizontal plane?
No, he's looking at it. He's level, horizontal plane.
You can't have a horizontal plane. It doesn't exist anymore.
No, you can. That's the thing, Bev.
You cannot have a perpendicular to a horizontal plane and call it vertical in your world.
Bev, it's the other way around. You have a vertical, which you establish with the plumb bob or with the level, or it's all with
you have to hold the measuring rod vertical in order to get a direct measurement from it.
But this isn't that type of surveying. In fact, this isn't, I wouldn't even know if you would call this surveying. It's just measuring.
Not surveying. That is looking through a theodolite with Jesse Kozlowski.
I mean, I don't see how you're like twisting the measurement results as if they were somehow fabricated.
He's measuring a vertical fucking angle.
Yeah,
over a distance of 1.5 miles.
And that would be impossible if all the horizontals were parallel to each other. It would be impossible. They would be dead on.
It would be impossible for Jesse to measure an angle, you reckon?
Because the two, you can see in the documentation, both of those.
Do you reckon it'd be impossible for Jesse to make it up and write it down? Or
Yep, go to fake when you have nothing else.
No, you said it would be impossible for him to measure an angle. I was just asking, do you think it would be also impossible for him to make up some numbers? Because you said if you say it's impossible for him to measure an angle and he's measured angles.
Is it possible for him to make it up? Yes. But the good part, multiple people have done this and they all agree with each other.
Who are the other multiple people that have done this?
Apparently Walter Bislin did. I didn't know that.
Walter Bislin? No,
Yes.
Walter Bislin's never got an auto level or anything like that out, has he?
And then also, it perfectly agrees with the main surveyor, and it perfectly agrees with the rest of all physics, and it perfectly agrees with what all the other surveyors say. So, I mean...
When you say all of the other surveyors, you've only got Jesse Kozlowski and Jeff, the main surveyor. And they're not around here anymore. Isn't that weird?
No, I'm talking about all the people who are taught using the surveying manuals, which clearly show that level line being curved. That's what they're taught, so that's what they're going to know.
And how many surveyors have you actually talked to?
Have I talked to? None, but any of these guys who learned from this book, all the university professors who teach out of that book clearly agree with it, and everybody who's learning from it is going to be brought up that way, unless they decide to deviate for whatever reason.
Yeah, have you actually have you done any of that course?
No, I already said I'm not a civil engineer.
Okay. Have you talked to people on that course?
Nope.
No. Okay. Have you talked to any surveyors?
We've been over this, no.
No. Okay.
But I mean, their written words are just as valid as their spoken words.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why spoken words would be better than written words.
Yeah. What about logically formed thoughts, where you can't have something each side of the lake dropping?
You can. You just can't think of the geometry of it.
I can't honestly. I can't work a way to logically understand how you might think that's possible. I can't understand that.
It is incredibly... You know what? I mean, it's late, but I mean, I could get up a SolidWorks drawing for you and show how two people on the opposite sides of a curve would be looking down towards that target. Like, it's so... Two people on the opposite sides of a curve. I could do it in CAD if you want me to.
You looking down. Both people looking
Would
down.
be looking down, yes.
Okay, go on.
Oh, dear Lord, you're going to make me pull open CAD? Okay.
I've got a little
I'll
pad.
go ahead and tell you this is going to take a while.
I don't think it can be done.
You don't think it can be done?
People are looking down.
Would you be willing to let me do this tomorrow?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't want anybody to be like, oh,
you could practice it. Get it good.
But in my time zone, tomorrow's in 10 minutes.
That's a good point. Tomorrow is in 10 minutes, which is kind of... And it will be easier to do it.
It's been tomorrow for 5 hours here.
Yeah. But I mean, all I have to do is go to the library.
Jeez, that's late or early or whichever.
I mean, all I'm going to do is pop open SolidWorks, draw a curve, draw two people standing normal to that curve, looking, and they're going to be looking at a target, both equidistant from the curve, and they will be looking down from each other. I'll even put the angle at which they're looking, and you can see that it's downwards. Fair enough?
Wow.
Yeah, I'll post
Are
it.
you? I bet you're going to have intersecting horizontals, aren't you?
Yeah, the horizontal. If you want me to add the horizontals that each of them would establish, I could do that too, and they will intersect.
Nice.
Yeah.
Could you do you reckon you could do stolen concept?
And what?
All the way.
In concept?
Stolen concept, yeah.
Stolen concept. The fallacy?
Yeah.
Isn't that where I take what somebody said, but that's not actually the conclusion they got to? I don't know.
No, you get the radius.
Oh, I'm not gonna use the Earth radius. That would be huge on SolidWorks. That'd be a huge curve.
But you could get it if you're having intersecting horizontals, right? You could stolen concept that all the way to develop yourself a radius.
No, I'm not going to.
But you could do though, right?
If anything, I would start with the radius. It would be a lot easier to do that. You know, the radius.
I see. Yeah. Stolen concept it straight from the start.
No, it wouldn't be stolen concept. Measured. Plenty of people have measured the radius of the Earth.
What? Nobody's measured the radius of the Earth. Don't be so.
Yeah, you just use the Eratosthenes method.
Do you know what a measurement is?
Yes, I do know what a measurement is.
Okay.
Do
you know what a calculation is?
Yes, and
now do you know the difference between a measurement and a calculation then?
Most measurements involve calculations.
Right. Do you know the difference between a measurement and a calculation?
There is no appreciable difference between them.
Really?
Yeah. Most of the measurements you do, like the speed in your car, if you step on a scale, all of the things that I use, they're all the final value you get comes from calculations, and it's also a measurement.
Yeah, I'm used to being a surveyor, so a measurement to me is a direct number on a measurement thing, like a real measurement.
But you've used a car before, right? I'm assuming you've used a car.
Yeah, but I'm actually thinking about actual measurements, though, when I'm thinking about measurements, right? I'm not trying to obfuscate what a measurement actually is into something that I can conceptualize as something it actually isn't, right? I'm not the one that's trying to change a measurement into a calculation. I'm just saying I actually know what a measurement is. And the fact that you want to turn a calculation into a measurement so you can say that it has actually been measured, the radius. You can't measure a radius, can you?
Absolutely not.
Of a sphere.
Measurements are calculations. As I said, for example, the speedometer in your car is not just a raw in fact, it's funny. Some values can't even be directly measured. Like, how do you directly measure an area? You can't. It's a calculation. Same thing with volume. Same thing with density. All of those you would call them calculations.
Yeah.
They're just measurements.
But R is just a straight line distance, and it has not been measured. Never has. Can't be measured, can it?
What do you mean?
You cannot measure R for a sphere.
With
it's not possible.
No. Using like the Eratosthenes method, sure.
That's not a measurement, though, is it?
It is a measurement.
What, a measurement of an angle?
Yeah, and then you do some math, which is involved in many measurements.
It's a calculation.
To get that. For example, a load cell, when you step on a scale, that is the raw value of that is
about an actual measurement of a straight line distance, though, really.
Yeah, but I'm talking about
obfuscation of it.
I'm providing examples of where calculations and measurements are the same thing.
Yep, but I'm just telling you that you cannot measure a radius for a sphere.
Not just like you cannot, using your definition of measure, you also cannot measure area, volume, density. In fact, any large distance would be almost impossible to do with like a tape measure. So why would you just restrict the definition of measure to something you can like directly do with the tape measure?
Well, because when you say people have measured it, I say, no, they haven't. You can't.
But you're restricting...
Presuming you did have a sphere, you cannot measure the radius for it. You can measure the diameter of the sphere. That's a measurable thing. And you can halve that.
Yeah, and that would still be a measurement.
Yeah.
Just like if I wanted
a measurement of diameter. Yeah. Have you or anyone measured what you call the diameter?
No, I said
of your preconceived mental model of whatever.
No, you
so that's not been done either. So that's not been measured.
Double the diameter. You double the radius to get the diameter. Most people measure the
But
radius.
you can't measure the radius.
Yes, you can.
You can't. Of a circle, you can, yeah, because your compass. It's just the distance between the points of your compass.
Bev, you're misunderstanding what a measurement is. Like, and it's funny, the entire scientific community relies upon the fact. Your basic everyday life relies upon the fact that you can use calculation and measurements. If you've ever used a car, if you've ever stood on a scale, all of those are measurements that involves calculations. It's just the truth of the facts of reality.
It's also a truth that you cannot measure the radius of a sphere.
Incorrect, because for one thing, if I took a dial caliper and I put it around a sphere, I got the diameter, divided by 2, boom, measured it. That would be a measurement.
You would have measured the diameter and then
Divided by
halved it.
2.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's still a measurement.
Yeah, a measurement of the diameter.
Of the radius.
You've not measured the radius, you've halved the diameter to get the radius. But that's based on equals, isn't it?
That it's just a measurement. A measurement is not just directly reading the number off of it is not just directly reading the number off of a ruler. That is not just what a measurement is. That is, and I'm sorry, but again, the entirety of the scientific community that takes measurements that involves calculations do this all the time, and you get accurate results doing so.
Yeah, I know what a measurement is.
Okay, cool. So then you know you can measure radius.
Oh, I'm telling you, you cannot measure a radius of a sphere.
You are incorrect. You can use calculations in a measurement. In fact, I think they even have a typing for it. I think it's called a secondary measurement. In mathematics, a secondary measure associated with a measure of... Wait, no, that's not it. Secondary measurement. That's with...
Shadow giants, eh?
Here we go. I think this is about secondary measurements. I mean, but that's the thing, right? At the end of the day, if we only went on with your definition, the only
My definition of what?
Of measuring, which is wrong. It is very wrong.
Just said you can't measure a radius of a sphere.
Incorrect. You take the diameter, you divide it by 2. That is a measurement.
It's a measurement of the diameter, right?
It is a measurement of both the diameter and the radius.
Mm-hmm.
It is. You can have calculations in a measurement. It is done all of the time in plenty of scientific literature. And most of the equipment that you have ever... Well, you're a surveyor. That did different.
Is
So
taking a measurement a science?
No, it's part of science.
Oh.
Measuring is a part of science.
It would be part of geometry.
Right, and we use it in science as well.
Do you think you can you science geometry? Have you ever tried to science geometry?
I never said that.
No.
Right?
No, I was just asking you,
No,
seeing as you were using a measurement in science, but I would say it's more closely linked with geometry, right?
No, what about a pressure measurement? What does pressure have to, or like a voltage measurement? What does that have anything to do with geometry?
Pressure measurement.
Pressure.
Do you not want to go back to pressure measurement?
I mean, we're just talking about measurements. It could be of anything.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, pressure would be a vertical, right?
Pressure?
Yeah. Wouldn't it?
Pressure, like gas pressure.
Yeah.
It would not be a vertical. No.
Well, I'm thinking of hydrostatic.
I just said pressure.
Fluid, yeah.
You got a gas in a container, you stick a pressure transducer in there, it gives you a pressure reading. Nothing to do with vertical.
Okay.
So, I mean, right? And so I'm just providing an example. But even with that pressure transducer, the raw output...
What would it be in pressure?
The raw output of a pressure transducer is in voltage, which is a measure of electrical potential.
Would it be in inches of mercury or anything like that?
No, it would probably be the final one would be in like PSI or KPA.
Pounds per square inch.
Yes. Or kilopascals or something like that. But the raw measurement is in voltage.
Okay.
Right? So you have to perform a calculation to get the voltage from voltage to PSI. We do that all the time.
Nice. What's that for then?
If you have a pressure transducer and you want to measure the pressure of something.
But
Like
within your engineering thing, what would that be
like
for?
an aerospace engineer would do. We love pressure measurements.
Oh, you're doing space engineering.
Aerospace in general. We love pressure measurement. And I'm just providing an example, right? Same thing with the load cell. You step on a load cell, it gives you a raw output, but the end value you want is either in force or in mass. You need a calculation to do it. So this whole measurement versus calculation thing is honestly, it's just incorrect. It's not a thing.
Yeah, well, I don't know why you're making a big deal out of it. I mean, it's pretty obvious you can't measure the radius, so...
You can, because you would use a calculation in your measurement. It's that simple, Bev. Measurements can have calculations in them. I just spent the past 5 minutes talking about examples where we had measurements with calculations in them. Just because you're dividing doesn't make it stop being a measurement. I don't know why. And it's funny, you and a lot of other people, particularly other flat earthers, hold this position where
I'm not a flat earther. Are you
say
obsessed
others.
with flat earthers?
I said others.
You are. I know, but you are obsessed with flat earthers, right? I mean, that's why you're here arguing about measuring a radius, right? You are not being able to measure a radius. It doesn't really matter one way or the other, but it's your model affliction and your dislike of another group, right, that stops you from being able to go, yeah, actually, you can't measure a radius.
I don't dislike other. I don't. There's nothing to dislike. I'm just trying to figure out. There's people on the internet who basically say I should drop everything I've learned about, especially about classical physics, and I'm trying to see why.
Who said that? Why would they say that?
Well, for example, I mean, if what you say is
who was
true,
the last person that said that to you?
Oh, directly said that to me? Nobody.
Oh.
But I would have to. It would be.
But you said certain people on the internet are saying that you should drop everything. If nobody's said that, why did you say that certain people are saying it?
I would have to. Classical physics does not work at all on what you are trying to describe.
You're saying it doesn't work.
No, gravity would have pulled the Earth into a ball. It's just a fact. Just the way I would have to give up.
Are you all right?
I am. That is.
You seem to be lost. I mean, I don't know what you're saying. You said, first of all, you said people were saying things. Then you said that they weren't saying things. Then you said you were the one were saying that.
No, I'm saying.
What's going on? You're saying it now.
There are people on the internet, not you all, say the Earth is flat. You all say that the Earth is, or that all horizontals are perpendicular, not perpendicular.
I say I don't give a shit about the Earth. How about that?
Oh, well, that would make this a lot simpler. It would make it a lot simpler.
What would?
If you didn't give a shit about it.
I don't give a shit about the Earth. I never give a shit about the Earth.
You made a whole community around it. I would hardly.
I have not made a community about the Earth at all. We don't talk about the Earth here. Has somebody been telling you lies?
You just said earlier that geometry was Earth measure.
It is.
You said that. You're talking about the Earth.
Geo.
Yeah. So what do you mean you're not talking about the Earth? What?
Geometry. Do you hear Earth every time you hear geometry?
No.
Okay,
Geometry is just a branch of mathematics.
So it's
I'm
you
glad
that brings the earth into it, then, right?
Yeah, but not all English words use their root words. English is a weird language.
So you hear earth every time you hear geometry.
No, I don't.
No. Okay.
You can do geometry on a bunch of
I haven't built a community around the earth like you say. We've built a group of people who are keen on logic, truth, honesty.
Not the truth.
What's not the truth?
That all planes are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
All horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
I apologize. You're right. All horizontals. That is a lie.
All horizontals are. That is a truth, right?
No, because it was measured not that way. So it can't be the truth. The measurement and what you're saying cannot both be true at the same time.
Okay, so the mathematics that you read earlier on when you read the definition of horizontal, when you read that was wrong, right?
No, the measurement.
So it does say that they are parallel to the plane of the horizon then?
Can't be. Not with the measurement.
Okay, but so that definition that you read out earlier is wrong then, right? To you. I mean, I say all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. That's how they are defined. But you say that's wrong. I mean, that's you.
Oh, well, from the surveying books, the horizontal plane is orthonormal to the vertical direction at every point. That is directly from the surveying books.
Yeah, and horizontal has a perpendicular to it, and it will be vertical at every point along it, right?
No.
Perpendicular.
Other way around. The vertical.
Yeah.
You start with the vertical, and then you have orthonormal. Since we're talking about a plane, you have a plane that is orthonormal to it, and that would be horizontal. But because the vertical changes directions.
Vertical changes? No, vertical stays vertical, doesn't it?
No, because it's the vertical, as mentioned
vertical
in the
stays vertical, dude.
The vertical is defined by gravity, and gravity changes directions. So
no, it stays vertical.
That is incorrect. It's just not the truth.
It stays vertical.
No, no vertical? If I measure the orientation of my vertical, and wherever you are, you measure yours, they would not be parallel because gravity changes directions. That is, I mean, you can see it. I posted the surveying book. That is the words from a surveyor. You kept asking me if I've asked one, but there's the written words from a surveyor. Right there.
You're lost, mate.
I'm lost.
Yeah.
Bev, the issue is you're stuck in your head. Go out and do a measurement. And I'm sorry, the test you did is just not sufficient.
For you?
It's not sufficient.
It's definitely sufficient for me.
No, it's not. What you did.
Yeah, it's definitely sufficient, mate.
To disprove the globe. It is not.
I'm not trying to disprove the globe. What's wrong with you?
It also does
We're
not
doing a straight line test realizing Euclid.
No, you are not.
What's wrong with you?
You are not. You think you are, and it's
I've already done it.
That you are. I mean, that's great.
It's hilarious that you think you're doing this.
Or you think you measured a straight line, but you did not verify that the line was straight.
That water level isn't a tool. I mean, that's fantastic. I mean, thank you very much.
I mean, did you verify that level straight?
That a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference.
That level is straight. That was my question. Did you verify that level was straight?
A water level or a auto level? What do you mean? Yeah, level is a horizontal plane.
Okay, but that's the thing. You are starting there. You need to measure to see if it's true. Even if you think from the bottom of your heart that level everywhere is a horizontal plane, in order to convince people, you need to measure it.
Right?
Dude,
I'm not trying to convince anyone.
Then to convince yourself.
I've
right?
already
Like,
convinced.
why
I
would-
know. I know for a fact that level is horizontal.
But that's the thing. You're holding that position without measuring it.
I know. I've definitely done what I needed to do.
But you did not measure.
I've done everything I needed to do.
It's straight.
Don, what have you done?
Again, I am on the side.
What
of
have you
100
done, Don?
I verified that gravity's a thing, and gravity would instantly pull everything into a ball. So there you go.
Right, so you've done everything you need to do to prove to everybody else that level is a circle, right?
Well, no, that's what Jesse Kozlowski did.
Oh, you think Jesse Kozlowski proved that level is a circle?
At least that it drops. And not a full circle. He only did a mile.
Jesse Kozlowski's not here because he said the water level drops from horizontal, which obviously it can't do because that's a fucking elevation change. That's why Jesse Kozlowski isn't here anymore.
Bev, there's a disconnect. But he did measure it.
He didn't.
He did. It's
No.
right there in
No.
front of your eyes, and you're just denying
You've
it.
been fooled by his wizardry. That's why he's not here
There's
anymore.
no wizardry. It's just a
The
measurement.
water level doesn't drop from horizontal.
And Bev, if you think it's wizardry, then show me that I am wrong with the measurement. Counter it with another measurement. Right? Like right now, I have all the evidence pointing to that level is a curve. And I have been asking for
You
evidence.
should be able to do a presentation for it then. I mean, I
I-
tell you what, I've got a series of proofs and I'll match you proof
No.
for proof.
No,
It'd be
I
dead
don't
easy.
want your proofs. I want your evidence. Your proofs are all in your head. I want reality evidence.
No, proofs
From
are
reality.
demonstrable, testable, repeatable, verifiable, and
Cannot prove anything.
unfalsifiable. I
That's
know
the
you
problem.
can't prove anything.
Unfalsifiable. You cannot make anything unfalsifiable in reality. That is, in fact, it's kind of a catch-22 because I'm using a catch-all there. But that's the problem, Bev. You need evidence, not proof. If the fact that you're working in proof, you're going in the wrong direction.
I think you guys are.
Need to move away from proof. It's not going to get you anywhere.
Need to move away from proof.
Yes,
Well,
proof.
like, you are one of the worst wizards ever. Do you think you're like influencing us or something? Do you,
I mean,
do
I
you
know
do
I'm
you
not-
think your words are affecting us in any
No.
way whatsoever?
No, I don't.
Don.
I really don't.
I know it's good because, as you've said, Don, you've never touched one of these tools. You've never asked anybody anything, and you've never took any of the classes or anything. So all you've done is a bit like Rumpus. You've read a book, Googled a few things.
So written words is not as good as spoken word. Why can't I just use written words? Why would spoken words be any better? Like if I
You
went up
think
and
it's
asked
about the
for-
words?
No, you're saying I should go speak to people. All you've done.
No. I'm just pointing out the fact that you have done fuck all.
Oh, me? I've confirmed that gravity's a thing. I've confirmed that classical
Mm-hmm.
mechanics works, which demands instantly that the Earth is a ball. Right?
Yeah.
That's what I've confirmed.
Why do you think you need to be able to come in here and tell other people what they need to do? Why do you presume that you have the ability to do that? Well, what do you think you're doing in saying
I'm
this?
saying if you want to do it, right? Because you have this test.
I do what I do. Like, why
Right.
are you telling me if I want to do? I've already done the test. So
But that's
what
the
is
thing.
it that you are going to do?
I've already confirmed that classical mechanics works.
Okay, so are you going to be talking to anybody else about anything? Is this what you do? Do you go round all of the other servers telling everybody what they should do?
No.
No.
And if anything,
Just here then, right? You've decided to come here to tell us, or particularly me, What I should do.
I'm here to talk about McToon's challenge.
Oh.
And we decided that it was useless.
And you've decided that you would then move on to telling other people what their tests they should do and how they should prove things to themselves and how they should know that level's a circle because they've read it in a book, like you. I mean,
No, that's not at all what I'm doing.
okay, so what is it that you're doing then?
I'm saying, so you showed me the test that you did. I'm saying that test was faulty. Incredibly so. Right? It did not show what you wanted it to show. If
you don't know anything about the subject or anything, do you?
Oh, I am very aware about how hydrostatics work. So I'm very aware of how water levels work.
Okay.
Very aware.
And you say, are you going with the drop or the hump?
Am I going with the drop or the hump? My God. Each of those water levels will be, those two tubes beside each other will be equal with each other.
Yeah, but from one end, if we're both standing at either end, would there be a drop at the other end of it? In respect to where we were stood at each end?
If you were looking in the direction of the water level, right? So you're looking level and you looked at the other end, there would be a drop. But if you measured the elevation of each one, they would be the same elevation.
Right, so there's no actual way you could get a drop because it would actually end up raising back up again. Like you should really look into the way that you put a camera or whatever you want to do it. You at each end, but the water levels only go 400 meters. Right, each water level goes 400 meters, which means there's an overlap at the middle. So there would be a drop of each end, because you are talking about a drop from horizontal, aren't you?
No, not between.
Jesse Kozlowski was talking about the drop from horizontal.
If you had the one water level, right, just the one water level, and you measure, and you were just looking straight across that level, and then you put the other level beside it, and you looked at the end of the other water level, then you would, and you didn't move the camera, then you would see a drop. If you put them both side by side, and you had the water level set up, and you looked towards the other water level, right, then of course there's not going to be a drop, right? This test that you are saying is inconclusive, and everybody, Bev, I mean, I don't know about everybody, but I've seen other people say that this test of yours, it is inconclusive. That is a fact.
Yeah, are you going with the consensus? Or have you looked into it for yourself?
I worked it out in my head.
Jolly good.
Really simple. It's inconclusive. I use, as you would say, logic to figure out it's inconclusive. Right?
Well, you should actually try drawing it out.
I did. I showed you. I drew it out.
Yeah, it didn't work though, did it? You know, Dom.
Oh my God.
You know who you sound like to me? Flat Earth Math. Are you related to him?
I don't even know who that is.
You don't even know who Flat Earth Math is?
Nope.
You even do the tappy thing as well. It's really weird.
The tapping thing?
Yeah. He
Cool.
does the tappy thing.
There's 7 billion people on this earth. I would not be surprised if 2 people sounded and acted the same.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
And the tappy thing and the...
I mean, sure, if you want to say I'm related or Flat Earth Math. As I said, I don't know who that is. I don't.
I know you don't know anybody, do you?
Not really.
How long have you been in this?
As I said, I've only been doing this like a couple months. I joined for a while, left.
Couple of months?
Yeah, I started in like January, stayed till like February, and now I decided to rejoin.
Wow.
Yeah.
You sound confident for a short timer.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say that. That would be rude. I mean, it is, for example, in the case of this test, and I'm not sure. I know I haven't convinced anybody in this Discord of what I'm saying, but it is blindingly obvious, which is why other people have told you so, that this test is inconclusive. It's
That nervous
really,
laugh's
really
a bit
obvious.
weird. It's a bit weird. It's like you're putting an act on.
Cool. I mean, again, when you have nothing, just go for fake. But it's I don't get it. I don't understand how, and I don't know if anybody else in this Discord would see how this test would be unconclusive, right? You're just measuring, you're just comparing the tubes to each other. Of course, they're going to be at the same elevation to each other, right? And unless you sight from one tube to another down the 200 meters, you wouldn't be able to tell anything. But you've mentioned multiple times you didn't want to do that. And even then, over 200 meters, you saw the 3 millimeter drop. That's like nothing. It would be so hard to measure that. So, I don't know. Hey, if you can, you do much better against the people who come in here if you had measurements, man. That's all I'm gonna say.
Measurements of horizontal being a straight line.
Yes, that exactly.
How do you think you'd end up doing that then? How would you propose a method to show curvature, right?
Take that exact same test that you had, but instead
Don't say optics. Don't say optics. We need to measure. We need to do it geometrically, and you can't take an optical measurement like that. We need to measure. How would you do that?
LIGO is what I would use. Let's all pack our
LIGO.
bags and run to LIGO. We know LIGO is built straight. It's built right next to a river.
Sure, you want to go to LIGO?
Yes, I know. But I mean, the thing is, you've restricted me to something that has to be physically built. And the only thing that is long enough to do that would be like LIGO. So.
Okay. So you would say LIGO would definitely be, could that be horizontal?
LIGO?
Yeah.
LIGO, yeah, where they start building it, where they started, would be level and horizontal, and it would go out forever. And then, well, not forever, it's like 4 miles or whatever. And then you have the water level next to it. My prediction is that the straight and horizontal LIGO will diverge from the level water. That is my prediction. We would have to go to LIGO and measure it to see, but that would be difficult. But I don't know how else you would. No optics. Why no optics? Why are we preventing optics in a measurement?
LIGO would be horizontal then, both arms.
Yeah, but we don't need both arms. We just need one of them.
Well, it's perpendicular, right? It does give us chance to do the X and the Y.
Well, actually, to be clear, where they started would be horizontal. Where they finished, you would establish a new horizontal.
But
and then...
the entire plane somewhere will be horizontal, right? For some point.
Yes.
So you could technically put the X and the Y and call them horizontal, and then develop the Z from there. In order to understand a XYZ coordinate system because the two arms are definitely perpendicular.
Yeah, you'd have to take the curl, and then you would get the Z.
It would be elevation, wouldn't it, for the Z?
It would be, yeah. But
so
that's
LIGO. LIGO's a good example of a Cartesian coordinate system.
Yeah, I love Cartesian coordinates. But again, like you asked me, it's interesting, Bev. You asked me how I would do it physically. I would measure the drop between LIGO and the water that runs beside LIGO. That would be the way I would do it.
Really?
Yes.
Now, would that drop occur from both ends?
From both ends?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. So, well, let's say you start at where the apex is and the water level goes away. Would the water level drop from the arm of LIGO?
It would drop from the arm of LIGO as you walked from the vertex down towards the X.
So, as you go the other way,
they would converge again.
Oh, and then you look back. Would the water drop away from you, or would it rise?
If we're at the vertex or at the X.
I'm just wherever you are, because like on your model, the water's always dropping away from you, isn't it? Like Jesse Kozlowski showed you. So if you were to go at the other end, whereas you just come down with the water because it's dropping away, then you're looking back again. How would you go back?
Yeah, so the issue is, Bev, when you look back, when you're at the X, you establish a new horizontal that is not going to be parallel to that LIGO arm. And so compared to that new horizontal, the water will drop away from that. It is because the two horizontals are not parallel.
But yeah, but that horizontal would be pointing up, wouldn't it? Because you'd use the LIGO arm as a horizontal to establish a drop one way, and you can't go back because then your horizontal's crossing. But your X is already on a horizontal, right?
Right, but you establish a new one. And this is the whole point. When you get to the X and you want to go back, you establish a new horizontal that will not be parallel to LIGO.
Wow.
That is the
These
whole
egocentric coordinate systems must be really awkward for you.
I don't know why you call it that, but at the end of the day, right, you asked me for a test. It would be a way to determine it. Right? That would
Determine
be
what?
if the horizontal... Here's the thing, right? If
You just said you set up a new horizontal. You've already imagined that you do, right? You've already decided that you set up another horizontal that's intersecting.
But Bev, I could be wrong. That's my prediction. I could be wrong. The test, reality determines if I'm right. So if this were to be done in reality, and you found out that the water does not diverge from LIGO, then I would eat my words. I'll be like, oh man, there's evidence right there. They don't diverge. I was wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's
you
how
do realise Blue's in the chat there. Do you want me to read this out for you? Listen to this. Blue says, LIGO doesn't have any level arms. How many level arms do you reckon they should have at LIGO, Dom? He says,
Really?
Blue says it doesn't. One of the arms in Louisiana is almost level. The other one has 4-foot elevation change.
Huh. I didn't know that they were leveled. But the cool part is that this test
How
still
could
works.
they be leveled? They're meant to be straight, aren't they?
If I could finish, you would need to do multiple measurements, because now what we're looking for is to see if this convergence and the rate of convergence or divergence changes. So if the LIGO arms aren't level, then of course they will converge one way and diverge the other way. But you need to see if the rate at which they're converging and diverging is the same.
How could it be straight and level though? How does that work, Dom?
But didn't we establish that LIGO isn't level? It's just straight. You can have a straight line that's not level.
But Blue says it's nearly level. One of them at least. One arm is nearly level, and the other one has a 4-foot elevation change.
I mean that's fine, right?
Is it?
I'm
Well,
saying
one arm. How can they
accept
have one arm being nearly level and the other one having a 4-foot elevation change? I mean, when you said they would have to test how far drop there is, I mean, Blue's saying there's a 4-foot down one arm and none down, or nearly level down the other arm. I mean, how does that logically work? How do you do that? Blue, I know Blue's got himself all messed up with that.
No,
Probably Mobius's fault. I'm going to blame Mobius and Rick here.
The test,
the 4-foot bits, the saving for earthworks. I mean, that's
you
definitely
measure
Rick here.
the distance, the vertical distance between the arm and the water at multiple points. and you see if the rate of it converging, and since it's not level apparently, since you measure the rate at which it's converging or diverging. If it is a linear relationship, then you know that the water level is not changing, right? This water level is flat, horizontal, whatever you want to call it. If the rate of convergence and divergence is changing, then you know that, because we already know that LIGO arms are straight.
Yeah.
So
And Blue says one of them's level or nearly level. The other one's got a 4-foot elevation change.
Yeah, and again, that's fine. Let's go with the one we know is not level, right? As I said, we're looking at
you've got to have them both. I mean, they're both part of the same thing. They're perpendicular to each other. And one of them, Blue says, nearly level. I think it goes up and down a bit, to be honest.
You do realize that you can have, like, the arms, one can be level, the other can be not level.
I thought you said level was a circle before, though. It can't be straight and a circle at the same time. I mean, that's not right, is it? That's a law of identity violation right there.
No. The LIGO arm being leveled would be at a point, right? So I'm assuming when he says leveled, that he means they leveled it in the middle. That way the elevation drop.
One of the arms in Louisiana is almost level. The other one has 4-foot elevation change. How much elevation change is the one that's nearly level, Blue?
I mean,
Blue's been over this. He knows all of the stats of this.
Bev, I accept that
how much curvature would you imagine in a level across 4K? Can you do the calculations really quick? See if you can beat Blue.
No, I can't do it really quick. But Bev, I accept that they're not level. You said they're not level. That's fine. The test is to measure.
Blue says one of them's nearly level.
But nearly level is not level. Okay, I accept that.
How much elevation change would there be? I mean, if one arm's got 4 foot, wouldn't the other one have the same? I mean, is that not right?
No, they don't have to have the same change in elevation.
Okay. Where do you imagine you're going to put your tangent then? Where's your tangent point?
Where's my vertical? Imagine.
It's got to be at the vertex, right? Where you split the beam for the laser. That vertical and horizontal there's got to be perpendicular there, right?
I would say if from what I'm gathering from Blue,
and what about where the mirror's bouncing back? That vertical's got to be perpendicular.
No, the middle.
The middle. The apex.
I don't know. No, not
the beam
not
splitter.
The middle of one of the arms.
The middle of one of the arms
would be where the tangent is.
Wow.
But Bev, again, I accept that it's not level. It's fine that it's not level. Because all that means is
why are you saying it? Why? Like, you accept. I'm not saying that it's not level. It's Blue says one of them is nearly level. The other one's got a 4-foot elevation change. I would say, me personally, that they're both horizontal, because then the mirrors can just hang vertically and everything's all perpendicular and lined up dead easy. But I mean, I live in a simple world. I don't have extra qualifications of stupidity.
The thing is, it doesn't matter. This test does not matter if they're leveled or not. All we need is
LIGO definitely matters, surely. They've got to get that laser bouncing backwards and forwards.
Yeah, and you can angle the laser just fine. If you need
which angle? How do you? No, they bounce it backwards and forwards on mirrors like 300 times. Where would you put the angle on the laser?
Change the angle of the mirror to control it. The mirror, you can change it to make sure it bounces back and forth just fine. Not a problem.
You can change the angle of the mirror. I'm not too sure.
Yes,
is it?
And it'll make sure it'll bounce 90 degrees up and down, both of them. Not a problem.
Okay. See,
But Bev, you've completely obfuscated my entire
Oh,
test.
it's okay. Blue's verifying that for you. He says that's very well
Bev,
documented.
you
in
asked
the
me
thing.
for a
That's
test.
good.
We
Remote
don't
control mirrors to
Bev,
what,
it has
some sort
nothing
of
to do
adjustable
with
mirrors.
We don't need 2 arms. We only need the 1 arm.
For
We only
LIGO,
need
no,
one.
you definitely need 2.
So for our
So
test.
for what test?
For
Your
you
test?
asked
Are you
me
doing a
how-
test?
You asked me how I would physically determine if horizontals were not equal to each other. You asked me that earlier, and I gave you the example of LIGO. I was answering your question about
I
a
didn't
test.
say if they were equal to each other.
It was you were asking me about this whole horizontal test, how I would, and I answered your question. That is what I was doing.
No,
was answering
I said we've got a test. We've already done a test, and then I asked you how you would measure the difference between level and horizontal, and you said LIGO.
Yes, I did say LIGO, and I specifically said you'd only need 1 arm, and you would measure the height change between the water and the arm. That is the test. So, I mean, I find it very interesting that you brought up all this other stuff that would not affect the test in any way. You call me a wizard. Oh, this is fun. Well, I'm a dip. You asked me for the 2 people looking down. I'll get that to you tomorrow.
You know, Fight the Flat Earth said that was a running stream at the side of their LIGO arm. Does that make you consider whether it is a running stream at the side or not?
He left.
Oh.
Yeah, I think he dipped.
Wow. Fucking hell.
That was crazy.
What was that for? Why was that? He seemed to come in with a mission. What do you reckon, guys?
He would have went on forever. That drawing, though, was epic.
I didn't really get a chance to see much of that. It's fucking... Look at the time. It's getting daylight. I'm going to have to go.
I kept thinking, holy Kip. They loved it, though. I think that's what we needed for some reason. And then Blue and freaking George in here like freaking 5 in the morning. What are they doing?
I always like it to get new people in on it. It's good. Right, I'm definitely not going to be doing a Buster track. I'm just going to be shutting down and getting some sleep. Right. Thank you very much. We'll be back again later on today, Euclid.